Oops, I forgot to take that off. Welcome to February Day. Now, we're not doing that month anymore. I can't do it. Can't handle it. Just admit it. But we're going to do, I got today for you. We're going to be here till 8 o'clock. I'm going to try my best to last that long. So we're doing February Day, which is a day of live streaming. Why is this looking like that? Well, we're going to talk about all kinds of stuff. All kinds of stuff. We'll do relationship advice, you know, the weekly column. We'll do that. You can also call in with your advice questions. This is a $10 fee that you pay to either Cashapp or YouTube has this SuperChat feature. It's $10 US. And I'll answer your question right here on the spot. Your question, your personal question. Or we can talk about whatever it is that you guys want to talk about. Now, keep in mind that this, you know, the more people that are here, the faster the text is going to scroll. So I may miss your question, but I'm also going to allow you to call in a topic or a question. I'll post the VoIP line link in a minute. And then you'll be able to just, you know, say what it is you want to talk about on the air, and then everybody else can just chime in. So this is going to be a viewer-driven show. I have some topics to talk about, but, you know, a lot of it is going to be on you, just like it was in February. Your comments, your questions, your thoughts and opinions are all going to count and all be a part of this show. So let me get over here to the comments page. Okay. Yes. You know, it's so early, Tracy girl. I'm not used to being up and on the air this early. I'm kind of like confused. Like, what's happening? What's going on? Where am I? Who am I? I'm a night owl. So this early stuff is like, ugh. But I'm going to do my best. Oh, look at my shirt. My shirt. This is me. No time for bullshit. No time for bullshit. So we're not about that life. Not on this channel. We just here to talk about folks and talk about their issues. So let me post this link here. This is where you would call in. You don't have, no cameras necessary. You just, your voice will be enough. Mika, girl, I haven't seen you in a minute. We got a couple of new names here, but I'm glad that you people decided to pop in and join us for this momentous occasion, because this is the first and probably last time I'm gonna do this shit. I just can't even imagine being here all day and what this is gonna be like. But let's see. I brought me some tangerines. I brought some water, and then we're gonna have a couple of intermissions. So you and I can both do restroom breaks and food breaks and stuff like that. Because sitting here for 8 hours, I probably wouldn't be able to walk ever again in my whole life. My body would form to the shape of this chair. That would be awful. So anyway, I know. This should be fun, though. So let's get started. Let me see what I got over here. Look at the stack of stuff. Oh, you probably is. Let me see. There. See how thick that is? Those are the advice questions.
But let's start with something that I found that I wrote years ago. Uh, where is it? Where's that article? It's in here somewhere. Hold on. That doesn't belong here. Oh, here it is. I wrote this. I used to write for livestrong.com for a while. And because I wanted to do more writing, and they paid, I don't know, I think it was like $30 or $40 per article or something like that. And I would bang out like 4 or 5 of them a day. And it was fun for I did that for a couple of months, and no biggie. But one of the articles I wrote, and I'm not sure if they ever ran it or not, but anyway, it's called 7 Questions to Ask on a First Date. So I wanted to, you guys talk about your first date experiences. My first date experiences lately have not been good. So I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. But anyway, it says, assuming that you and your prospective date have chatted either by email or phone prior to the first date. During these early exchanges, the basics of relationship status, children, age, career, and hobbies and interests have already been addressed. With those first hurdles cleared, it's time to finally meet. So this is is directed towards women. It says get to know the inner man by asking thought-provoking questions. On your first date, you'll get the chance to observe his body language as you talk, which is an important component of effective communication that is often overlooked. You'll also get to find out if you two have any chemistry and if there's enough common ground to consider a second date. The best way to to stimulate conversation is to ask thought-provoking questions which are linked to his emotions. Did you catch that? Linked to his emotions. So you ask him, well, what movies you like? What's your favorite color? What you like to eat, and those kind of basic mundane things. Yeah, I got your stuff in here too, Kiki. Yes, there will be music. I don't remember what kind it is though. Some random song that I have musical rights to use. There will be, so anyway, so did you catch that though? You link questions to his emotions. Now, my daddy used to always say that you don't really know a man until you piss him off. Till he gets angry. That's when you get to see the true man. And for, with my personal experience, even going further than that, is they don't have to be angry. You just have to disagree with them. You say no to them, or I think that's wrong, or, I have a different opinion, and they lose their shit. That's what these modern men, anyway. They don't know how to just for a woman to have a difference of opinion. They need you to validate them by agreeing with everything that they say and bowing down like they're like, God's left hand or something. It's just amazing to me. So I don't know. Hold on a second, Ash. Ask your questions after I finish with this, okay? So what kind of things should you ask on a first date? Questions such as these set out below provide the opportunity to get an idea of your date's personality and lifestyle. And if they really are meshing with yours, you'll learn how your date thinks, what is important to him, his worldview, what he feels about himself and others, and uncover his personal values. These are all important things that you should do on the first date, besides look for it to be fun or for somebody to be hot. Because you need to know if this is going to be a clown or not. Okay, so question number 1, the finished product turned out well, but what were you like as a child? And watch his eye, he's going to do it like this. The eyes move from side to side, because that's a question that's very rarely asked of people. They don't really talk about their childhood very much, but that is an important part of who they are now. So remember that. Okay, so what did I put as explanation? This question takes the pressure off of a man's innate desire to impress you with who he is today, and instead refocuses his energy. He can share his favorite stories and give you a peek into his life at the time when he was full of dreams and bright-eyed excitement. Wow, I used to write good. This is like, look at me go. It was good training for me because they had editors and you would send your stuff in and they would like chop it to pieces. And, so every time you wrote something, it would be an improvement upon the last piece that you submitted. So it was good training for me. And it was good for, everything that I did later, which was write books and all this other stuff. It was a good training tool. So think about that though, because now he all like shiny suited up and MBA'd and degreed and got his fancy car and all this old stuff here. But what was he like as a little boy? Okay, then question number 2, what is your superpower? Both men and women have at least one talent, skill, some sort of ability that they believe to be superior to that of others. Questioning your date about his superpower gives you insight into his opinion about himself, his level of confidence, his sense of self-mastery, and how high or low his self-esteem may be. What do you think about that? I mean, if they take your opinions. Yes, Debruary Day, honey. Debruary Day, because that month, I don't know. I used to have some superior energy. That's all I could say to do that. And then did it for 5 years in a row. That's the main part. And the work started like in October because I had to start finding guests and figure out, what the theme is going to be and make the theme promotional video and all the stuff, the promotional materials that I would submit out to people, talent scouts and stuff like that to get the guests for you guys. I mean, it was so much work behind the scenes. And I did all of that by myself. And I just can't do it anymore. I'm too old. I just can't do it. So, yeah, this was interesting. So, what is your superpower? Okay, question number 3. There's only 7. What do you like most about your family? Did he grow up with a rowdy, loud bunch that were openly demonstrative, or was his family rather restrained? How did he feel about his family dynamics? Did they take vacations or engage in other activities together as a family? Did his siblings work his last nerves? Does he think everyone in his family is weird, but he loves them anyway? Let him tell you about the people who influenced his early development and who hold the foundation for him to be the man that he is today. What I say about my family? Well, you guys hear me talk about my family all the time. My father was crazy and my mother was ridiculous. But together, they raised some, very strong-minded, intelligent, educated children. None of us have, been in prison or anything like that. And, although my oldest brother, I swear he was right on his toe on the line because he was something else. My father luckily had to rein him in, but he could have just as easily been in San Quentin as he was at Pepperdine. So, that boy, I don't know about him. But the rest of us were too scared of my parents. And it's like every time I got ready, because your friends try to get you involved in stuff that, you shouldn't be doing, right? Your friends going to try to talk you into it. But, I'll be sitting there like I do this thing here that's popular now. It's like, that thought bubble would pop up. And I would picture my father and my mother, like, my friends over here in my ear trying to tell me to do some crazy nonsense. And then I see my father and mother on this side in that thought bubble, killing me. And so they would win every time. I mean, this would win. The parents would win because of my terror of A, disappointing them, or B, knowing the punishment that I was going to get for doing some stuff they told me not to do. So I would take my happy ass home. And I had got out of so much stuff like that. Even when my friends I would bring them home and they would meet my parents and my daddy would give them that look, that look like he's sizing them up. And like, if he didn't like what he saw, he would tell them to leave or tell me after they left that so-and-so, don't you bring that food back up in this house, that kind of stuff. And so we learned real quick that, it was their house. It was their shit. It was their law. It was their rules. And anytime you didn't like it, you just get the fuck out. And that was it. That was my parents. You're not going to argue with them, talk back, have a difference of thought pattern and stuff. I mean, they ruled the house and that was it. Their word was law. And we were the kids and we always had to stay in our place and remember that. And once we got old and we moved out, then still when we would go to the house, those still rules still applied. And 30 years old, that's their shit, that's their house, that's their rules. And we all knew that. And we always treated my parents with the greatest respect. They treated us with respect too, but we knew what not to do and what not to say. So when I see these modern kids, like I was at I was at Macy's one time and saw this white lady with her son. And he was about 8, 9 years old, and he wanted a toy. And she said, no, we need to go. And she grabbed his hand and that boy hauled off and kicked her. And she went down. I mean, because, he was like a stocky built kid, not like a little frail, tiny little 8 or 9 year old. And I saw that and I was thinking, ooh, if I had done something like that, y'all, music would have been playing. Because my mother would have picked us up and body slammed us. And I just like, there's no way in this world we would have got away with anything like that. Then when we went home, my daddy would have, probably committed murder because of how we did our mother. I just, so these modern kids, they talk back, they, do stuff, they steal their parents' stuff and all this kind of stuff. We wasn't doing none of that. Not in our house, not with my parents. So it's, it's good that you talk to people about their family dynamics and how they grew up. And this is a very good picture, a little peek into what they hold dear and the kind of person that they are today. So let me see. Number 4, if I were to ask your best friend to tell me about you, what do you think he or she would say? Now, I got this question from a guy I met at a bar. Believe it or not. I was so intrigued. Like, I like shit that makes me think. And he turned out to be a knucklehead, but that's a whole nother story. He was like a vice president of minority banking for a big multinational bank, but he was an idiot. But the question was a good one. So he walked up and he asked me that. He introduced himself and then he asked me that question. And so I had to really think about it. It's like, what would my best friend say about me? I'm still thinking about it. But anyway, so it says, our friends often know our deepest secrets, things our parents and siblings don't even know. This question may cause your date to erupt in laughter at the mere thought of his friend spilling the beans about who he really is. This is also an opportunity to see if he even has a best friend or any friends at all, how close he is to these friends, and how long he has successfully maintained those relationships. Because a lot of men don't have friends. And I think there's a part of them that is undeveloped because of it. It's an important thing to know, because then if you get in a relationship with him and he considers you his best friend, can you handle that level of responsibility? Because you got to be the girlfriend, aka wifey, or might be get married to him, be the wife, fill in for his mother, be his psychologist, be his best friend. I mean, it's just too much. It's too much burden on one person. So this is the kind of thing y'all better think about. If he talks about, I don't have no friends, it's like, are you prepared to handle that level of responsibility for him? I know I'm not. Mine had too many friends, though, but they turned out to be trash friends when he died, but that's another story. A couple of them were cool, but other ones was trying to get at me. Even at the funeral. I mean, just nasty, just disgusting. Question number 5. If you found a magic lamp and were granted 3 wishes, what would you wish for? Would you change anything about your life? So that's like a 2-part question. So think about that. What would you do? See how these questions get you to think, though? They're imaginative. They give a peek into how you think and what you hold dear, what's important to you. Not that standard, what kind of music you like, what books you read lately. That kind of stuff, that trite, stupid stuff that people usually talk about on first dates. And they somehow, some other dating experts tell them is important for them to ask. Like, no, who cares? I mean, I don't care what books you read. I mean, maybe you don't even read books. Most people have tablets these days anyway, don't read books. But I mean, it's like, what? I don't understand how that kind of stuff gets you to know how a person thinks, which is an important part of why you would align yourself to somebody. How do you find out if you guys have anything in common if you only ask stupid questions? So, so what did I say here? Watch his face light up with the possibilities as he ponders the 3 wishes that he could make. This is a great opportunity to explore the hopeful dreams he may have given up for one reason or another, along with the fantasies he'll have to make reality. Oh, he'd love to make reality. I'm sorry. Be sure to ask follow-up questions like why or then what and tell me more. All right. So you think about that. Question number 6, share 5 things you do if you won $10 million in the lottery. This explores his relationships with money. Would he keep it all for himself, share with family and friends, or share with the community at large? Would he focus on children, seniors, vets, or animals? Would he save it or spend it frivolously as it would be considered mad money versus earned salary? Make sure his views with money are in line with yours for the smoothest relationship. Because see, in something like that, like they said, oh, I would go out and buy, this cars and this and that. I'd be like, you too stupid to be with me. That's not the way that I would handle money at all. And so that would bother me because somebody who's frivolous like that. I mean, just because you got this lump sum, and they take tax out of, so you probably only get like 7. Um, with no thought to the future, no thought to the people that he loves that may be struggling that he could help out. You know what I mean? You just gonna blow it on some dumb shit. That wouldn't work for me. And then final question number 7, how do you feel about getting together again? Now, this is important because a lot of people assume, we see this in the advice column all the time, right? They feel like, oh, we had a good time on the date, but then the person blocks them or like, dude, last week, the girl just got up and left on the date and said, I'm not gonna waste any more of my time. These things happen or people get ghosted and stuff and they're confused because in their mind, it seems like, the date went well, but they don't know what the other person's thinking because they never asked them. They just jumped to conclusions and made, decisions based on the way that they feel with no interaction, no input from the opposite party. So this question makes you do that so that you don't sit around, jump to conclusion. So how do you feel about getting together? After you've laughed and joked and talked for an hour or two, you'll have a good idea if this guy is someone that you click with or not. If you are intrigued by his responses to your first date questions and you want to spend more time with him to investigate other possibilities, be sure to let him know. Final notes. A, these questions are meant to be asked naturally in a conversational manner, not like he's being interrogated. And B, make sure you're prepared to answer any question you pose should he say now, same question back at you. Okay. So that was an article. When did I write? I don't even know what year this was that I wrote this. Had to be, I don't know, maybe 2006, something like that, 2005. But I found it on my computer. I was like, oh, crap. This is great for the show. So what do you guys think about that, those 7 questions? Can you see yourself asking somebody those? Let me put the number here again. The link. So if you want to call in and be on the show. Now let me scroll up and see. Ash had asked a question. Let me see where it is. Ooh. I'm scrolling, Ash, trying to find it. Yikes. Oh, here it is. Okay. Can you talk about the hot and cold men? I watched a video from 4 years ago for a refresher. Oh, the dudes that run hot and cold? Well, I don't remember what I said in the video, but I'll tell you my personal opinion about that kind of stuff. To me, it's a sign of a tool of manipulation. It's like, if you guys remember back in high school studying in biology about Pavlov's dogs and how he would this French scientist did an experiment where he would ring a bell and then he would feed the dogs. And of course, the dogs associated that bell sound with food. So then after that, he would ring the bell. Whenever he rang that bell, the dogs would start to salivate, thinking that the food was coming, right? So they call that experiment Pavlov's dogs. Even though he didn't give them the food, they still had the food is coming, physiological response. And I thought, wow, that's really interesting. So if you take that same mentality towards a woman and a relationship, basically he's treating you like Pavlov's dog. He treats you, he's warm, hot, whatever. And then you get a reward at the end, right? You get, you get affection, you get nook, you get loved up, whatever. and then he turns it off. Well, you've been used to him treating you this other way. You start to respond in a way, you looking for it. You're looking for it. You want it. And so that puts him now in a position of power over you, because now instead of you getting the reward that you anticipate, you have to chase it. You have to want it. And so you will do odd things, sometimes things that are against your morals and values, sometimes things that are against the law, to get the reward that you were given so freely before. So he has conditioned you to, with his hot, warm, behavior, to be rewarded. And then when they suddenly take it away, you're looking for it because that's what you're used to. So my recommendation is, when men start playing that hot and cold game, that you deuce the fuck out, because you're getting set up. It's a no-win situation for you emotionally or mentally. Some women crack under the pressure and, they just get crazy, end up alcoholics, druggies, all kind of stuff happens because they want this so bad and they're not getting it, and they're chasing it, and they're so disturbed that they're not getting, anxiety kicks in, all kind of stuff happens. And it's just not a good situation. So anytime you see that someone's messing with your mind and messing with your feelings like that, you shouldn't, that is a relationship that you should exit. Yeah, it may have been good at the first part when he was playing the game and setting the trap and, laying the bait out for you. But when people try to play those kind of those control games, I just can't do it. I just can't do it. I look amazing. I don't know why I look amazing. I'm sleepy as hell. What's going on with this thing here? Oh, I guess because the door is open, it's reflecting the sunlight from the bathroom window. That's what's going on. I forgot to close the door. Let me see. What did she say? That's good. That's the smart thing to do, prime time, and that's what I'm suggesting. But so many women, that's why this channel exists, to alert women to these kind of games. Because their parents don't tell you this kind of stuff. Well, my daddy did, but that's because he was a street ninja, and he just knew all the games. And so to get whatever he wanted out of people, men and women. So he wanted to make sure I didn't get took. So he, taught me all this stuff. I mean, before I even started, even being interested in boys, because, when you're surrounded by boys and brothers and male cousins and stuff, they lose their mystique. I was like, these are some stupid creatures. I'm not trying to be bothered. So I really didn't really like anybody or want to really be involved with any men on a romantic level till I was way late in my teens. And even then I was kind of like, thinking about it, but whatever. But I'm just like, yeah, my daddy was, man, he stayed in my ear telling me stuff to watch out for. So by the time I got to college and the dude started trying to run the games that he had already warned me about when I was 12 and 13, I was like, oh, is this what he was talking about? This is so stupid. Look at this fool right here. And so then I was telling my friends. So that was the beginning of my life as Miss Heartbeat / Debsterism, telling, women, putting women up on game. And so this is just another component. This is another one of those games that they'll do. And they also do another part of that. The hot and cold part is the flattery. So a lot of you notice how the other young women write in this channel, oh, he doesn't compliment me. He never tells me how pretty I am. He never tells me anything. And you go looking for that shit from some dude, you setting yourself up. You just put out the bait for him to yank your chain and yank you around like dog food. And that's why the videos Control Your Emotions is so important. It's like a foundational video for this channel. If you haven't watched it, please do. Controlling Your Emotions is what it's called. And it is the key to your success in life. You as a woman cannot go through the world crying, whining, being all needy and shit like that, and letting people flip you around based on your emotional response. I know it sounds cold, and I know it's, a lot of you like, oh, I don't want to be like that. You best be. The world has changed. It's not like it used to be. You can't be all coquettish and acting all brand new. You can't do that. You're going to set yourself up for devastation. So controlling your emotions, I'm not saying you can't still think, you can't still love and like somebody, but you're going to control it so that you don't run rampant and get yourself into stupid situations with stupid men. Okay? You just don't do that. Controlling your emotions is key, like I said, to your success, not just romantically, but in life, period. Because you don't fly off the handle and do stupid stuff and make stupid decisions based on emotional responses in the minute. Okay, and that's how they do you. So if you got a dude and he's laying on a bunch of flattery, right, and he's watching you, you thinking that he really likes you and this and that, blah 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 blah, and you so you're eating it up. Like, oh, he thinks this and that, and you like, and that gives me my self-esteem. Some of the girls have said, "You dummy." Self. The key word there is self. Nobody gives it to you. You give it to yourself. You dummy. But no, that gives me my self-esteem. They say. So you got a man who now knows that he has control over your mind, that he can make you feel good, and by taking it away, he can make you feel bad. He has power over you, and you gave it to him like an idiot. I don't know what these girls be thinking. So a man tells me, "You're just a bitch. You're just a fucking." I'd be like, "Thank you." He says, "Oh, you so fine. You flying this and that." I say, "Thank you." Notice that it's the same to me. I'm not gonna have no different response. I don't care what you do. You're gonna get the same energy from me. And that's something that I cultivated as a young woman, and it's done me well. A lot of guys, they get disappointed. It's like, well, you just so cold. You just don't even respond at all. This and that, this and that. I'm like, are you paying me to respond? If you ain't paying me, then you take what you get, and you're gonna be happy. Now you start writing me some $10,000 checks that don't bounce. You get all kind of smiles and good energy out of me. But other than that, don't even think about it. Girl, I'm telling you, it is like an idiot. Y'all laughing, but I'm telling you, that is the worst mistake that women make, is giving men that kind of control over their emotional state and the way that they think about themselves. So anyway, that was that. So let's start with some of these advice questions. And this is also, we'll be doing the $10 advice. So if you guys have a question that you want to ask, you make a $10, you pay the $10. My Cash App is Debsterism, or you can just use the super chat here on YouTube, $10. And then you type your question over there, or you can call it in, either one. And I will give you an answer right on the spot. Okay. So if you got something like you got a date tonight and you got some drama that's, you need cleared up before you go, or you have somebody invite you and you're not sure you should say yes, and you want to run it by me, this is the time. And I'm actually awake and I didn't even have no coffee. I'm gonna go get some though. I'm gonna put up my first intermission in a minute because I need some caffeine. I got up late. I was working on a newsletter for one of my clients until almost midnight. And so I got it done. So he's over there for them to look at and approve the draft and everything. But, so I didn't really get that much sleep. And so sister is tired. So I need me some coffee. I didn't have any yet. Yeah. Somebody said something off topic. What did she say? Let me see what this says. Where am I originally from? San Francisco. I'm born and raised in San Francisco. I don't like to go there anymore, though. It's a hot mess over there. Woo-wee. I stopped working in San Francisco some years ago. We're talking like the early 20-teens. I had a job over there, and I was taking BART. Those of you on BART, who've taken BART, how they had the doors that open and go. You can go between the cars, and there was a seat, the last seat. There was a man kind of sleeping in it. I'm standing, against the door because the train was crowded. It's commute time. And then, the guy, he didn't move or anything. I just thought he was asleep. Well, child, on the news that evening, it turned out that man was dead and had been riding on the BART train all day. And then they showed it. and I was like, wait a minute, that was the dude that I was standing right by. Freaked me the fuck out. Before that, I had a run-in on part with a guy. Okay, they had two seats facing each other, facing. So somebody's riding backwards. I'm standing by the door holding on to the pole, and then suddenly you see this water start running down the train, floor. And the three of the guys, of the four guys that were sitting over there, jumped up and hastily moved away. It turned out one of the guys had pissed his pants. and so they didn't want to get any pee on them, so they jumped up. And another time I was standing there, and this guy had a backpack on, and he was like, banging the backpack into me. So I'm like, hey, your backpack is like fucking me up. Take that thing off and put it between your feet on the floor like everybody else. And he just looked at me all kind of crazy, like he was going to say something. But luckily, there was two brothers there that was looking, that had seen me, batting the thing away, because he just was like oblivious to the fact it kept hitting me. And I know he could feel it hitting me, but he just didn't seem to care. But the two brothers was like, hey, like that at the white boy, because it's like he looked like he was going to say something. And they was giving him that, we'll fuck you up look. And so he took it off and put it between his feet, like he didn't want to get hit from two sides. And plus the back from me, because I was going to be wearing his kneecaps out. And then another time, this guy, I'm sorry, but my friends from the UK, y'all, a lot of y'all don't be like to wear deodorant like we do in the US. So y'all be funky by the middle of the day. And so, this guy, he was tall, right? So he's reaching up, holding on to the top railing near the ceiling. And that made his armpit be right by me because I'm short. The fumes was just unbelievable. I thought I was going to fucking pass out. And so I told him, I couldn't take it anymore. And I said, dude, you stink. You need to put this arm down and hold on with the other arm, because I'm about to faint. And so he looked embarrassed, but he did it, So me and Bart, I have so many Bart stories. And the dude who came in telling me, now this is white boy, he gonna pass I'm the only black person on the train. He gonna pass everybody else to come down near where I am and then try to tell me to smile. I cussed this fucking ass out. He telling me shit. What to do with my face? You done lost your mind. Blah, blah, blah. I went off on him. So, just dozens of stories of my days on BART. That lasted for about a year. And then I haven't been I don't even really go to San Francisco. When I have to go for some reason, I try to go early in the morning and be back in the East Bay by noon, because I'm just not trying to deal with San Francisco anymore. And I hate it because, that's where I grew up. That's my stomping ground. And, the stories of my youth and a lot of things, the hippies and Golden Gate Park and the Japanese tea garden and, the Fillmore and all the stuff that, is near and dear to me is just different now. It's all been gentrified and don't look the same. And a lot of homelessness over there too. So, yeah. So anyway, now that's we talked about that. I got 8 hours to eat up, so I'm gonna be on my side stories, as we affectionately call them, all day. Tracy, you stop laughing. Tracy laughed. Yeah, but I'm from San Francisco, but my mom is from Louisiana and my dad is from Texas. And I went to school in Texas and university. So I did. When I came back, people said, "Oh, you have a bit of a Southern accent." I'm like, "What? How that happen?" But I guess it's true. Whatever. I don't care. Okay, let's talk about this. This is a topic for discussion. This young lady wrote in. She's in the 18 to 21 age group, and she said, "Is it appropriate for a guy to reach out to his ex-girlfriend to check on her well-being after a breakup? Could this potentially complicate things for both individuals?" And she wants to get your all's opinion. So, share your thoughts. What do you think? Should a guy reach out to his ex-girlfriend to check on her well-being after a breakup? Let's talk about that part first. Since you had a two-part question, let's break it up. Why would he do that? Okay. Now, if they were like, childhood friends who started dating when they got older and their families are still friendly And, there's no real animosity. They just realize that it shouldn't be, they shouldn't have made, they have no romantic thing here. It was maybe just a habit that they were together and they took it to a next level somehow out of curiosity or something. And then they realized, oh, this is stupid. We shouldn't be doing this. Okay, then I can see it because they're family friends and they've been friends before for years and years. They're going to see each other at family gatherings in the future. And so it would make sense for him to check on her just because they have that basis of friendship, right? And family bond. Any other situation where it is like romantic only and he calls her, he's starting some shit. He's basically trying to figure out if she got anybody else that replaced him yet. How far along she is in her healing, and if there's any chance for him to slide in there, play some games, and slide in there and tap it. That's what he's trying to do. So see, in my mind, that's why I, as a woman, advise all other women, when you break up with someone, block them immediately. That way they can't play these kind of games with you. They can't come and ask you nothing. They can't text you to complain, whine, or pule about anything. They can't, see how you doing, try to play catch up and let's go to lunch or none. They can't do none of that shit because you've blocked them. That means you're denying them the privilege of having more of your time and energy, and which is what you should do, because being with you should be viewed as a privilege. And if you two break up, that privilege is heretofore denied him, and therefore you should block him. Now, why so many of you don't do that, I don't know the answer to that. I don't understand why y'all don't do that. I don't. Missy say, I love Deb Sizer. Honey, you're gonna be probably hearing a lot of them today because this is a lot. Okay, so then she says, could this potentially complicate things for both individuals? Well, absolutely. You never should bring your past into the present. Like I said, unless there is a long family history of them having a relationship before they started, quote, dating, there's no reason for him to contact you and there's no reason for you to contact him. That's an X. Let it stay in the past where it belongs. The complications could come in because you might get somebody who's crazy, start dating somebody who's crazy like me, and it's like, what kind of shit is this? You leave the past in the past. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. And any dude who's gonna try to argue with me and say, well, I don't cut the people out from my past, this and that, blah blah blah. Well, then you just go back over there then, because I'm not dealing with this shit. And that's it. I'm done. We don't have to continue this. I'm not going to argue with you about it. That's your position. Thank you, Monica. I see that little Monica shot something. Do you have a question? Are you just making a general donation because you heard me cussing? We have a cussing fund on this channel. So, people, I don't care if it's $2. You can make a donation to the cussing fund. What'd she say? Oh, yeah, I heard that they had one. I mean, I heard about it after the fact, though, because I would have went. That's my boy. I used to see Dwayne Wiggins out at clubs and stuff around here in Oakland all the time, in West Oakland. But, then after COVID, I just haven't been going out like I used to before COVID. I used to be just in the streets, as they say. But now I stay home most of the time. Yeah, in the chat, or you can call in. Either one is fine. This is the way, you just click it. You're not on camera. How do you do? Where's the paste at? What am I trying to do here? You just click this link like on your phone or your computer or tablet or whatever. And then as long as you have a speaker and headsets, or I mean, you don't even have to have a headset. As long as you have, the ability to use a speaker thing, then you can ask your question right on the air. So that's how you do it. And you know what? Hold on a second. I'll get you in a second because you know what? I just realized I didn't even plug these in. I was so running late designing graphics and stuff at the last minute, being myself, that I forgot to plug in my microphone. I mean, not the microphone, the headset. Okay, we in business. We in business. All right, what's your question? Hello?
Sorry, can you hear me? I think I was on mute.
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Yeah, how you been?
Girl, I'm sleepy. Y'all up early.
Yeah, yeah. I just have a question. When like when you hear guys saying that, oh, we're gonna decenter women, and what is your advice like that when they? Because I feel like they're trying to use the same tactic as women do. You think they will last long on that?
They're saying
What is
they're
it?
decentering women.
Decentering women.
Hmm.
That's what I heard. I was like, wow. First, we said because as women, we said we are decentering men. We're no longer going to give them any attention, and they're trying to do the same thing.
Yeah, good luck with that. I'll mute you and I'll answer your question. Um, Actually, from my perspective, that is a good thing because a young man under the age of 30, that's what he should be doing. He should not be chasing pussy. He should be building himself up, building his legacy. He should be getting out of school. He should be starting his career. He should be investing in property. He should be starting his retirement accounts. He should be making sure his credit is good. He should be paying off any car loans and student loans that he has. He should be doing things to set a foundation for the rest of his life. While he's in his 20s. That's what he should be doing. Unfortunately, so many of them don't do that though. They mess up their credit. They have random babies with random women. They end up doing criminalistic things and get arrested. They do stupid stuff. They don't drop out of school. They have no education. They're stuck in low paying, low end jobs, this kind of stuff. They destroy themselves in their 20s instead of staying focused and building themselves. They focus on women instead of focusing on what they need to be doing, which is building themselves up as a man. So, from that perspective, I don't have a problem with them saying that. Now if they're saying it because they think it's going to hurt women, good luck with that. We don't care because the young ladies are too busy doing their own thing and they're doing the same thing that you should be doing, getting out of school, getting their careers going, building up their credit, buying properties, condos, homes, and stuff like that, paying off their student loans, and getting themselves together so that by the time they hit 30, they have something happening. So to me, I don't have a problem with that them saying that. It's just how they're going to execute it. That is the big question. Okay, so let me see. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, pretty much. And I also have another question, and it's not related to dating. Um, I racked up like 10 or more parking tickets in the last year.
Oh no.
Yeah, and I'm having problems with my tags because I have to pay a high amount to pay them off. And my income is it's not sustainable enough for me to like pay off, these tickets. So I know they have a payment plan. What do you think I should do?
Um, I think I think here in California, if you have something like that, you can go to court and try to make arrangements to lower the amount to something more manageable. Um,
Mhm.
I'm not sure. I don't think they have that plan in every place, but if they have a payment plan that you can enter into, go in and sign yourself up for it, and then be more responsible, young lady. Because basically, what you're doing now, you're wasting your money. You All that money that you have to spend, that is not bringing you any benefit. It's not doing anything for you. You just waste. You just waste. You may as well just put it in the fireplace. That's the value of the money that you just spent on parking tickets.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Think about that kind of stuff because my motto, what I teach people on this channel, is time is money, and both money and time are invaluable to you, especially when you're young. You can't waste your time, and you don't need to waste your money either. So, when you're wasting time, like dating the wrong people, doing stupid stuff with your time instead of being progressive, sitting around watching TV instead of reading some books to get some fat on your head, this eating junk food so that you're going to end up sick later instead of building your health. These are all things that waste time. And I don't want you guys to do that. I want you to think logically about, okay, if I make this decision right here and I do this thing right here, what is going to happen? A, B, C, D. There's a video on the channel called And Then What? Search on the channel and then watch it. And it'll give you an idea how to think about this kind of stuff in the future so that when you make a decision in here and now, you will stop and think, okay, well, if I do this, well, then what? And you can start thinking, long term about things before you do them. But it's something you have to train yourself to do. You sound really young. So, it's not like I'm trying to ream you or anything, but it's a habit that you need to develop.
My 40s, so.
Yeah, but you're younger than me, so. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to be more responsible, because I'm only 36 years old. I'm going to be 37 later in the fall. So I'm kind of like, trying to figure out, okay, what can I do better not to end up getting these tickets wrapped up in my name, and ended up, being on my driving record. And, then I can't renew my driver's license and I can't.
Right. And then what? Had you thought about that, all of these things you're saying now, you would have been like, let me not park here.
Yeah, actually, it's been more like meters or something.
Oh,
I let the meters run out, and then I think, oh my God, what time is it? And then there's a ticket on my car.
girl, and there's no excuse. You got a smartphone. You could have set an alarm. Come on now.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Okay, do
Yeah.
better. Okay, love you.
Thank
Okay,
you. Bye.
bye-bye. Okay, Malia, what's your question? Oops, let me unmute you. What's your
Hi.
question? Hey.
All right. I was just typing in the back chat that I've remembered you since you introduced the term nignog and how you basically made sure young women understand that they are not to settle for anything less than their happiness.
That's it.
Anything. And so, with that in mind, I guess I'm obligated to ask you a question. So, um, what I'll ask is when it comes to men, why is it that some women are attracted to low lifes? It's like it's something about low life guys that stimulates a woman's, like, say for instance some guy is telling her some sob story like, yeah, all my life, you know something, if I was only given a chance I could have been a contender, you know what I'm saying? Like, they just throw these sob stories at these otherwise competent women and they melt like butter and sacrifice themselves to lift somebody up that has quote unquote potential. What in the heck is wrong with this picture? Can you please explain from your professional point of view and experience, detailing to the audience why this happens and why they should avoid it? Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. On this channel is a video. It's one of my 7-minute series called Never Help a Man.
Never help a man.
Never help a man. Never help a man. And if these women would just follow that, that would save them 99.9% of the drama that they encounter. From Deborah's perspective, you can't be a man if you hanging on to a woman's skirt tail. If a woman is reaching into her pocket to help you survive, to help you do anything, then you're not a man. You're a child. Ladies, how can you have sexual desire for a child? That does not compute. You got a man that's supposed to be, you want to talk about, you want a leader and you want all this stuff from him, but yet you got to take care of him. He got to drive your car. He lives in your house. He don't pay no bills. He don't have a job. He sits around and plays video games. He's full of one sob story and excuse after another. What the heck are you doing? You're making excuses because either your self-esteem is in the toilet and you don't think you deserve better, or B, you're so desperate to have somebody, anybody will do. It's one of those two, caller. It's one of those two. And, and unfortunately, we have a lot of, especially Black women who were raised, they saw this in their homes, and they were raised to think that men are special and important and that a woman should sacrifice herself for them. They are trained to do that by their parents, to be like, to sacrifice themselves for men. Sometimes it starts because they have brothers, and the girl, even if she's younger, is forced in a position to take care of the brothers and do, things for them that they should be doing for themselves. The parents do that to her. Sometimes it's a religious-based training, and sometimes it's just the socialization of that family where the men are lifted up and placed on pedestals, and everything female is viewed as second class. So sometimes we have to get into the family dynamics and kind of untrain them. It's not their fault per se, but it still drills down to the things I said: low self-esteem, or they don't think that they deserve, they don't think they deserve any better. And so it's always one of those two.
Absolutely.
But it's a hard thing, especially if she's been raised that way, to, kind of reprogram these women that, you are important, you're valuable, nobody should be placed in any kind of position above you. They're not better than you just because they have a ding-a-ling. These kind of things, they have to be retrained for that. And when I see women like that, I feel so bad for them, because their family just dogged them to think that that's their place in the world.
Mm-hmm. I think I've discovered a term called neuroplasticity in terms of how, like women, because in my opinion, drama equals trauma, right? If you are signing up for drama, you are volunteering for trauma at some point in relationship with a man that's not settled in the understanding of executing manhood. When a guy is just not executing manhood, he's going to bring some drama into your life, and that will lead to trauma. And thereby, these women that are recovering from, God forbid, abusive relationships, or at least disturbing, to say the least, what I would say is that there is a way for them to bounce back, and they have to believe that they cannot just, lay around thinking, I can't believe I got played. How did this happen? They cannot waste their time with that. There is a way to recharge your inspiration and your mind outside of what you've experienced. So I just wanted to say that to you and out loud, that there is, and you very well know this, there is a way to bounce back. Some women don't have the I guess not only they don't have the belief that they can bounce back after being devastated from a failed relationship. However, there are things like good nutrition, exercise, and things, supportive, like-minded people, that can help you bounce back. So anybody that is in grief, you don't have to continue grieving over that nignog. Okay.
That's
You don't
right.
have to do that. Thanks for your time. I know time is money, so get to what you're doing, and
Thank
best
you.
health and longevity to you. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. She brought up some good points, because resilience is something that, a personality trait that a lot of people just don't have, especially these days. That's one of the things I've noticed about this latest generation. They don't seem to have any. And I don't know, are we born with that, or is that a socialization? I don't really know, but I just know that they don't have it. And so everybody's having like anxiety and depression and meltdowns and confusion. And like if you go on some of these forums, the young people post on, you just see it over and over. I don't know what to do with my life. I'm so depressed. I have all this social anxiety. I'm like, what the hell is that anyway? And it's really sad. So a woman who is, like she said, is struggling to bounce back from a failed relationship, a lot of times they have been brainwashed to think that it's their fault. So the first part is what I was saying. They have to be reprogrammed to think to know that they are important, that they're worthwhile, that they're worthy of good love and proper treatment and stuff. Then they can reframe the situation that happened to them to see that maybe they did have a role in it. I'm not saying they don't, but they should not absorb 100% of responsibility for anything, because there's two people in the relationship. And so, it's going to be the fault of both of them at some point. Usually the woman's role is she sees red flags and she ignores them. I would say, from my perspective where I sit, that's 90% of the problem. Because the dudes will show you what kind of clown he is, what kind of idiot he is. But you guys, I don't know, you guys want to just keep hope alive and just focus on what it could be or how it was before, and but he said and all this kind of stuff, versus looking at what he's doing and how he's treating you. That's the most important part. And if he's not giving you the relationship that you want, the relationship that you need, the relationship that makes you happy, then what are you doing? Why are you there? To me, that's all of it in a nutshell. So, yeah. Let me put those over there and let's go back to this. And this guy, I saw this post and this guy had made, and I thought, oh, this is really, I think it was on Instagram, maybe. And he says, he's a young man, he's in the 28 to 34 age group. He's like, what do you think of the new dating app that requires verification that you have a minimum credit score of 675? The app was launched by a financial platform to raise awareness about the importance of finances in relationships. What do you guys think about that? That to get on this app, you got to have a credit score of at least 675, which is just at the bottom, I think, of good. That's the bottom, like the minimum to be considered, quote, good credit. What do you think about that? A whole bunch of folks would be eliminated because their credit is like 420. They need a co-signer for everything. They can't get a loan for nothing, or they get a loan. One of my friends, it's a lady I know, I'm not going to call her a friend, acquaintance, got a car loan, and she's like, oh, I got a car. I finally got a car. I said, oh, that's good. That's great. And she was telling me about her loan, and she's paying like almost 20% interest, like one of these high-ass credit cards. And I was like, what? And I was thinking, what kind of credit do you have? I didn't want to ask her, but I would just give me bus passes and work on my credit if I were her. But that's, it was her thing. That was her thing. So nobody got a thought about the credit dating thing, because money is important. After all, these dudes be talking about it like, they want you to go half and all this old stuff here. Well, she said it had, you need more than that, but you can't even participate in this thing unless your credit is 675. So, what is good credit shows? It shows payment history. What do they measure that on? Mix of credit, like revolving and, like car loan or mortgage and stuff. Payment history, longevity. Oh, balance of income to debt. Credit usage, like if you have a credit, card with a limit of, I don't know, let's say $15,000, and you have it up to 14,000. Well, that's gonna make your credit score low. It's better to have more credit cards with a lower balance than to have one or two with a really high balance. When you're talking about your credit score, I can't remember the other ones right now. What comes into credit history? Oh, length of credit. That's right. So like if you just starting out, like just got out of college and just opening your first credit cards and stuff like that, your credit score is going to be lower because your credit is new, versus somebody who's had credit, for 20 years or something, their credit score on the credit link is going to be higher. So all of those things count. And what do those things prove? That you're trustworthy, that you pay your bills on time, that you have a stable income, that you're responsible and fiscally responsible. So that's what credit scores measure. So if you have somebody with a credit score of at least 675, you did, Monica? Well, can you type it here again? Because the chat is scrolling and I can't find it. Usually people type it in with their donation amount. Like they put, they do it at the same time. So the question is there. And it highlights when you make the donation, it shows it in a colored box or something. So it gets my attention. So I could scroll up and try to find it, but I don't know. I don't see anything with your name on it. I see the yellow box. Oh yeah, my Cash App. Let me type that in there. Sorry. Usually Shay is here, but she ain't here today. So I have to do it myself. That's my Cash App. I don't see your question, Monica. Let's see. I'll go a whole bunch of stuff here. Kiki, you know what? I had a thing on my Facebook page called my Bart something. I had a cute little name for it, and every time I would have a thing about Bart, I would put it on there. But like I said, this was years and years and years ago. I don't even go to San Francisco anymore. Monica, I see your yellow box, but I don't see. I see something that says thoughts. But where's the question at? It must be way in the chat somewhere lost. Yeah, please copy and paste, or you can just use the link and just call in and ask me on the audio. That's the link. Either one is fine. We're waiting for Monica's question because she's ready to ask her question. Okay, Zufan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm nervous to speak to you. I absolutely
Why?
love and adore you and have been listening to you for over a decade. So,
Girl, that's like a sister then. Don't be nervous.
I've never called into a show before, that's why.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to ask you, excuse me, I just wanted to ask you about women and low self-esteem. I recently got out of a 6-month relationship with a guy. I had no sexual relationship with him, but he was basically Satan incarnate. I had never
Oh,
met a worse human being in my life. It was my first relationship, and I had the misfortune of meeting the devil himself. Um, and it took me 6 months to end it. Thankfully, it didn't take years. But I knew the red flags, and I saw them from day one. But I just kept continuing months on end until finally people slapped some sense into me, and I was thinking about writing into your What the Fuck Tuesday letters because I needed to be slapped too. So it's been 3 months, and I'm still tempted to go back, but I have not, and I keep standing my ground. But can you speak on that a little bit about women low self-esteem and why they want to go back to Satan himself?
Girl, yes. Let's do that. Okay. I'll mute your mic. There's many reasons that happens. First of all, you said it's your first relationship. That puts a whole different layer on it because you grew up, as most young women do, full of fantasies about the romantic vision of of a love. And you think that you found it. So you go into that relationship not really accepting what you're seeing as reality because your head is filled with dreams and wishes and hopes and fantasies about relationships and men and romance. I get it. I've been there myself. The problem comes in though when you start to see the red flags that you said you noticed and you ignore them because you're so focused on the dream instead of focused on what is the reality. That's where it becomes a problem. And sometimes it's not really low self-esteem. It's just that you just stubborn. You insist that it's going to be the way that you want it to be. And it's going to somehow, hopefully, magically morph into the vision that you had when you got into the relationship. Sometimes it's as simple as that. You just don't want to accept reality. You just want to stay in your dreamland and you just dig your heels in and refuse to accept that it's never going to be the way that you thought it was going to be. That happens sometimes. And then at other times it is low self-esteem in that the women knew the guy was a clown before they even went out with him the first time. And, nothing about him spoke to being a good choice, a smart choice, a decent person, nothing. But they do it because they just feel this emptiness and they think a relationship is going to fill it. So if you don't feel good in your own company, you think you're not enough, that you have to have a man, those are the kind of women that would stay in that kind of relationship. So I don't, having not spoken to you before, I don't know which category you would fall into. But the solution to this, no matter how you started, the solution is to start reading some books about self-esteem. And, even people with high self-esteem, there's areas of our lives where we probably feel a little shaky. And reading some books about it and, going through the exercises and the thought-provoking internal work will be very helpful in reframing your view of yourself. So I'm just interpreting from what I'm hearing from you, a lot of guilt and confusion, like you're beating yourself up for staying in it so long and, judging yourself and condemning yourself for making that choice. Please don't do that. You have to give yourself some grace. This was your first relationship. And what we're going to hope, though, is that you learn from it and that you don't ever treat yourself like this again, okay? You have to love yourself enough to feel like you deserve to be loved well, to be treated well, to be talked to like you have some sense, not like you have four paws. You have to realize that you deserve to be treated with dignity, and even if a man doesn't want to be with you anymore, he should be able to say that, express that in a way that is mature and responsible and say, let's end this. I don't want to hurt you, anymore. I don't want to hurt you at all. I know it's going to be sad when we split, but blah, 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 blah. And ladies, you can do the same thing. This is a learning experience. That's the way I want you to view this. This is a learning experience for you. And, take from it the lessons that were presented to you. Don't ignore them. Don't try to downplay them. If you need to cry about it, do that. But like I said, focus on giving yourself some grace. This was the first experience for you. What you don't want to do, though, is keep repeating this. Now, then we're going to have a problem. Okay. Then we're going to have a problem. But if it's, you take the lessons that you learn, like how to recognize the red flags early, what to do about the red flags that you see. Is this like a pink flag, or is this like solid red? Is this guy trying to become a better person? Is he doing it in a way that you can step back and appreciate his journey, not get involved with him until he's finished the journey, but you can see that he's on the path? Then he might be able to come along later and get you. But whatever it is, spend some time on the channel going through the videos on self-esteem, controlling your emotions, making smarter choices than men, what you should be looking for in a relationship with a man. The one called The Queen's Guide to Handling a Man Like a Boss is a good starting point as well. And I think you'll be okay. But give yourself some grace. Like I said, I just, the tone of your voice just sounds so, you just really beating yourself up, girlfriend. I don't want you to do that. Okay.
Yeah. Can I say more?
Huh?
Can I say more?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you for that. That really encouraged me. I really, really appreciate that. I tend to be a perfectionist. That's why I'm a lot more harder on myself. I knew better. I mean, I won't say I didn't see the red flags. I did see them. I just, like you said, I made all types of excuses because I was desperate, basically. And I was 30 years old when I started dating him. I'm just going to quickly run down not all of them, just the top red flags that will shock you. He started with first lying about his age. He said he was 34, but he was actually 40 years old. But I knew he didn't look 34 because I was like, this guy awfully looks old for 34. But because he was white, um, I didn't want to say anything because, they tend to age older, look
Mm-hmm.
older. So I just kept it quiet. Um, and then he told me he struggles with alcohol. He's been drinking since he was 14 years old. And so he's 40 years old. So he's been an alcoholic since then. He also confessed to me that he kissed his best friend's 16-year-old daughter when he was 40 years old. Um, I found a bunch of sex video recordings on his phone of all of his ex-girlfriend, including sneaking into the bathroom while they were taking a shower and recording them from the top of the shower, his ex-girlfriends. And he also took nude pictures of them while they were sleeping on the couch. He's recording them, taking off their pants, taking off their bra, and recording them, and they're completely passed out. I don't know if he gave them something to knock them out or
Sounds
what.
like it, because otherwise they would have woke up.
Exactly. And one other girlfriend, he's fondling her breasts, and she's completely out of it, and she's sitting on a chair, something like that. I was so disturbed, Deborah. I was so disturbed. He has multiple DUIs. All of his friends are ex-convicts. I mean, he has roommates with male friends that have broken into women's houses and stolen underwears. One guy broke into his ex-girlfriend's house, beat her up, and beat her boyfriend up. He's been to prison. Another one, that the father of the 16-year-old that he kissed, her dad is on the sex offender list for having sex with a 15-year-old that he met on the internet. This is what I mean. Like, I met the devil in human form. I was like, God damn. It was horrendous, and it disturbed me to my core, and it just went on and on and on and on. And I found text message with his old friends telling him, dude, your obsession with teenage girls is very creepy. And because at first when we were dating, I would like watch him how he would ogle at these young women. I'm like, what the hell is going on with this guy? And then I find a text message of his friends who broke up with him saying, your obsession with teenage girls is very creepy, dude. And then I told him one time, you come off also as a narcissistic to me. And he goes, oh, some of my friends have told me that, but those are friends that don't know me. And I said, no, those are actually friends that do know you, that can observe the fact that you are a narcissist. But yeah.
Okay, so we can stop there. But I want to know what it is about him that makes you want to go back to that. You said at the beginning of your call that you've been thinking about going back, and I'm going to ask you why.
You know, 3 months later, I can't think of anything other than I miss companionship. He
Get
was
a
a good
dog.
he was a good cuddler.
Get a dog. Get a dog today. Go get you a puppy. You need
Okay.
something to take care of and cuddle with and that'll follow you around and love you. Get you a dog. And it's going to be better than this hot mess situation that you described with this raving maniac.
Yeah.
Okay, get you a dog. The cuddly kind of dogs, little, I don't know, y'all, what kind of dogs like to cuddle the most? I used to have a cockapoo and he just stayed on me. That dog just, oh, he felt like I was being stalked. He was just on me so much. We always
Yeah.
had, I don't know, my mother had a Doberman and that, they serve two good purposes. They like to cuddle too. Plus they're very good protectors. Like you go for a walk and stuff, and ain't no man gonna be trying to holler at you and stuff because they gonna see them teeth. They'll be like,
Yeah.
oh, man, let me leave her alone right quick. So you get you a dog and
Yeah.
you stop worrying about that fool because he is that he's just bad news. And the next thing you be on his phone. See,
Yeah.
you'll be
Yeah.
on his phone and you don't know what he's doing with that stuff. Is he selling those? Is he part of some weirdo, club? Is he, streaming this stuff to his weirdo buddies? I mean, these kind of men are dangerous. Stay the fuck away from that fool. Stay away from him before something bad happens to you. Okay, all his
Exactly.
friends are convicts and they're up to no good. And you by yourself, this is a disaster waiting to happen. I'm telling you, for your own good, go and get you a dog, delete his number from your phone, and don't you ever talk to him again. You forget you knew him. This guy
Yeah.
is dangerous. This is a high-risk situation for you. The
Yeah.
most likely thing is we'd be looking for you and find you in a shallow ditch or something. Girl, leave him alone. Don't you dare. Don't
Yeah.
you even
And
think about it.
I've done it. It's been 3 months and I've deleted no contact and I never had sex with him. So that's another reason made it easier to move on to.
Oh,
So yeah.
thank goodness. Yeah, get you a puppy. You'll be just overjoyed with the love that you get. Dogs are
Yeah.
very loyal and they love you to death. And they'll sleep in the bed with you, they'll cuddle with you, and yeah, they follow you to the bathroom. It's a bit. Sometimes it's a bit much. You'll be like, "Oh, damn! Can you just leave me alone?" But that's
And
what
your,
you need.
and your videos are the ones that help me actually put a lid on it and finally say enough is enough.
Girl,
So
my hands are shaking.
yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I was shaking too when I found all that stuff. I called my girlfriend to come pick me up. I never spent the night at his house, but I was able because he was an alcoholic. He always fell asleep, so I was able to get into his phone easily and find information. And I would like shake, like just like you. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's bad.
All right. Well, let me get some of these other people in here, and
All right,
thank you for
thank you.
calling in. Okay.
Okay,
Bye
bye
bye.
bye.
Yep. This is what Debruary is all about. Okay, Monica. Is this okay? I see Monica's question. Okay, her question's about trifling in-laws. They did not acknowledge me as my husband's second wife, and I decided to stay away from my mental health. Also, to continue visiting as they're headed to the Lord soon. They are rude, and he can go along to visit. Thoughts? Absolutely. Wait, let me see. He wants me to suck it up. I won't after 5 years. I'm done dealing with their ish. I'm proud of you, Monica. Good job. You stand your ground. And if he talk about he wants you to go over there, tell him, no, that's not going to happen because all I'm going to tell him is to go, hurry up and go to the light. Go to the light. And you tell him that shit, and then he won't want you ever nowhere near his old raggedy ass parents. Yeah. I mean, my thing is, I'm kind of mad at him because that's a thing that he should be, that's a fight he should be having with his parents. It's like, what is it you hanging on to the ex-wife for so hard? Me and her are done. She's trifling out, whatever the situation was that happened to them. I'm done with her ass. And so this is the person that I've chosen. And this is my wife now. And you don't like it, that's too bad. Now, the thing is, either you're going to treat her right when we come over, or neither one of us are coming over here. Is that what you want? That would, if I were the husband, that's how I would handle my parents. It's like, we're a team here. This is a unit. So either we both come and you love us both, or you just sit here by yourselves until you croak. I'm fine with either one. And talk to them like that. And they would quickly powwow amongst themselves and decide that you are a wonderful person to welcome into their life because they want to see their son. But see, he didn't do that. So that's why I say I'm mad at him. But regardless, maybe he feels obligated because they old and he want to be with his old crunchy family. So that's fine. He can do that. But you stay at home, or every time he go over there, you go somewhere with your girlfriends or something and have a good time. So when y'all get back together, you can tell him about the fun you had. He gonna be mad that he didn't have that fun. He was over there stuck looking at them dried up crunchy people. But now I'm 100% on your side. Don't suck it up. Continue to say no and stand your ground. And if he asks you again, tell him you're going to tell him to go to the light so that this drama will be finally over. And then he'll be looking at you all kind of crazy. Where did you get that from? Let's see. So she's talking about dogs over here. German Shepherds. Yeah, I always had German Shepherds. We used to have a black labs, and they were good too. But they're bigger. I was trying to think of something that, would be smaller for her. Like, what was my first dog? I can't think of the name of what kind of dog it was right now. Cocker Spaniel, a little Cocker Spaniel. Oh, that dog was a stalker. And then later in high school, I had a cockapoo, and that dog, he found me. It was a little stray, and when I got in the car with my parents, he jumped in and he would not get out. And so we took him home, took him to the vet, and he was my dog until he died. And that one, he just like, well, I'm going with you, and there's not too much you can say about it. And that was the end of that. He was a good little dog. But yeah, that's what she needs. She wants some companionship. And dogs are really, some of these dogs are so smart. Like, you talk to them, and they, they understand what you're saying. You say, oh, go to your room and go get me such and such. They go and get it. And now they have these things I saw on TikTok or Instagram or something, like these little buttons, and the pet can press it and it will say a word. And they be giving, they be telling you stuff, and they be pressing the little buttons like, I'm hungry, or, bitch. And they had the little things, and they cuss you out and all kind of stuff. I thought it was hilarious. Let's see, what she say? No, I'm allergic now. I'm allergic. My cousin, my cousin Joy, I go to her house all the time. I'm gonna have to curtail that because she got a dog, and it's I went there and I saw the dog and I left with my nose running and stuff. I'm like, oh, and I was only there a couple of hours, so I know trying to stay overnight, I would be like in asthma land. So that fun is coming to an end. But no, I'm not getting no dog. It's terrible because I really like dogs. You are welcome, Miss Monica. You stand your ground, girl. I'm 100% in your corner. Got your back. I can't stand raggedy ass in-laws. Yeah, I was a second wife too, so I know just what you're talking about. They do struggle because it was hard, but I was a terrible daughter-in-law, so I probably not like you, but they would have reason for me not to come over because I'll be cussing everybody out. Yeah. Yeah. Labradors are extremely intelligent. German Shepherds too. No cat. Oh, hairless cats look like, that don't even look right. They look like they have a mange or something. I can't do it. So anyway, let's move on. Let's start with these advice questions. Actually, you know what? I'm starving. Let's take a short break here. I actually made a break video for y'all. Intermission video. So let's do that. Oh, I guess it would help if I unmuted my mic. Yes, I'm back. I'm back. With junk food, I made myself a sandwich. I got chips and cookies. Not bad. My neighbor gave me these. I usually don't like chocolate chips, but it has salted caramel in it or something. That's like, oh, that sounds interesting. So I took a dozen. You was dancing. Well, you just got to wait till the next break and pick back up, Miss Thing. Let us do this. Let's do an advice question. And remember, everybody, you can do, you pay your $10. If you want to get some advice right here, right now, you can do that. $10. That's US dollars for those of you who are from other countries. All right. Let's look at this question here. This young lady says the subject of the letter is my fiance wants me to sleep with another man. Oh boy. I could do with some advice on this. It's been going on for years. He has never been able to drop it. I'm in two minds. He has said, try it and see if we like it and we can do it again. If not, we never have to do it again. Why should I sacrifice something like this for him? He even mentioned introducing another couple a few times. That's one thing I could never see him with was another woman. I've said this a few times, but he still mentions it sometimes, but he has agreed for me to be with a man first, and he is desperate to watch in the same room. I don't know whether I should go through with this unless I am 100%. Should he not be worshiping my body for himself and not someone else? We have been together for 13 years, but our Nook Nook life has honestly been amazing. I've never had any concerns. We are getting married early next year. It's to a point where he won't stop asking me. He won't ask me to my face, and he gets awkward when we talk about it directly, but he will talk about it over text, not even a phone call. He will text me when I'm downstairs and he's upstairs in bed waiting for me. He will also text me when he's at work to see my response. I honestly don't know what to do. I wish he would drop it, but he won't. And to be honest, I'm concerned now that we don't have the same Nook Nook drive anymore or want the same things. There's a lot of women that let themselves get talked into doing this kind of hoish shit. And I'm going to tell you, no matter what he's doing, what he asks you for, after you consent to do it, he's going to view you differently. Are you prepared for that? See, my thing is, when a man asks me to do some whole shit, I drop the man immediately. I mean, immediately, like that day, that moment. Because if I wanted to do something like that, I would have done it already. And I don't need you to tell me what to do with my body for your entertainment. Motherfucker, for real? See, that's the problem. You haven't cussed him out. And you haven't told him about himself. You just be like, oh, he just keeps asking me. He's going to keep asking you until you give in because you just not putting up the proper boundaries, which is to dump this fool. You said, well, we've been together for 13 years and we're getting married next year. Why would you marry a man who's talking to you and treating you like this? Are you out of your mind? Because once you marry him, don't you understand that he'll think that you're his property and he can do with you what he wants to? You focus on the wrong thing. You focus on being married instead of the person that you're marrying. This guy and you are not on the same page. Your idea of a relationship is completely different. You want one person and you want fidelity and you want all this kind of stuff. And that's not going to be coming from him. I know. I don't even know what to say. Because that wouldn't be me. I'm not trying to do all of that. Tell you what, if they get married, then he's just gonna bring in the person without you even giving permission. And then what you gonna do? It's going to be too late. Somebody got chicken curry. I'm jealous. I was going to make some Jamaican chicken curry chicken, Jamaican style. But of course, I got up too late and then it was time to do the show. And I was like, oops, well, that's that ain't happening. Hey, Diva. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know people do this and they claim that they enjoy it and stuff like that, but I've never seen a marriage like this last because eventually one of the partners doesn't want to do it anymore, and the other one still does, and then the marriage ends. And you can see going into it, there's some shit that you don't want to do. It never works. Even when a woman gives in because she's trying to quote please her man end quote, you feel bad about yourself. It doesn't work. Don't do it. If he insists on it, get you a new man. That's all I can tell you. Yeah, I wouldn't trust him. You eating Indian butter chicken? Oh, I love butter chicken. You guys are making me hungry. I'm eating this raggedy sandwich and these dried up chips. That's what what he should be getting. Wow. This is very unfortunate that you haven't told him about himself and moved on to a decent man. Okay, here's a letter. Young lady, 22 to 27. The other party is 28 to 34. And she writes, the summary of issue is, Deb, how do I deal with a passive-aggressive boss? I work as a barista, a part-time job while I'm enrolled full-time in university. I've been working with my employer for nearly a year and a half. She has always been a micromanager, the type to swoop in and correct you if you don't follow protocol. She is the type to be overly friendly in one-on-one performance discussions. She has actually told me that she considers us friends. Dad, we don't text outside of work or hang out at all outside of work-related gatherings. It just comes across as fake. Recently, I have noticed that she has escalated her passive aggressiveness. For example, I waved my hand in front of the paper towel dispenser after washing my hands in the sink, and she walked over to me and tore the paper off, used it to dry her hands, and continued prattling on whatever she had yapping about nonchalantly while I'm standing there having to wave my hand again like an idiot. I swallowed my anger as I don't have another job lined up at the moment, but I plan to start looking ASAP. How should I handle this? I hate being a doormat, but don't want to come across as the invisible boundary between defending myself and lashing out inappropriately. Don't they have, I mean, you don't say who you work for, but like, don't you, if like Mr. Starbucks or some chain or something, you could just transfer to another store. You don't even have to look for another job, just put in for a transfer. But if you have to look for another job, once you have that much experience in customer service, look for jobs to say customer service on wherever it is. I mean, it might be a call center, which I wouldn't want to do because they watch you like a hawk. But I mean, you could do something, some other kind of industry even. But you're going to have to get another job, bottom line. She is what she is. When she said you were friends, why didn't you correct her? Say, no, we're not friends. We're just employees, subordinate or whatever relationship that you two have, and correct her. See, when you don't stand up for yourself on little things, it escalates. And that's what's happening right now. This is a valuable lesson for you. It's you sound young, you're still in school, and you need to learn this kind of lesson. When people start with some bullshit, you stop the bullshit immediately. You don't let them get away with one trick. Because as soon as you do them get away with one thing, they're going to just think, well, now I got away with one, I can get away with 2, 3, 5, 10, 11, 77. They're just going to keep up in the ante until you either leave or you stand up for yourself. So this is for all you young people still in college and you get ready to when you get in the workforce, When people start trying you and saying things that are incorrect about you and that involve you, you correct them immediately. And there's nothing wrong with saying, no, I don't consider us friends. I consider you my boss, my supervisor, my manager, whatever, and I'm an employee here, and that's the relationship that we have. And she would have been like, oh, but she would have understood what you was talking about. So that thing about the paper towel, I mean, that's just petty and stupid. I would have probably rolled my eyes out, wouldn't really matter too much about something like that. But if you've experienced other types of things that are, far more passive aggressive than that, it definitely would be time to move on from this position. I remember I wrote to Starbucks one time when I was a manager at this gym. There's a little Filipino kid used to come to the gym, that I managed and play basketball with the members. I would let him in because he was a member, but it was whatever. And so I went over there to get me some coffee. Right, I don't even really like Starbucks, but I need a breakfast bun or something, and I got some coffee. And this white manager, older white lady, talking. This kid's Filipino, and she was talking to him so bad and like putting down his culture, his heritage, his food. And everything, and the line full of white folks, and then me. And I'm looking at this, and then they were looking at each other, but nobody said anything. Everybody was uncomfortable. But when I got my turn to go to the register, I could see him. He was choking back tears. He's only 19 years old. And I'm like, are you okay? And he, shook his head no like that. So I looked and said, why are you talking to him like that? And she turned around. I said, I need your name. So, it's on their badge. I write it down. I go back to the office and I file this. I get on the Starbucks website and filed a complaint with the corporate office. Honey, somebody called me from there the same day. Starbucks, I mean, they were great. They were out there to the site to see me the next day. And I told them exactly what I had seen. I, repeated it from what I had written. And I said, I want you to understand this environment here is very racially mixed. And it's inappropriate to have someone who's Caucasian talking to people of color like that and representing your company. You need to do something about this immediately, or I'm going to tell everybody that you're okay with this. Because the fact that that this is how this woman has been treating this kid in full view of the public. So just imagine what she's doing behind closed doors, and you don't get rid of her. That means that you're okay with her treating people this way. And so then I'm going to get on social media. I'm going to blast Starbucks like there's no tomorrow. And she looked at my name and she could see my following on Facebook, which was huge at the time. I, don't really go in there that much anymore. And, the YouTube channel said, I will make a video about it. I will burn you. Yep. I'll do everything in my power to make sure that you go down, that this store goes downhill. Honey, they got rid of that bitch. Now, I don't know if they transferred her file. I don't know what happened, but she wasn't there anymore. That's all I can tell you. Just say on Monday, I witnessed it. Tuesday, they came to the office. Wednesday, I went back there and she wasn't there. So the kid came in to play basketball. I said, what happened to you? What happened? They said, I don't know. She's not there anymore. And he just looked so happy. That's how you take care of business and why you don't take no shit from nobody. And he learned a valuable lesson by watching how I handled that. Because his parents didn't really speak English that well, so they couldn't stand up for him. And he, he's like the first generation born here. But he was a sweet kid, very hardworking, very diligent, nice, and that's a nice young man. I enjoyed talking to him, and that's why I let him come in the gym for free. And to see somebody talking to him like that, I was not having it. I wasn't having it. And so then, I told you how I'm about kids. I mean, even though he's 19, I still thought of him as a child. And compared to me, he's a kid. I'm like, oh no, bitch, you going down for this shit here. I don't even know. And nobody was saying anything. They just looked at her. I mean, I would expect one of the white males to say something, but they didn't say anything either. Like cowardly fucks, just sitting up there, just watching her reaming this kid in full view of all the lines at Starbucks be like 10, 15 people. So it's not like a small amount of people. And she was just feeling herself, just thinking she was just all grand. And she had to be at least 60 years old, if not older. She looked old, but yeah, I'm just that we're not having that. So, that's how you have to, you just don't take shit from people. And if you see people giving other people shit, you don't take it for them either. So that's my motto. Ain't nobody doing no shit around. Not on my watch. You're welcome. Okay, this is from a young lady in the 22 to 27 age group from Virginia. She's African American, the male, the same age group, also Black. Summer issue: should I date my friend's ex? Hey, Auntie Deb, thanks for choosing my letter. I'm 24. I broke up with my now ex-boyfriend, who's 26, after we had dated for 5 months because he was very disrespectful, emotionally abusive, controlling, and a serial liar. I gave him 2 chances to change his behavior, and he didn't, so we broke up. I blocked him like you said we should. Good job. He literally told his 2 friends from college that the reason why we broke up was because I wanted marriage, and he didn't. And his friends were very disappointed and shocked that he would lie to them. And I was also pissed off because he didn't tell them exactly why we broke up, and was trying to use them to reach out to me since I had blocked him. Anyways, I really like one of his friends who's 27 ever since I saw him, but I don't let anybody know this. He's very attractive, takes good care of himself, is kind and respectful, and the conversations that we have had together have been very in-depth and meaningful. I feel like we are super compatible. I haven't gotten a hint from him yet that he likes me, and also the breakup with my ex has only been a month ago. He said he misses me since the breakup happened because now he doesn't get a chance to see me. He also said he's open for us to still keep in touch because he values our friendship even after the breakup. I don't know if I should make a move or wait for him to make the move. I know he has dated one of his other friends' ex in the past, and that didn't work out, so I don't know if he'll be willing to do it again. I'm going to say this. I mean, now you might like him. He might be the cat's fucking meow, but you stay the fuck away from this man. Stay away from him. You are not friends with your men's friends. Why do so many women get that confused? That's a boundary that you should never cross. His friends are his friends, not yours. So these women, they're like, oh, yo, I'm friends with him too. No, you're not. You know him because of your ex-boyfriend, but he's not your friend. Okay? Don't get shit twisted. And you're not going to date him either. That's trifling. Like there's no other man in this world that you could like. It has to be that one that's connected with your ex. That's just nasty. And he already got a habit for doing that, dating his friends' exes. Leave that nasty fucker alone. He don't have no boundaries of friendship either, no respect. So you not looking at this right. You're not looking at this big picture. So you date one of your man's friends, and then y'all break up, and then so now it's 2 dudes that know each other that both slept with you and both dated you and both got all kind of dirt on you, and you think that's okay. That you don't see a problem with that. All the other millions of men in your area, and you got to go get 2 that know each other and they're good friends. Stop being in contact with this man. He misses you so fucking what? Let him get a dog. He, wants to reach out and you think he's cute and stuff. So what? You can think whatever you want to, but that's as far as it's going to go. And this is it. This is a boundary. Your parents should have taught you this. You don't go after anybody connected with your ex-wives, ex-husbands, ex-girlfriends, ex-boyfriends. You don't do it. It's just gross and disgusting behavior. You'll be passing yourself around like a tray of hors d'oeuvres. What's wrong with you to even think this shit? No, you're not going to do this. Yeah, it's trifling. And the dudes are just they in cahoots and be like, yeah, you think you can tap it too? Yeah, because she does this trick with her tongue and it's just, that's what's going to happen. And your little dumbass don't even understand it. You just going to put yourself in that trap. Stay the fuck away from both of them and anybody connected with him. His family, his friends, his associates, his acquaintances, his co-workers, anybody. You stay away from them. Make your own life somewhere else. And stop this. Oh, that pissed me off for some reason. Let me take a bite of. Look at my big old sandwich I made. I don't even usually make sandwiches, but I had a craving for one today. Can you see? Why is there a hole there? Something sliding out. Yeah, that's super trifling behavior. Let's move on to the next one. Young lady, 22 to 27. She's from North Carolina. She's African American and a Taurus. Female, the other person in question is female, 50 to 56, a Capricorn who's also Black. Tell me of issue. Should I go no contact with my family? I love my family, but I'm planning to move out by next year. I'm looking for work in my field of graphic design. I graduate this year. I can't tell anyone that I'm moving. I would have to literally have everything behind, leave everything behind, and leave a letter telling them I'm safe. They're the type to do random visits without calling. They help pay my tuition, and I feel somewhat indebted to them. The issue is my mother periodically says hurtful things and then says, I love you, jabs at my appearance and weight, and says, you really think anybody's impressed by you? Wow. When I started commuting, I think she means commuting, to college, 30-minute drive, my mother insisted I take online classes because she didn't trust me to drive myself. There's a tracker on the car and they can see my location. Wow. For years, I dealt with stress by overeating, and I recently lost some weight by dieting. Sometimes being at work made me feel less isolated. I was never allowed to have friends or meet people outside of my family. After I move, I don't think I'll make friends. I just want to live alone and have some peace. Said she wished her children loved her as much as her pets do. Nobody tells her no because we're all afraid of her. When we tell her no, she starts raising her voice and demands we do it her way. Then we backtrack. Even when we try to do nice things for her, she usually gets annoyed and snaps at us. She tells us what to order at restaurants, demands that we go out on vacation with her, and if we work, tells us to call out. She will check to make sure I'm at work. She gets upset because I walked down the street for exercise and said the outside world isn't safe, and said I want you here with me where it's safe. If she or my sister don't like my hairstyle, she will restyle my hair before I go anywhere. She and my sister buy everything else outfits so we can all match. Your mother is mental. I feel like our relationship is better now. When I was a kid, I barely spoke to my mom, and I didn't bond with her. None of my siblings did. If she said something hurtful, I wouldn't talk to anyone for days. At times, we have crawled in bed with our parents and watched TV, and we are in our 20s and 30s, and usually one of us falls asleep. Don't pick someone's favorite cup, or there might be a physical altercation, and our parents are like, stop fighting, y'all. My parents did their best, but I believe the mother she wanted to be and couldn't be, she is trying to be now. I want a healthy relationship with my mom where I can say no sometimes and she's not screaming at home. Nobody in my mom's family talks to her. They exclude her from events. Well, I can see why. She's a control freak and weird as hell. Who would treat their kids like that? Yeah, when you leave, you don't tell them anything, just leave. Like, you going to school or something and then just disappear. Get rid of your phone. Get you a burner phone and text her and say, I'm safe and I've run away. I've left the family. Don't try to contact me. I'm done with all of y'all. And then that'll be that. Because, this is a very unhealthy dynamic in this family that you have. I don't understand your mother, like such controlling, even your hairstyle and clothes. And of course, she's trying to make you feel like you're useless and worthless, because people with low self-esteem will cling to the person who's telling them that they're useless because they think they can't do any better. That's how she wants you to be. It's like it's an abusive relationship. Tells you what to order at restaurant, like she controls your stomach too. And tells you to call out from your job. No. Your plan is right to cut ties with the family. You're on the right track. Yeah, this mother is ridiculous. Okay, now this is from a woman, and she says, dudes, I want you to stop asking to hang out. So this sounds like more of a rant than really an advice letter, but let's see what she's talking about. I'm 34 and I'm taking a sabbatical for dating for a few years. Feeling lonely, so I got back on the app to see if maybe I could find someone that I'm interested in. Somehow I started talking to a cool guy. We don't match on everything, and it probably wouldn't be a long-term thing, but it would be nice to go on a date again. However, he keeps asking, so when are we going to hang out? In your 30s? And this is just unfolded memories of men on these apps. What are you doing? What are you doing tonight? What are you wearing? WYD. Oh no, this is why I left. Men, just ask a woman on a date. A plan has a place, a day, a time of day. Would you like to come to dinner with me at 7 p.m. on Friday to Olive Garden? Please also ask in advance, not hours before. I know that's a next level ask. Then I can say, yes, well, that'll be lovely, kind sir, as I curtsy my skirt. Anyway, I closed the apps and all I could respond with was, what is hanging out? She made like the frowny face. This is the end of my new romance. Oh, poor thing. Yeah, I mean, I've talked about that before. Men, past college, you don't hang out. Okay, you don't hang out. You're a grown man. You ask a woman out on a date, and it has romantic overtones. She knows it's a romantic overtone. You hang out with your dog. You hang out with your brother. You hang out with your ex-college buddies or whatever, your friends. But you don't hang out with a woman that you have a romantic interest in. Men do that because it lessens the burden of rejection, their fear, because it's just a hangout. You haven't really asked for a date. You just said hang out. So I guess they feel like that makes it, it's okay. They don't get their feelings as involved in it or something. I don't know. It's stupid. But, any man who would come to me and say, well, let's hang out, I say, fuck you very much. Get out of here. You're too immature for me to be bothered with. Don't ever call me again. And that'll be the end of that. Because, if that's his mentality, that means he's stupid. He has no understanding of male-female romantic relationships, and he's approaching it like a teeny bopper. No, hell to the no. And if you women would stop going with them when they say, let's hang out, and tell them grow the fuck up and ask a woman out properly, then they would stop doing that because it wouldn't get them any results, right? I'm not hanging out with your ass. Get out of here. Even my male friends know better than to ask me that. They'll say, hey, I want to go, you want to go get dessert with me? Or, let's go get some dinner or something like that. They're specific. It's not a hangout, which implies you don't know what the fuck is going on. There's no agenda to it. You just wandering the streets aimlessly like a homeless person. I'm not trying to do that. My God. Okay, now here we go with another question. Young lady, 35 to 41 from West Virginia. She's white and a Pisces. The male in question is 50 to 56. He's white and he's also a Pisces. Summary of issue: how to deal with a difficult husband. Hello, Deb and the squad. I'm 40 and my husband is 50. We've been married for 9 years. We have a 7-year-old autistic daughter. My husband is always in a bad mood. This has been going on for a year. He works 40 hours a week and I'm a stay-at-home mom. He doesn't have to lift a finger when he comes home. We eat dinner and he goes right to playing video games all night. He says he's tired all the time. He won't go see a doctor, so I'm fed up. He never appreciates anything I do. He used to be a great guy. I don't know what to do. I really don't want to divorce. Thank you for reading this. You're the best. You don't know what to do? What would Deb do in such a situation? Why? Okay, you say, oh, you're the stay-at-home mom, so he does. Oh, I see. So he doesn't have to lift a finger when he comes home. I see how you do things. And you eat dinner and he goes to playing video games all night. Why don't you hide his video game console? Put it in the trunk or something. Put it up in the storage or store it at a neighbor's house in the basement or something. So he has to pay attention to you. And then tell him that, that's why you did it, because he never talks to you anymore and the marriage is going downhill. And ask him if he cares. If he says he doesn't care, then tell him where the video game is and figure out, your next move, because that would mean that your marriage is over. And I know you don't want to divorce, but guess what? A marriage takes two people working at it, not just one. Both partners have to want it. Both partners have to put energy into it. Both people have to, feel like it's a viable thing that they want to keep alive and make each other happy. You can't do that by yourself. So, when you hide the video game console, have that conversation with him. So, I've noticed this and that, and our marriage is suffering for it. Do you want to get a divorce? Because that's where we're headed. If this continues, it's that we can't keep going like this. Something has to change. So what do you suggest that we do? And have an honest conversation with him. Because, maybe something's bothering him. He hasn't told you about it. And he's, hiding from it and trying to avoid it versus dealing with it up front. But forcing an issue will make him have to face it and talk to you about it. It might be a health condition. It might be something going on in his job. We just don't know what it is because he hasn't said anything. But that's the only way that you're going to get his attention is when you hide his video game console so he can't play video games and he will have to talk to you. And just tell him you'll give it back after you guys have this conversation. Okay? That's what I would do. But knowing me, I would take the video game and put it in the street and on the highway somewhere because I love pitching stuff out on the freeway. I'd be like, oops, oh my, it fell out. I had it on the window and it fell out. Yeah, 50 years old playing video games all night like a big ass baby. But that's what I would suggest that you do because that way, at least, you know, the closure that a lot of women feel like they have to have, you would be able to have it. You would get your questions answered and he would, you know, tell you what's going on. Of course, the decision after that is up to you. But if this continues like this, you have to let them know that, you know, the marriage would be dead. I mean, what would be the point of just hovering around each other like roommates, less than roommates, because even roommates have conversations. This is from a young lady in the 22 to 27 age group. She's African American. She says, my boyfriend, 4 months older than me, for some reason really likes to call me Ma, and it makes me uncomfortable sometimes. How do I tell him that I don't like it? You just tell him you don't like it. I had a boyfriend like that. Oh, that was when I was in Texas at college. What did he call me? Not Ma, Mama or something like that. Anyway, it was some reference to being somebody's mother. I don't remember exact word at this point because I blinked it so hard. And he wanted me to call him Daddy. I was like, what? Are you crazy? That's what I call my father. When I call him on the phone, I'll be like, Daddy this and Daddy that. I'm not calling you that. And he was like, why? You know, my parents do it. I said, your parents are stupid. What you want from me? You call me by my name and I'll call you by yours or honey or baby or sweetie or something like that. But I'm not going to ever call you daddy. And don't you ever dare call me mama or whatever the fuck he was talking about. And I mean, just association like that is so like, ew, like incesty or something. I just not with it. Just not with it at all. So I understand exactly what you mean, but you know, you just got to tell them that, you know, I got a daddy and it ain't you, and you got a mama and it ain't me. So we're not going to call each other that. That's what I said, and you can borrow my phrasing. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know. So any kind of association like that, where people, you know, try to be, you know, and make it childish, that's a turnoff to me. I want to be with a grown man. Okay. I don't want any influence of any kind of thought, any wording, any joking, anything that alludes to a parental role for me over that man. That's a turn off. That just will not work at all ever. So yeah, I'm not down with it. Not down with it at all. Okay, let's move on to the next one. You know, we didn't do our advice show this week because I was saving it for today. Female, 20 to 34. She's black and white, biracial. She's an Aquarius from Michigan. The male in question is 35 to 41. He's an Aries and he's Latinx. So I'm having an issue. I'm moving in and have yet to meet his daughters. I'm dating this guy that lives in Maryland. I live in Michigan, and I'll be moving to Maryland and living with him in about 3 months. For background, him and I met about 2 years ago while I was visiting Michigan, and we stayed in contact ever since. We'd video chat for hours almost every night and had a great friendship. We knew we liked each other, but had an understanding that neither of us were in a position to be together. He was going through divorce, and I was in a situationship. So we just kept it friendly, that is, until a few months ago. His divorce was finalized, and my situation was over. So he brought up the idea that we would make a great couple and I should move in with him. It was such a crazy idea, but after a few months, I started to consider it. Ever since I agreed to move, everything's been perfect. He flies me out to see him on the weekends. He treats me so well. Our chemistry is great. Everything is perfect, except I have yet to meet his 2 daughters. He has a 12 and a 13-year-old from his previous marriage that who don't even know I exist. What? I met his mom, grandma, aunts, cousins, friends. Everybody else in his life knows about me but his daughters. he says that he wants to wait until I move in to tell them, and I find that a little strange. I think he's just scared that I might change my mind about moving there, and that's why he wants to wait. I'm not sure. Everybody else in my life thinks that this is a red flag. Every other area in our relationship is great so far, so I don't see this as a red flag. What do you think? That's just a red flag. That's a fucking Chinese parade of red flag. You stupid if you don't think that that's inappropriate. Okay, those girls are a huge part of his life. Okay, more so than his aunts, cousins, and all them other people that you met. I want you, don't you give notice about your place or nothing. You're going to go out to his house and you're going to stay there for 2 weeks. You're going to take 2 weeks of vacation from your job. You're going to be in the house for 2 weeks. And during them 2 weeks, he's going to have visitation with them girls. And you tell him, until I meet those daughters of yours and spend some time with them, I'm not moving anywhere. So bring them over here so I can meet them while I'm here on this trip. And you're going to get to see 12 and 13. The 12-year-old might be okay, but 13-year-olds are vicious little bitches. Okay. My daughter was just the sweetest child. She went to bed one night when she turned 13 and woke up crazy and stayed crazy for the next 3 or 4 years. And if they ever have any fantasy about their parents getting back together or something, seeing you there is going to destroy it, and it's going to make them flip the fuck out. So you to move into a situation with a man that you haven't really dated, barely really know, except for some video chats and stuff, are making a serious, serious mistake. Stay your little ass in Michigan, go visit him for 2 weeks and make a better assessment of how you are with him one-on-one and living under the same roof, and how he is with them girls and how you are with them girls. Okay. You just, getting yourself all wrapped up in the high fashion, fancy romance of it all and stuff. And a man who just got divorced, I mean, what is he doing? Aren't you suspicious that this is kind of a rebound thing? He just used to having some woman in his house in his bed. And so you was nearest one, so you fit the bill. So he invited you to fill the gap left by his wife. Girl, you are not thinking clearly at all. You better slow this down and get real. I mean, 13-year-old girls are just crazy. That's all I'm going to say. I know how I was at 13, but I don't know. I didn't really get crazy till I was about 19, really, when I just went crazy. But then I told you, we was too scared of my parents to go too crazy about anything. I wasn't trying to try them folks. I'm not trying to do nothing that would get them in an uproar. Until I got old enough so I had a job and stuff. So if I made them have an uproar, I could be like, well, I'm moving out. Okay. That's how you do it. Now this lady says, I found out that my husband, we're both 29, has a hidden spank bank filled with pictures of my sister. Oh my God. You're still married? Me and my husband are high school sweethearts. I would say he is the male version of me. Before this, we never had a fight, just a disagreement once in a blue moon. We've been together 12 years and have 2 sons, 1 and 2. We are close to the white picket fence life as it gets. Me and my sister, she's 25, are as opposite as they come. I'm a tall brunette that's a little heavy set due to my back-to-back pregnancies. My sister is a short, petite blonde. I'm a hard worker who went to college and have a career. My sister surprisingly finished high school and barely holds a part-time job. I seem to take care of everyone and everything but myself, and I've never minded it. My sister, in her own words, has said all she cares about is looking hot. My husband is an amazing partner. He works his butt off to provide for this family, while also putting in as much effort in childcare and housekeeping as I do. I respected and trusted him completely and without question. Okay. I can only describe it as woman's intuition. I went looking through some of his Discord messages. He hadn't been himself lately, and something just told me to do it. I don't know what I thought I would find, but I certainly didn't expect this. A message thread of him bragging about how hot my sister is. Photos of her he had sent, and messages saying she was the best 10-10 nook he ever had. My world shattered. The biggest question I had was when and how. They've always been very appropriate with each other, never given any reason to expect this. The look of complete shame on his face is what I remember. He began a long confession of how, although he does find my sister attractive, he's never had nook with her. It was essentially made up locker room talk with the boys to make it look like he had scored a total babe. After me asking questions and him answering honestly, he confessed that he wanted to keep a secret folder with pictures of my sister, but that he deleted it long ago and didn't have it anymore. He even showed me how he would hide the pictures because I have always had access to his phone. Well, curious me remembered his old phone from several years ago sitting in the dresser drawer. Once alone that night, I charged it up and agreed now I should not have looked. Dozens of pictures of my sister from Facebook, Instagram, and candid pictures taken fitted his hidden spank bank. This had gone on for years, and I had no clue. Absolute heartbreak consumed me, and several nights later, I told my husband I wanted a divorce. I would not compete with my sister for my husband's attention. And how could I ever be in a room with my sister again and not feel inadequate? This wasn't some woman he had been had a fling with and never saw again, but he would see her at every family barbecue, birthday, holiday, etc. He said he would have none of it. He said he knew his actions were wrong, but he never imagined how devastated I would be to find out. And how could I do anything that he could do anything to help me heal? And his defense was that was his defense, rather. It's been a year since the discovery, and he has spent that time constantly reassuring me, helping me, blah, 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 blah. And she said she never took anybody. So, okay. But recently I had a constant nagging feeling that my sister knew something about my husband's feelings. Several things she said involving my husband that before I would have thought innocent now seem suspicious. I brought this up to him, asked if there's anything she knew that I did it. Once again, I saw the look of shame. He confessed in previous years that he would grab my sister's butt when the opportunity presented itself. It had happened dozens of times, spaced out over the years, and was a flirty little thing between them. Wow. Obviously, I once again shattered it to a million pieces. This was now a physical relationship they had behind my back. He swears it never went any further. He explained that he suspected my sister of intentionally doing things trying to get his attention, mostly around the time that she was having boyfriend trouble. Basically, she was being a big tease. I knew he was going to try to find a way to blame her. In hindsight, I can recall several instances I should have picked on and brushed off as nothing. So yes, I believe she did, in fact, participate in what he claims. I asked why he never said anything about this before, and he said that he had stopped it years ago and didn't want to stir up any drama with me. I am trying so hard now to be okay, but this is a huge setback to my healing. I feel broken all over again. I'm angry at both of them. I feel like a fool. Part of me says my husband is a sneaky, lying asshole and I should leave him, break his heart like he has done me. The other part says he's a great husband and father. He's a human who made a mistake and is actually trying to correct his wrong, so I should work on forgiveness and healing. If you or the squad has any advice on this situation or what I should do moving forward, I'd love to hear it. Do y'all have any advice? I don't think I have any advice on this shit. If it was my sister, I'd beat her ass, and if it was his, he'd probably be pushing up daisies right about now. Nobody got any advice. I'm just, remember me talking a couple of weeks ago about how women who are married think their husbands are great and wonderful and that they be bragging about them and stuff. And I say, no, because men, they just can't help it. They always disappoint us. They always do some egregious shit, whether it's the next day when you meet them, the same day you meet them, a month later, a year later, or a decade or two later. But the other shoe always drops. Remember me saying that? I have not met a woman yet who has not had at least one shoe drop in her marriage. Now, some of them choose to stay in the marriage and others be like, boop, I'm out. But, you remember me saying that? The other shoe always drops. So women, you get into these marriages thinking that, it's going to be like the fairy stories of Daniel Steele novel. It's never like that. Marriages are hard work and men are garbage for the most part. I mean, I haven't seen nothing to change my mind. They be really cool up until the minute that they're not. And then your whole world gets rocked and devastated. And people are like, well, but your husband was good. Yeah, he was. But he has, who knows what would have happened if he was still alive and we were still, still together. I'm sure a shoe would have dropped by now too. But of course, then I would be in whatever the female version is of prison of San Quentin, but because, I'm just crazy like that. I'm not having it. Yeah, you don't put men on a pedestal. You deal with what is. And see, with her, this poor lady here, he's an amazing husband and father. Well, where's the amazing husband part that would do some shit like this? How can you use the word amazing in the same sentence that you're describing him grabbing your sister's ass and having a spank bank and bragging online about having screwed your sister? I mean, where's the amazing part there? See, that to me, that would be street strikes, and we're done here, sir. These are some things, and my sister, I would have no relationship with her either. Because, if he did something like that, she's supposed to tell you, say, your husband grabbed my ass and I don't appreciate it. Instead, if this is going on for years and years, you're right, that she's complicit in it. So, I wouldn't have anything to do with her either. I'd probably take my kids and move to the other side of the country or move to another country and not be bothered with any of them ever again. If my parents were to see me, I'd fly them in and fly them out. And that would be the end of that relationship with that part of the family. I don't know if you're prepared to do anything like that. But see, when people are that willing to betray you, you can never trust them again. You can never trust them. So I'm not really sure what it is that you want me to say here. I mean, you stayed around and got devastated the second time. What else is coming? What else has he not told you? See, that's what my mind would be. What else are you hiding that I'm not going to find out for another year? This wouldn't work for me. You do you, though. I wouldn't want a husband who behaved, who thought that this kind of stuff was okay and was hiding it from me. That wouldn't work for me. Under any circumstances. Got this some kind of fizzy water, lavender cucumber drink. I'm trying this. Well, we won't be buying this again. I like to try new stuff, though, but next. Okay, let's look at the next letter. This is lady 35 to 41. She's European. Pisces from West Virginia. Summary of issue, talking to your kids about dating. Hello, Ms. Deb and the squad. I love your channel. I've been married for 9 years and have a 7-year-old daughter. She has autism level 2. What is, I don't know what that means. Anybody know what that means? Can explain it? What are the main points that I should be talking about? I want her to be well informed. It seems like a lot of boys are watching them manosphere videos. I worry about her future. Thank you so much for choosing my letter. You're going to tell her the same thing that we tell every young girl. I mean, just because I don't know what autism level 2 is, if somebody can explain that to me, maybe I could probably look it up myself on Google. I've got my web browser open. Let me see here. Hold on. TISM level 2. Oh, there's 3 levels of autism. Okay, level 2. Here we go. What does level 2 autism mean? Level 2 autism is a moderate level of autism where an individual requires substantial support to function in daily life. They may struggle with social interactions, communication, and behavior, as well as sensory sensitivities and changes in routine or environment. Therapies and intervention, as well as support from family and caregivers, can help individuals with level 2 autism to improve their quality of life and reach their full potential. Okay. She needs support to function in daily life, struggle with social interactions, communication, and behavior, as well as sensory sensitivities and changes in environment. I see. says one of the most prominent characteristics of level 2 autism is difficulty with social interaction. Individuals with this level may struggle with initiating and maintaining social interactions, as well as understanding social cues and body language. They may also have difficulty engaging in back and forth conversation and may struggle to develop and maintain friendships. Huh. Well, do you really think? Though this, I guess a lot of guys have this, and I never knew that autism had levels like that. Just learned something. A lot of the men that we see online, I think, on these dating apps, I think they sound like they on the spectrum. I would say that, you got to sit her down. Since she's going to have trouble with social cues, she may decide, in a situation that she likes a guy and be like all up on him and not really be able to understand when he's not interested back. That would be a big risk factor for her. The communication would be a problem too. I mean, will she understand like sexual innuendo and when people are being inappropriate, saying things that they shouldn't be saying to her, like talking to her using phrases that are inappropriate or like all up under her clothes and stuff like that? You better teach her because she won't know otherwise. You gotta be very blunt so she understands. If they say this kind of stuff to you, it means that, and then you need to walk away and tell mommy or something like that. Oh shoot, I forgot I closed the window. But other than that, I mean, all young girls need to learn pretty much the same thing about handling themselves on dates, watching their drinks, watching their food, not letting people just walk up and give them, cups of stuff or, things like that because you don't know what's in it. And, teach her about how to watch herself when she's on a date. If an emergency should arise, like the guy starts trying to take her someplace that she doesn't want to go, or another guy shows up and she's supposed to be out with one, and now suddenly there's two or three dudes there. What was she supposed to do? These are all things that parents should be teaching their daughters of how to extricate themselves from situations. That's why I don't like to go to dudes' houses, though. So the girl's like, I'm going over to so-and-so's house. I'm like, no, I'm not going. Because I don't trust that kind of stuff. I just seen too much shit. You sitting up there thinking it's just going to be you and this dude having a cozy evening. And he got people that, they magically decide to show up. And so now you sitting you by yourself and there's 4 dudes in this house. Him and his 3 buddies. And I would want to know why he let them in. He would say, man, I'm on a date and I'll come back tomorrow. You see what I mean? That's just something that I just don't like, that kind of stuff. And I'm not trying to be there. And so I don't go to dudes' houses just for that reason. I'm not doing it. So those are just some things that come to mind. Other than that, you could sit here with her and watch some of these videos and then, stop them every so often and ask her if she understood what she just heard. And if she didn't, rephrase it for her so that she does understand, and then start playing again. So again, we referenced the videos. There's a 3-part video on disrespect in relationships. You should definitely let her learn about those things. And the Queen's Guide to Handling Men Like a Boss. Start with those so that she can get, a foundational level of understanding of men and how to date. That would be my recommendation. But you're going to have to sit with her if she has comprehension issues and explain it to her in a way that she can understand, because she needs to know these things. Right? How many hours have we been on? I'm getting tired already. I need to eat my sandwich. Oh my God, it's only been 3 hours. Okay, well, let's move on to this next letter. Female, 28 to 34. She's biracial from Arkansas. The male is 28 to 34, and he's Latinx. Summary of issue. My boyfriend's job is wearing him down. Hi, Deb. Big fan here. Thanks to you, I took a leap and ended up in my current relationship, which has been going strong for over a year now. We even live together. He recently got a job doing social work, and it's been causing him severe stress. Yeah, it's not a career I'd want. He's usually a very sweet, happy, mellow person. He expressed concerns for this line of work before he even got hired. Honestly, Dad, we believe he got hired because our country and surrounding areas have a very high Hispanic population, and he's the only Spanish speaker that applied. He has no relevant experience in this field. He has to travel to other cities to undergo training modules, which have resulted in long nights, long hours of driving, and extended time away from me and his family. He has to deal with dozens of cases at a time, which have involved severe child abuse and transporting these children in dangerous situations, which require him to be escorted by the police to homes and courthouses. Someone even came to the office making death threats. It's caused him to become severely depressed, forgetful, and a bit paranoid of being out in the open. He's become restless, twitching and mumbling in his sleep. Oh my God, he's seriously stressed. He keeps expressing that he doesn't know if he can handle it long term. I told him he can try to write it out if he wants, but if he chooses to leave, I fully support his decision. There's not much else I can do other than be there to support him, right? He did promise me that he would start talking to a therapist. I wanted to ask you, because of your relevant experience with social work, how did you cope with it? What made you decide to leave? What do you think he should do? Thanks. I was not a social worker. I worked with the social workers in adult protective services. And this was adult protective services. I could never do child protective services type of work because, I'm kids, that's my soft spot. And if I saw somebody that had done something to a kid, I wouldn't wait for the police. So I would be beating their ass myself or be shooting them or something. And so it would be like, I would be a criminal. I already know that wouldn't work for me. But what they do to adults, you got these old people that are defenseless, just like little kids. They're weak and frail and, sometimes got dementia or whatever, sick, and their own kids usually. It's usually their kids or grandkids are the ones who dog them out the most. It's just horrible. I never knew people could treat their parents and grandparents so badly until I'd had that job. So what he definitely should have a therapist. I mean, I'm surprised his work hasn't provided one. I thought they did that as a part of the benefit package, that they get free counseling. So he should look into that. And what made me leave that was just what I said. It was just too disturbing for me to see people treat seniors that way. I mean, in most cultures, the old people are respected and coddled and listened to and taken care of and stuff. Not in the United States. They treat you like you are old shoe and just dogging these folks out. One woman's, her son came from the Philippines, right? And the sister lived with the mother, and it was the mother's house in Union City. And the house, over the years had increased in value. So it was like close to $1 million a home. He came from the Philippines when the sister was at work, had the mother sign a power of attorney, and she was her son, right? So she trusted that what she was signing was, whatever he told her it was. So the power of attorney. So then he put the house on the market, sells the house, puts the money in his pocket, and goes back to the Philippines. So the sister and the mother didn't even know what's going on. And then, so now, they ended up homeless. I mean, the sister luckily had a good job as an RN, so she, was able to pick up and, move things around pretty quickly. But the mother lost everything behind her trifling son. And so then since he dipped out, I mean, she had signed the power of attorney. The sister didn't know when it happened or anything, but, it was some manipulative garbage, backstabbing stuff. And so he made off with close to $1 million US in the Philippines. His ass is living like a hog. But that's the kind of stuff I kept seeing. I kept seeing it over and over. These old people, their sons would be like garbage, and they put their house up like for bail bonds or something. Son don't show up, the bail bonds will come and sell the house. Vehicles, all kind of stuff. So, because of their kids and grandkids, taking their medication, taking their money, beating them, all kind of stuff was going on. Leaving them, in like pissy diaper things all day. Supposed to be they're getting money from in-home support services to take care of them, and they're nowhere to be found. The old person sitting in pissy diapers all day. There used to be a woman on MacArthur, older lady, that her family would sit her out at the curb on the street, wrapped up in quilts and shit in a wheelchair all day while they went to work. I would drive by and see it. And one day I called the police. I said, "Are you aware this is, this is it?" They said, "What?" I said, "Oh, so nobody had ever called before?" And they said, "No." So after that, I didn't see the lady anymore. I guess they probably put her in a home or something. But yeah, just bundle her up into quilts and shit. What if it starts raining? What if the car jumps up on the curb and runs over the lady? She just put her out on the street. like she was a trash bag. So this is the kind of shit that I saw. And I just, yes, outside, girl, outside, outdoors. And sometimes, you know, it'll be really hot in Oakland. It gets really hot. She just be after they put an umbrella up to shield her from the sun. But, you know, the sun moves. So, I mean, are they going back to change the location of the umbrella? Or the lady just in the shade part of the day and the rest of you get baked alive outside in this wheelchair who can't walk and defend herself? So this is the kind of stuff that I saw people doing. I couldn't take it. I couldn't take it. So I had to leave that alone. It was too stressful. Yeah. So, you know, people who are social workers and who can be social workers for years and years, they have my utmost respect because they do a tough job and it really doesn't pay that much money, to tell you the truth. But they do a very necessary thing to save those who can't save themselves. So they deserve our respect and consideration. Because without them, a whole bunch of people wouldn't be here. Because they run interference and bring the police involved, you know, get police involved, doctors, stuff, medical treatment, people get the medical treatment they deserve and stuff like that. They run interference and protect children and old people. Can't protect themselves. So, yeah. He's not going to, working with children, I think the turnover is really high because it's so awful. So just support him as much as you can and encourage him to see a therapist, you know, start seeing a therapist immediately. And like I said, it should be part of his benefit package. And, you know, you don't really have to have experience at it. You learn on the job. Even when you go to school about it, I mean, they teach you the theories, but you learn the job on the job. Okay. Okay, here's another letter. This is a young lady of 27, and the male is in his 40s. It says, what should I do? I don't know how to address this situation. I work in an elementary school, and I supervise about 30 staff during the day. She's only 27. Wow, that's a lot. I worked at the school for 2 years now, previously coming from another one in the district. Over the course of my time, I have come friendly, not friends, but we chat at work with another employee who's a 40-ish male who our jobs partner with each other semi-frequently. Often he comes into my office and we'll chat for a few minutes, usually nothing crazy. However, on occasion, this coworker will make comments that border on flirting. When this happens, I usually just awkwardly laugh, change the subject, or walk away. I do also remind him I am not single. Well, the other day, he was showing me something on the ceiling that needs to get repaired in my office, and out of nowhere, he smacked my butt hard. One of my employees witnessed this event as well. I quickly exited the room, but did not say anything. I later was in my office when that employee who saw came in and asked if that was sexual harassment. It's now been about 2 weeks and things are awkward. I feel uncomfortable at work. What should I do? You should have got up and immediately went to whoever the head administrator of it is, dragging the employee who witnessed it with you and told it. Why are you telling me? What the fuck am I going to do about it? And you say you're not single. Who's your boyfriend, husband, or whatever? I would tell him too. I tell everybody. Tell everybody at the school what he did. And then, you know, file a sexual harassment action against him. Because that is just so overt and just out there. It's just ridiculous. And he didn't even care. He did it in front of somebody. Just imagine if you were by yourself, what would have happened? You better take care of the shit like pronto, chick, and stop running scared, letting the shit go for 2 weeks. That shouldn't have went for 2 minutes. You should have been reporting his ass. You women who don't want to say shit and tell these men off just kill me. And he was flirting with you and you didn't say anything. You laughed it off. That's why again, when you don't stop shit right in its tracks, it escalates. And it always happens like that. You're supposed to tell him, don't be trying to flirt with me. That's bordering on sexual harassment. I'm not having it. I'm here in a professional capacity and I expect you to do the same. That's what you should have said to him when he started that shit in the first place. Then he would have known that you wasn't down with it. But since you didn't say anything, he's like, oh, okay, well, it's okay then. And so then he escalated. And that's what always happens when you don't fucking speak up and stand your ground. You lazy ass women, scary asses. What the fuck was so hard about going down the hall and reporting him that you couldn't do it? Why is that so scary to you? Have you no pride about yourself at all? You just gonna be letting men grab the fuck on you and you don't do nothing about it but write to me? Like I can do something. Ooh, Lord have mercy. Parents, do better with your daughters. Female 35 to 41. She's black and Aquarius from Pennsylvania. Male 42 to 49, Capricorn, and he's also black. So I have an issue. I am completely over this relationship. I bet you are. I'm in need of some advice. I want to end my relationship with my boyfriend. We are currently renting a place together, but I'm no longer invested emotionally and I'm ready to move on after 8 years. 8 years? The thing is, I think he can sense it because he's been talking about finally buying a ring and proposing, wanting to have kids, him not getting any younger, etc. But I don't want these things with him anymore. I guess I got tired of begging all these years, and now that he's ready, all of a sudden I'm not. Feels like a switch has been turned off in me. I'll be 35 in January, and he will be 42. Even though I've always wanted marriage and kids, I feel like I'm only doing it out of panic and fear at this point. I have a good relationship with his family, and they've expressed how excited they were for us to start a family. And I feel guilty because once I break it off with him, I'll be hurting them too. So fuck them. I picture myself spending my 35th year happily single and just working strictly on myself, feeling free, being abstinent and rediscovering who I am and what it is that I truly want in life. These 8 years were filled with lessons. He and I both grew as a couple and learned a lot about ourselves as individuals, but my gut is telling me to end this relationship. It has run its course. How do I handle the guilt from hurting him and his family and friends that I've gotten to know and love, as well as my potential backlash? Any potential backlash. This is literally the hardest decision I've ever made in my life. I don't want to hurt him or make him feel like he's wasted his time, frowny face, but I'm done. I no longer desire anything I had to chase or beg for, i.e. marriage. Thanks for any advice you could give. Well, what's the first step? You're renting a place together. Both of your names on the lease. How much longer you got to be on the lease? Start making plans to move out. Get setting your money aside for you to get your own place. And then when everything is all lined up in a row, move out. Chances are he's gonna sense it. He's gonna, want to. You're gonna have to do it on the day when he's not there, right? Have your movers lined up when he's at work. Pack your shit and then dip out. You say you don't want him to hurt. So you rather hurt yourself? Is that what you're saying? You want to take on all the burden of that? Of course he's going to be disturbed, and of course their feelings are going to be hurt, but so what? You don't worry about other people. You worry about yourself. You women kill me always worrying and focusing about other people. Other people aren't in your relationship, and other people aren't feeling the pain that you're feeling. Stop worrying about other people. It's just stupid to even bring them up in a situation like this. Nobody gives a fuck about them. You think they'll forget all about you as soon as you turn the corner. They'll move on as soon as he starts bringing some other broad around there. Stop thinking that you're special and unique. Because you're not. He didn't choose you to be his wife in 8 years. Guess what that means? That means he didn't want to marry you. He just wants to keep you around because for the convenience of it, and you finally fucking wised up. That's what that means. So stop thinking about them and his trifling ass family. And definitely don't be worrying about nothing about him. And do what you need to do for yourself. Make your dream of living your life and finding who you are again and stuff come true. And get out of this lease as soon as you can. Get your own place. And you don't need a big, just get you a studio apartment or something for the starter and then work your way up. Unless you got a whole bunch of money saved up, then you can make a big move, I guess. But, the main thing is to get away from him. So, don't worry about it being perfect. Just get away and comfortable. That's what you need. Male, 28 to 34. He's mixed race, black and white from Brooklyn. The female is 22 to 27. Summer of issue. How do I court a disabled woman? Oh, this is interesting. Hi, Ms. Deb. I was recommended by a fan of yours to write to you and your squad for blunt, unbiased, and hilarious advice. Oh. So here's my situation. I matched with a woman on a dating app and we engaged in some playful banter. She gave me her number and we talked on the phone. She was very pleasant and easy to talk to, quirky and a bit of a nerdy type, but I find this to be adorable and endearing, so I asked her if she'd like to go on a date, which she enthusiastically agreed to. We've been texting and calling on the phone every day leading up to our date, which is this coming weekend. She suggested coffee and a walk. She made a comment about me not being allergic to dogs, so she could bring hers. I told her I didn't mind that we could go good coffee so the dog doesn't have to be tied up outside. She said her dog goes quite literally everywhere with her. I asked if he was a service dog, and I literally heard her slap her forehead and exclaim, "Oh shit, I haven't told you I'm blind yet, have I?" To which I lamely said no, and she said, "Well, surprise." I'm honestly floored. I still fully intend to go on this date, as she's a very happy and lovely girl and very pretty. I just don't want to make her blindness the focal point of our interaction, though I have to admit I have a lot of questions about it. Also, I've heard that women with disabilities tend to be at much higher risk of assault, so I don't want that combined with my natural curiosity to make her feel any discomfort. I want to just be open and friendly as I would be if she had 20/20 vision, and not make her feel like I'm treating her differently because she's blind. She's been blind for more than 10 years and is very self-sufficient. She's quite open about it. She even cracks jokes about it. I was wondering if you or any members of the squad had any experience dating someone with a physical handicap, and how I could incorporate friendly courtship into it without giving the impression that I think they're helpless. Any advice is appreciated. And special thanks to Candace for choosing my letter. Oh yeah, you he was raised right. You know that's who picked it. I'm gonna say this. Since she can't see you, let her, touch your face and feel what you look like. Get that out of the way. Just ask her if she would like to do that, so that she has an idea of, of what you look like, and see if she is amenable to that. Okay, then be prepared. Let her do that. She's gonna touch your nose. She's gonna get an idea. She's gonna see your eyes, and she's gonna touch all. She's gonna touch all of you. It could be very erotic for you because what they say is that when you lose one sense, the others become more magnified, right? So she doesn't see, but her sense of touch and hear, smell, and taste is, amplified to kind of compensate for it. So, and if she's very self-sufficient and she's living by herself, she's got her service dog and stuff. I'm thinking it probably won't be that big of a deal for you. If you take her to some strange place where there's a lot of steps or something, you probably will have to, let her hold onto your arm and guide her, say, step, 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 something like that. Let me see. What have I done when I was with people that, I don't know, say, this is a deep ledge. It's looks like it's about an 8-inch drop. So, they can judge the distance comfortably. I don't know. I mean, you'll get the hang of it, but if she's really self-sufficient, it probably won't be that big of a deal like you're thinking. But I would suggest, like I said, let her, see your features. Let her feel your features so she can get an idea of what you're working with. And make her stop there. Don't be feeling up below the waist, chickie. This might be, it ain't that kind of party yet. But I'm thinking that, you said she's very pretty and you seem to love her personality. So don't make more of it than what it is. And she talks about it openly. Just let her talk and just listen. Okay. But don't, ask her about other stuff. Like if she's only been blind for 10 years, then, ask her how, how her life has changed, or, have her hobbies and interests changed, or, what is she involved in something new that she wasn't before? I mean, what she likes. I don't know, whatever she, you find common ground you guys can find, or ideas that she would have, things that she would want to do with you, and then plan those for dates. Let her lead that way. That's what I would do. But I'm thinking that it's not going to be a big of a deal as you think it is. Female, 35 to 41. Male, 22 to 27. Oh, a younger dude. Summer issue. My boyfriend is 25 and has me, 36, paying for everything. Well, you a sugar mama. You didn't know? You didn't know. You didn't know. You didn't know. You didn't know. I'm opening up a tangerine. I need a snack. Made this big old sandwich, and then suddenly I'm like, do I want that? I don't really want to eat that. Yes, I'm going to, though, so I don't waste my food. Yeah, I wouldn't be too concerned about it. I'm peeling my tangerine. I'll be right with you, people. This 8 hours thing. That's why I asked y'all if you had any problem with people eating on camera, because otherwise I'd have to have, keep having my intermissions. But this works okay. this is kind of sour. Okay, let me just eat a couple of these and then I'll get right back on it. You guys got anything you want to talk about? If you have a topic that you want us to discuss, feel free to bring it up. Yeah, it's good. It's juicy, just a little more sour than I anticipated. No, I forgot. I know you told me to watch it and I forgot. Right now, what am I watching on Netflix? Something about a vampire or something. I don't know. Some crazy show. My little cousin liked to watch vampire shows, so I started watching it with him. Okay, so she has this boyfriend who asked her to pay for everything. I need advice. I just need to hear someone say it. I've been dating this guy and I always pay for everything. Every time we hang out, it's always something, either cigarettes or food. It's not about the money so much as he never offers to pay. He has two jobs. I just started a new job. I'm 10 years older than him. I did tell him it makes me upset when he asks me for money all the time. And he says he's sorry and it won't happen again, but then it does happen again. And we will be in the city enjoying our time. And we go for coffee and I pay. And he says he's hungry and I pay. I don't feel like his girlfriend. I let him borrow my car for days. And his returns are covered in ash and weeds. He doesn't clean it. Never offers to pay for gas or tolls when we drive on trips. He claims never to have any money. I feel this is very disrespectful. Last time and the only time he brought me dinner was at McDonald's. And he said, I want to treat you to dinner because you have been a good girlfriend. Like I earned it or something. He says, I love you. I want to marry you. But this behavior makes me question it. I'm 2 years out of an abusive relationship and I don't know what a normal is anymore. Is this a deal breaker? I don't know what to do anymore. I just need validation. I try to be understanding. I try to be nice, but I feel like this is taking me for a ride. He is abusive like my ex was, so I see I may be giving him a pass for crappy behavior. Any and all insight or words of advice or encouragement are needed. I'm feeling really down. Thank you. You should feel down. You know why you should feel down? Because you're stupid. Do you think that I'm going to help you feel better when you treat yourself like this? We don't do that here. I'm going to tell you straight to your face that you're being dumb and desperate right now. You're being played like a violin. He's just using you for money. He asks you for money and he makes you pay every place you go. What are you getting out of this? Some dick? That's it? And you feel like you got to pay for that? If you don't dump this loser, you think you was in an abusive relationship before. This is just as abusive. This is called financial abuse. That's what this is called. But you just went from one abusive relationship to another. Why would a woman 36 years old date a man who's 25? What is wrong with you? 20-year-old men in their 20s are stupid. Okay, but I guess you must be your mentality too, because you dumb too. If you don't wake up and get rid of this fool and get him out your wallet and all that money that you've been spending, you just put it in the bank or something, open account for your retirement. Because 36, you got 20 something more year, 30 years, it's going to be in your face. So start preparing now. And yeah. I mean, you want to go places and stuff. I mean, you want to take one of your friends, female friends. At least you could pay her half and stuff. If you want to treat her to a meal or something just to be nice, you could do that. But she's not going to be asking you to do it. This guy's just pimping you. Oh, my God. So what, she's looking for validation. You're not going to get validation from a 25-year-old pimp. That's what you got. Oh, I don't even want 25-year-olds to stand too close to me because some of that dumbness might jump off onto me or something. I'm not trying to be around 25-year-old men at all. I don't know what you thinking. I try to be understanding. I try to be nice. Look at my video, Nice Needs to Die. You don't need to be nice to men. You don't be nice to men. That's a waste of your time and energy. Okay. Okay, this kid, Kiki, now we are finally made it to the stuff that you submitted. So Kiki sent me some stuff, and this was really interesting. She said, Michael Lockwood is WNBA player Lisa Leslie's husband. He wrote a book called Women Have All the Power. The book generally says for women to use their looks to control the relationship. I wanted to discuss if women really have all the power if social media gives access to millions of women, so the demand for women has went down. Also, do women really have the power because men do the proposing? Do women really have the power because this culture has changed to women moving in with boyfriends instead of waiting until marriage? Question mark. So what do you guys think about those? Do women really have the power? I think women do have a lot of power that they just don't use because they've been brainwashed to think that they don't have any. They've been brainwashed to think that men have all the power. But you see how men get when they can't, they're not around women, they just start losing it. They go crazy. Or they turn gay. They turn to each other for what they call it situational gayness, like in prison. Then when they get out, they go back to being with women. But while they're locked up and there's no women, then they be, situationally gay. That's the way I heard it explained. Yeah, it's just situational. It ain't really, what people really want to do. It's just situational. I'm like, oh, is that how you try to dust that off? He says for women to use their looks to control the relationship. I suppose that would work if a man is shallow and silly and young in the mind, where he's only with a woman for how she looks, then that would work. And social media gives men access to millions of women, so the demand for a woman has gone down. Well, from my perspective, I don't know if the demand for women has gone down. I think the demand, it's just so many dudes are just jumping the fence. They either buy or they switched over to like men. That's what I keep seeing. Of course, it could be, because the part of the country that I live in, San Francisco Bay Area. It's a lot of gay men here. Maybe that's it. But, I can only talk about what I see. There's a lot of that going on. So, and so then what else? Other questions? Do women really have the power, or do men do the proposing? Women propose too these days. You've seen those videos on YouTube and TikTok and stuff. These girls down on one knee proposing to these dusty ass men. I wouldn't do it, but they do it. Like, I wouldn't want to, I think people have a fantasy about marriage. And they get confused and they think that these girls just think that, marriage is the end all and be all. And, I just want to be a wife. And why are we still dating and this and that? That's why I said you should date 2 or 3 dudes at the same time so you don't get all wrapped up like that and start having all them expectations. You just be having fun with whoever. You could just love them all the same. Love them while you with them and then forget about them when you're not. Yeah, I just be too focused on, getting that ring and being married and all this old stuff. And then they don't think about, after the wedding, then what? Then the married life begins and, how are we going to keep that going and make that work? They don't put any energy into that part. I don't know. I don't know, Kiki, but that's people's opinion about it. Are there any new dating styles? Not that I'm aware of, but let's see what y'all got to say. Because y'all be out here on these apps and stuff dating more than I do. I don't do dating apps. Yeah. See, robbing for the win. It's seriously not. It's not all that. I don't understand why people think it is. See what Tina got to say. I wasn't very happy. Weight was 13. Wow, they did. Well, you didn't ask me because I would have sure said, dip, girl, dip, 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 dip. Get on down the dusty trail. Like my neighbor. Okay, a couple of year or two ago, the husband got arrested for beating her ass. Like in the middle of the night, they go in Fifth City, knockout town, police come cart dude away. Okay, so they stayed married. Oh, yeah, I guess maybe that was about 3 years ago. Okay, so then about a year and a half ago, she had lost like all this weight. I'm like, what's the matter? What? And because I was concerned, like, you never know if people get cancer. I mean, what's happening? She said she found out her husband was seeing some other woman and he was staying over there all night sometimes and all this old stuff here. And then I guess they broke up. And so she had been, depressed about it. So that's why she had lost all that weight. And I was just looking at her like, okay, so what you gonna do? She's still married. They still together. They still together. And I'm thinking, okay, he done beat your ass and he cheated on you and you still want to be married to him. See? To me, that's not my idea of a marriage. I just can't do it that. Yep. She's staying with him. They still there. They still live next door. They still married. Yep. All he got, and some of the women even want to buy their own ring and stuff. I'm not doing shit. I'm not buying nothing. I'm not proposing. I'm not going to ask you out. I'm not paying. I'm not doing any of that man stuff. You do it. Clearly, when men don't step up and be the man that I need him to be, I lose interest. To me, that's just not sexy at all. Have a man who's not reflecting manhood. I can't get with him. I can't stay with him. It just is a turnoff to me. Then they want to be like, well, why don't you ever want to touch me? You never want to kiss me. You never want to sleep with me. Like, cuz you just like you just a turnoff, and I don't want to be bothered with your ass. That's why. I don't want to. Uh-oh, what's she say? Girl, you ain't the only one. There's so many people saying that these days. People just like alhamdulillah bowing out of the whole dating scene altogether. And then we talked about that a couple of weeks ago. And well, I guess it's been a couple of months now too. We're just almost at the end of February. And it was like, what does with the dating landscape changing with so many singles are just saying this is for the birds. Because even if they do go on a date, it doesn't end well and they get their hopes up and then they get ghosted or the other person not interested and just, ends up or they don't show up or, like the lady wrote last week in the advice column, like, people on the dating apps don't really want to date. Everybody say, well, I don't really have time to date. And she's confused, like, well, why are you on a dating app if you don't have time to date? And I tried to explain to her that those things are primarily for hookups. There's nobody in there trying to find a husband or wife. That's for sure. Right? So let's see what else is Kiki right here. So are your beliefs on ice cream, coffee, and wine dates the same? Nope. Because I don't like first dates to involve alcohol. I've had some wine that was so strong, it was just crazy. One of my clients gave me this bottle of wine, and I was like, what is in this thing? It was just, but it was so fucking strong. And so, it depends on how you are with wine. And people who are like, pre-diabetic and stuff like that, they need that blood sugar, then they, they get sleepy or whatever. So liquor, I don't think is a good first date. I like, the coffee, the sandwich and tea or if you're going to eat something, lunch. So you have to go back to work, right? So it's got a parameter around it. Or, the ice cream is okay if you're not lactose intolerant. You just sit in the park or something, sit on a bench outside the ice cream shop, and it'll sit at the table in the ice cream shop and talk a little bit or something. That's casual. And then as soon as your ice cream is done, the date's over. That works too. But no, my feelings about anything involving alcohol are that you shouldn't do that for the first date. It's going to impact your judgment. Some people get loose tongues and then they want to blame it, their behavior, their loose tongues, the stuff they say or the stuff that they do. They want to say, oh, well, I was tipsy. I was drunk. I had a little bit too much to drink. They want to blame it on that instead of the fact that they're just, a knucklehead. So I don't think alcohol is a good choice for a first date. What'd she say? Oh, yes, that's what I hear. They're married and trying to creep. Yeah. That shoe be dropping. That shoe be dropping. Would you consider getting a dating/boundaries curriculum in high school for girls? I started a book years ago that addressed that. And I'm gonna have to start from scratch though, because so much has changed with the popularity and booming of social media and new social media things that didn't exist when I started that book. So I'm going to have to revamp that. And the popularity of dating apps versus dating sites has changed things as well, even for college students. So, but yeah, I started something like that, and is the target is high school girls. I just have to finish it. See, guys, someone sent me a link to a video that has to do with male answer syndrome. How men never will say they don't know something. I was rolling. Not only do they not know the real answer, they make up shit and sound all authoritative and knowledgeable and expert and shit, even if you know more about it than they do. Then I thought it would be a great idea to have clips of men from different videos making stupid ass statements. Then I could put a clip of myself pretending to ask them a question that they are answering. That would be funny as hell. Well, you should do that. I will be happy to play it on this channel. Oh, that would be, yeah, they hate saying that they don't know something, don't they? Have you guys noticed that too? Male answer syndrome. Yeah, I remember this guy okay, now, I used to work at a brokerage firm. I started working there when I was 16 in the summertime, and I worked in there summertimes when I came home from college. So I knew a lot about investment banking. This was an institutional investment banking where they traded like, hundreds of thousands to millions of shares in a block for big companies and stuff, not really individuals. And so I knew, I learned about the stock market, as a teenager. Okay, so I'm on BART one day. BART again. That's what my thing was on Facebook was called my BART Chronicles, because every day I wrote a story about something that happened on BART. So one time I'm on there, this brother's on there with this girl, and he's trying to dazzle her with bullshit. And there's these white guys that you could tell that they were either lawyers or investment bankers by the way that they were dressed, right? They're on the BART. So the shoes, them suits, money, okay? And dude was just looking like a little home skillet type of dude. And he's trying to talk to this woman about investments and what a PE ratio is and stuff. And he had it all wrong and everything. And so the white dudes, they were sitting there looking at each other with this smirk on their face. And I'm looking at them like, clown, stop talking, because you just, but she didn't know anything. So to her, he was using all these, big, money market terms and all this stuff, convertible debentures and all this kind of stuff. He's using all these phrases, and she didn't know what he was talking about. And so he was dazzling her with bullshit, because whatever she had asked him, he didn't know the answer. So he just started using a whole bunch of technical terms connected with investment banking and investments and stuff that she didn't know what he was talking to. So she's, it sounded good though, but it was all totally wrong what he was telling her. So I'm sitting there laughing, and so the white guys, they were just looking at each other and with a smirk. But we none of us said anything. We didn't want to bust him out. It was no point. No point in doing all of that. But I felt sorry for her. What? Was I immature for not talking to a guy because he got drunk from one beer? No. Why would you be immature for that? Who only drinks one beer and gets drunk anyway? He was faking so he could say some stupid shit to you and blame it on alcohol, like I said. Yeah, Robin, they've been trying to get me to do it, and I'm glad you did it for me, so now I don't have to anymore. She said she went for 4 months. Woo! And then she ran away. That is hilarious. Oh, what you guys anybody want to tell a story about their dating app experience? You got to call in and tell me what happened. I want to hear. I want to laugh. I want to laugh. Oh, where's my delete key? Delete. Okay. I accidentally pressed the wrong button here. That's where you click if you want to call in and share your dating app fiasco, because I want to hear some funny stories. What happens on the dating apps? Who wants to share? Because I know Sliver has shared a couple of her stories over the months, years, or whatever since she's been around. But what about the rest of y'all on these dating apps? Tell us some of your stories. What about you, Robin? You say you ran away. What happened? What had happened to that would make you run away? I want to hear. Yes, babe. Yes, Tracy, you do need to call in. I haven't heard your voice in eons. You just be in the chat room lurking. There we go. There's the link again. You just click that and you'll be in the background and you can start talking and tell us about your dating app, dating story. What happens when you went on the dating app? Who did you talk to and what happened? So that's what I'm waiting for. I'm going to just sit here and wait for y'all to call in. Do. Eating my chips. And call in. Everybody call in. Share your story. Just click that link. And you will appear here. You turn your camera off. Just be audio only. I'm just waiting. Everybody say they're going to share, but ain't nobody calling. You block the memories. Was it too much? Would you have PTSD? Oh. See, y'all, come on now. Okay, here we go. Finally, somebody. Let me put on my earbuds so I can hear the miraculousness of it all. Okay. Robin, you're first, and then you, Tracy. So, Robin, what's going on?
Hey, Miss Cooper.
What's up, girl?
Okay, so yes, I'm here to tell you, I'm coming off of being divorced. I waited for 5 years just to make sure I was cool, and also wanted to deal with men again. So I went back and looked at my dating options, and everybody was doing apps, and I was like, okay, I'll do apps. So for 4 months, I tried apps, and like I said, I promptly ran away. What made me run away, however, the fact that I got catfished, and usually when you say that, people think it involves money. No, I'm never giving money to a man. I wasn't raised that way. So no,
Yeah.
that never happened. I was on a dating app called Coffee Meets Bagel, and it's the type of app where women pick the men and do all the interactions first. So it makes you feel safe. However, this particular app doesn't verify the men, which I did not know. Like
Oh,
like Bumble, I believe verifies people. Coffee Meets Bagel at the time that I was using it did not. I don't know if they do now. Anywho, met a guy, I'm open to dating anything, or excuse me, any race. And he was a white man, fine, whatever. We clicked, we talked. He told me he was a widower, already playing the game, trying to tug on the heartstrings, right? And I was like, okay, widower, all right. And that he has a son, and his son, is sick, and he's taking care of him back and forth, and gave me this elaborate scheme about his construction job or whatever the case was. However, he was the entrepreneur and owner. I swear I could probably go on TikTok and make a 50-part series as well. But anywho, um, we keep talking back and forth, and we actually vibe or whatever the case is, because he's good. He's a liar. He's a catfish. That's what they do. But of course, I didn't know that. Until all of a sudden, his son starts getting sick, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm very sorry for you. Go ahead and go handle that. And then he gets sick again, and sick one more time, and in and out the hospital. And then all of a sudden, I'm so sorry, I need money. And I'm like, don't you have insurance? It's like, don't you have insurance? If your son, I'm sorry, is getting sick, but it seems like you should have paid down your copay with the amount of sickness that your son is getting. Aren't these bills a little bit lower now? Um, he's like, oh, I just need X amount of money, and blah blah blah. I'm saying, I'm so sorry, I don't have it. So anyway, I start getting these pictures of his son in the hospital, and intuition just sort of snapped in. I was like, wait a minute, where are these pictures coming from?
girl, Google search images.
Right. And little did he know he was dealing with a graphic designer who kind of knows a bit about photography, right? So I'm like, this looks a little bit sketch to me. So I put the images through the reverse image search on Google, found out he was using the image of a story from a little boy that got bit by a dog at daycare that happened like maybe a couple years ago. And I was like, huh, interesting. Then I go and I check every single one of his pictures. I find out he's a man in Australia, not in the United States. Oh, okay. And then I do a little bit more digging and more digging, and I start undercovering like all of this information, and I turn it back on him. I'm like, look, this is what I found. Screenshots galore with receipts. Explain. I have no idea why he chose to get on camera, because he could have just said, oh, that, no, this is lies, blah, blah, blah. He could have said anything, but I have no idea why he chose to get on camera. He got on camera. Girl, why am I in Georgia and it's 10 o'clock at night? Is dark as Hades. And this man is somewhere where it looks like it's noon. And he's black, and he's of some kind of foreign descent, possibly African, possibly any other country. Not very sure. And he's just like, well, we made that connection, and don't you feel? And I'm like, you're a liar. How in the world do we have a connection? You're a liar. I was like, I'm
Girl,
not
you
going
good.
forward. It's like, you crazy. I'm not going forward with this. So that was my catfishing story. Other than that, girl, it's so weird out here. Everybody is actually married. And you figure it out later. Sometimes the married people will actually come up to you in a dual image and be like, hey, you want to play? And I'm like, hell no, get away. Um, that happened to me a couple of times. I had a teacher I was talking to about online dating, and she was even telling me she did it, but it took her 220 dates until she found the person she's with now. And I'm like, I don't think I have 220 anything kind of patience.
Yeah, I know I don't.
Mm-mm. you know, or I will get men who will go on the date and then they will stare at me. And I'm like, well, shit, am I in Silence of the Lambs? I'm feeling like, hello, Clarice is about to come up. You know, it was so awkward and so weird. And I'm just sitting up here trying to break the ice. And I'm like, why am I doing all this talking? You know, so girl, I was just like, I gotta take a break from this because I don't know what's going on with the planet, with the world, with the stars, the moon, nothing to lie. But I'm just gonna go and continue to be single like I was when I got divorced and waited for 5 years.
Girl, yes. After that, I'm sure you need a hiatus.
Girl, a hiatus, a vacation from the planet, something. I'm waiting for the aliens to come that said that they're here or something. Take me somewhere because this is ridiculous. This is for the birds.
Well, thanks for calling in and sharing that. Ooh, that was way worse than I even imagined.
Does you get nobody no money, ladies? You better Google search a photo out of everybody.
Seriously. All right, Tracy's next. Thank you. Let me get you on here, Tracy. There, your mic's open. What's up?
Hey.
What's up, Trace? Tracy.
Hello?
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Okay, can you hear me? I can't really hear you too well, but can you hear me?
I hear you fine.
Okay.
Let me move closer to the mic.
All right. I don't know why I can't hear too well, but I'll tell you two stories. And I think what redeems me from this first one is, I was in my early 20s. It was long before my Miss Heartbeat days, so I didn't know anything. So I was at a gas station, and this guy approached me, and he's like, "Oh, you're pretty. How are you doing today?" And he asked me for my number and offered to take me out. And I'm thinking to myself, like, well, decent guys have to get gas too, so let's see what happens. And so gave him my number. We texted. We set up a date to go to this Chinese restaurant. And the day before the date, so we set up the date maybe 3 or 4 days in advance. The day before the date, he texts me and he says, hey, are we still on for a date tomorrow? I'm like, yep, absolutely. See you there at, 6 or whatever, and we're good to go. So I show up and he's not there. And so I messaged him and I said, hey, I just got, I called him, I think. I called him. And I said, hey, I just got to the restaurant. Are you almost here? And he said, he was like, oh, that's still on? I was napping. We're still on? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, oh, okay, let me get in the shower and get ready. And I mean, of course, at that point, like I should have, I know I should have left, but I'm glad I didn't because I have this story. So so about maybe 20 minutes later, he zips into the parking lot, and we go in and we have dinner. So here are some of the things that he tells me at dinner. First of all, he asked if my hair was real. Then he tells me that his dad had just gotten out of jail he just went back to jail for violating his probation. And like me, I said, oh, what did your dad violate his probation for? Or no, what did your dad do to where he was on probation? And he was like, oh, he was in jail because he 2nd-degree murder. He killed his ex-girlfriend. And I said, and so I'm like, oh, okay. And so he's like, yeah, and so the whole time he's like, you're pretty, you're this, you're that. And so and so I'm like, this is just amazing. So he also tells me that it was some high number, like 30 speeding tickets or something like that. I mean, the whole date was all this kind of stuff. And I'm just like, I just have to know more about what a train wreck this dude is. So then he's like, do you want to go to a movie afterwards? He's like, do you want to go to a movie? And I'm like, sure, let's do that. Let's do that. Because this can't get any, I'm thinking to myself, this can't get any worse. And so
Surprise!
he's like, follow me. And so I followed him, and he's like driving like 100 miles an hour, and we end up at this pool hall. And the long story short, he tried to get me to go back to his house and all this stuff, and I'm like, hell no. And then there was a girl there trying to convince me to do it too. And when I got home, I just said, like, this is just not going to happen. And so the next day he texted me GM. He couldn't even write good morning. He just texted GM, and I just blocked him.
Good job. And girl, you just dodged a bullet. I was trying to.
I literally did, because I mean, his freaking dad killed his, like, and he tells me that like it was like normal, like, oh yeah, like my dad, killed his ex-girlfriend. I'm like, this is like insane. The other one that I was going to tell you was, so this was a couple years later. This was before I got married, before because I met my husband on eHarmony, but it didn't take what did the girl say before, 220 days. It didn't take 220 days, but I was on for like 2 years off and on. And so this next guy was one that I had met on one of the sites. So he was a police officer, and he just, I think now looking back, he was probably narcissistic. But we went out, like we met on, like, let's say Saturday. So we met on a Saturday, and then we might have had another date on Monday, right? By Thursday, I'm sitting in his car, and like he pulls me in and he hugs me. And the only reason why I was in his car so soon is because I was young, and I thought because he was a police officer that he was safe. And so he pulls me in and he's hugging me, and he's like, I just have to tell you, Tracy, he's like, I'm in love with you. I love you. I knew him less than a week. And when he said that, like, I felt myself want to laugh. Like, and I'm like biting my lip, trying not to laugh. And so he's like, I am in love with you. And I'm like, oh, that's so wonderful. And so I think like the next day or a couple days later, like we're watching like TV at his house or something. And I noticed like he would always take his phone into like the bathroom with him. And it was the weirdest thing. Like he'd tuck it into his boxers, and then he'd go into the bathroom with his phone. Well, what I later found out was that he wasn't fully, and by later, I mean, because like the whole thing with him lasted like a month. So he wasn't fully finished with his ex-girlfriend and her baby with another man. He wasn't quite finished with that. And so in his apartment one day, I noticed like he had like a room that was like packed with their stuff. It was like he had taken her stuff and her baby stuff and put it in this second room in his apartment. I'm like, okay, that's kind of weird. And then like there's one day like we're sitting there just watching TV, and like she storms in with another police officer to get some kind of medicine for the kid, and like she's sending messages like, like, I can't believe you have a girlfriend. It's the apartment that I used to live in with you, and blah blah blah. And so I'm like, this dude really like brought me into this drama, so this is what I did. So and I mean, he couldn't take responsibility for anything. Like he was always like, I mean, he was a power tripping type police officer. So here's what I did. I was like, okay, his name is James. I said, okay, James, I'm like, you have your ex-girlfriend's stuff in your apartment, and you're trying to be in a relationship with me. I'm like, I really just don't feel like you can fully focus on our relationship if you have your ex-girlfriend's things here. So he's like, okay, I'll get rid of it. I'm like, yes. I'm like, you have to move her out before you can emotionally move me in. So there was a day where like he took off work, his friend took off work, and they packed up her stuff and they took it back, and it was this whole thing. And I'm sitting in the car texting with my friend while watching them just move the stuff out of his apartment and back into hers. And after all that was done, that's when I broke up with him.
Good job. Get her to dump her stuff back.
Thank you so much, Miss Heartbeat. I love February Day. I want you to do this every week. I love it.
Every week. No, Tracy, no.
Okay, every month. I'll settle for every month.
Okay, once a year, Tracy. We're negotiating this down. Okay, I'll talk to you later.
All right, I'm gonna head back to YouTube. Thank you.
Oh, she is funny. Okay, now, Melandra, your mic is open. It's your turn to share
Hey.
your story. What's going on?
So, I have a lot of stories altogether. But so essentially, I used apps from 6 years ago. So, I mean, I've been on my university journey for all of these years. So, when I first started uni, I was already a little bit older. So, I was 20. I was around like these 18-year-olds. And, it was kind of
Poor
like,
thing.
I don't like younger men. I don't care. At that point, I was so strict about it. It was like, I don't care whether it's a year, it's 2 years. No, I don't like younger men. So, after probably being at uni for most of the year, I decided to get on the apps. And one thing I noticed is that it was difficult for me to find like people who match me. So like, because I studied law, and I went to like one of the top unis in my country. A lot of the men who have messaged me straight away, it's always like, oh, I only go to this university. Oh, you must be smarter than me. Oh, you're gonna make more money than me. Like straight away off the bat, like a lot of the messages were kind of like that. And that just really just kind of ruined my morale, because I'd hear all these stories from like all these 18-year-olds I'm around, saying about how, they met this person on the app and they met that person on the app. And, there'd be people within the uni sphere, but it was like those guys weren't really clicking for me, because like I'm black, and most of these guys were like the floppy haired, skinny white guys who are the least my type out of most men.
Right.
And then I would attract them, but they wouldn't be normal. Like they wouldn't just be like, oh, do you want to go out? Stuff like that. It would be a case of they'd take a liking to me and kind of just buy me drinks, always be extra nice to me, message me, but never like ask me out. It would always be to the point where like their girlfriends would get jealous. But anyway, I'm going off topic. So my first date that I actually had off of this app was an older guy who said he'd just moved back to the city from Scotland, and he told me about, his work and things like that. And he seemed all right. He seemed fun. He wanted to go out to some karaoke bowling place. So I get there. I'm dressed really, really nice. Like I look so good that day. I was getting compliments from everybody who I live with. Everywhere I went, compliments. And this guy was just late. Like I was messaging him like, where are you? Where are you? And he's just like, oh, I can't find this place, ha ha ha. And then when he was outside, he was like, oh, I'm outside now, but it looks expensive. And I was just like, are you coming in or what? And this was like an hour in, and he's like, yeah, I'll come in. So he comes in, and first off, I noticed what he's wearing. He's wearing like tracksuit bottoms, and he just looks kind of like it's like he's trying to do smart casual, but not doing it too well. And then he sits down at the table. No, he doesn't sit down at the table first. He gives me a hug to say hi, and I notice his breath. And I'm like, oh my gosh, why show up with bad breath, please? And I'm thinking maybe he's had a long day at work or something. Like, it's not going any further than this already, because he's already struck out. But I'm still just trying to be cordial. And then we're just talking, and he's like, do you want a drink or something? So as we're just talking, I'm getting to know him. He's buying rounds of drinks as we're just chatting. It gets to the point where he's asking me about what I do, and I'm thinking I've already told him over the app, but maybe he's just asking me again to see if it adds up. I'm like,
yeah, if the story changed.
Yeah, he's just trying to see any inconsistencies. And I'm like, I studied law, at the top university. And he's like, wow, you're really smart and stuff. And he says, I was in uni, but then I dropped out. And I says to him, oh, why did you drop out? And his reason was like, oh, because when I first started, the posh people, there's loads of posh people there. And I'm like, yeah, there is a lot of posh people. and he's just like, oh, it's things like when we get Ubers and things like that, you know, they always want to split it to the exact pound, and it says nonsense like that. And I get that, because like, so where I'm from, it's a cultural difference between the classes. So working class people, we tend to do a bit of give and take when it comes to shared expenses, but posh people are very exact. But it's not
Oh,
a reason to drop out of higher education. And he was kind of just laughing about it. I was laughing it off. And then I just went to him, okay, so you didn't go to uni. Are you still doing that job? And he's like, what job? And I was like, that job you told me you were doing. Because he says he was moving back from Scotland for a job. And then he just goes, oh, well, I'm out of work at the moment. And I just looked at him and I thought, you know, why are you wasting my time? Like, you know, I'm a law student at a top university. Like, what are you expecting from this? Like, you show up with bad breath, complaining about posh people at uni. And then, so at one point, he just keeps ordering loads of drinks for himself. And he was just finishing these drinks within minutes, like British people can drink. So he just knocked back a drink quickly, slammed the glass on the table, and be like, do you want another drink? Do you want another drink? And
oh
I was
wow.
starting to get scared, because we're in a place where drinks cost quite a bit of money. And it's this jobless man who's probably ordered about 8 drinks, 8 doubles at this point, and he's knocking them back. So I'm like, he better have the money to pay for this, because he better not look at me. Then we go to, so in this place there was like a bowling thing. And mind you, this guy had lied about his height. He said he was 6 foot tall. He was not 6 foot tall, because he was the same height as me. We ended up having the same shoe size. So I'm in American size is a US 11. So I've got kind of big feet, but you know, and he just stared at me when I asked for my size in shoes, and I just ignored him, because I'm thinking, well, at the end of the day, you lied about your height. We're the same height and we have the same shoe size, so you can't be judging me about that when, you know, you're just lucky I didn't wear any heels. Yeah, and this guy was a couple years older than me too. He did pay for the drinks in the end, but it was just kind of weird. It was like he'd gotten himself completely smashed and then just left by the end of the day. And I was just like, goodbye, goodbye. Yeah.
Girl.
And apps never improved for me until, so I lived in Japan for a bit, and my dating life increased massively on the apps over there compared to in England. So I don't know what it is about men in England at all. It's just like they have expectations despite not having anything. I haven't really had it, like, I've had dates that are enjoyable, but never anybody I'd look at and go, oh yeah, I can definitely see myself like attaching myself to this man,
Right.
even just to the label of boyfriend. Like, you know, they always show that they're emotionally unstable on the first date, clearly. So I've had
Right.
guys like ask me how to update their dating profiles. Like, as soon as they meet me, oh, I'm worried my dating profile doesn't look good enough. Can you help me get new photos? I'm like, excuse me, you want me to help you to find other girls? Is that what you're here for? I've had
Wow.
one guy who was doing a PhD on women's studies, specifically to prove that women are capable of doing things for themselves, so that he doesn't ever have to pay for women. And, you know, anytime women complain about being disempowered in any way, he's got the PhD that proves that they're just wrong. He was also addicted to the websites. That was something he told me on the first date as well. What's the
Loser.
first date I've ever had? I can't even think. Yeah, I can't think anymore.
Well, that's
Oh yeah,
good.
what weird ones? Just weird ones. You can't like meet your eye, can't make eye contact. They tell you that they're awkward, tell you that they might be autistic but haven't been tested yet, and then tell you that they might have this health issue but haven't been tested yet. And you say, well, have you seen a doctor? No, but somehow they're telling you on the first date, I'm not a doctor. Why are you telling me for? Ugh. I've had a lot of experiences.
It sounds like it. Well, let me get this next caller. Thank you for sharing that. What, girl? He's just that got the drunken dude. Mm-mm. Thank you though. Okay, Malia, let's get you on the stage here. Now your mic's open. Well, it was.
All right, here we
There we
go.
go. Yeah, there we go.
And I was typing in the back chat my question, right? Thank you for having me back. There's a concern about whether or not a person who has a past history is redeemable.
What do you mean?
Like, for instance, something as severe as SA, aggravated SA. In their childhood, okay, they committed SA toward a basically, a 6-year-old, right? And they did time for it and all this other kind of stuff, but because it's considered a juvenile offense, their record is sealed,
Right.
right? So they're operating in life. And keep in mind, this is a male 12-year-old boy that committed aggravated SA, is proven in records. Okay, this is not rumor, it's proven in records that he committed aggravated SA toward a 6-year-old boy, right? Aggravated, we can only imagine how severe that is. Okay. Now, with that being the case, here comes the future. Umpteen numbers of years later, this individual wants to frolic on YouTube as if he's the man, right? And his goal is to attempt to seduce women into believing that he's got all their quote unquote sexual needs covered. And I suppose my question is, because he had sexual ideations of aggravatingly, committing SA, and the legal terminology of aggravated SA towards a boy, are we to believe that he no longer has ideations about having sex with males?
I would think that at the age of 12, he was repeating something that was done to him. It's like where would a child come up with something like that? Unless it was exposed to it in some kind of way.
Precisely.
So I'm thinking now, when you do go in prison, they do usually in situations like that, they get some kind of therapy, but I don't know how good it is, how often they get it, or how effective it is, because most of them come out and they, continue in that same lifestyle that got them locked up in the first place. So if I were a woman and I knew that this was this person's proven history for which they actually did time and were convicted for it and did time for it, there is no way in this world that I would want that person around me or my kids. Because
and here's the thing,
that's already, that mentality at such a young age is so frightening.
And it's irreversible, hypothetically. Like, there's this idea that because of that person's age, that was just an occurrence and they have grown past it. And I beg to differ. I think that something as extreme as that can't be counseled out of. There's most likely ideations that linger beyond counseling. And with that being said, there's this attempt of this individual to scratch and survive being relevant in YouTube spaces on live streams, because, the record was exposed and so on and so forth. They retracted from their appearances as this personality that everybody was gravitating toward, and then decided to return and battle everybody saying that, so what, so what, so what? And
My
so
thing is this, though. Okay, the act is one thing. Now let's think about the little victim for a minute.
yeah,
To the kid, what did he have to do to that child to make that happen? Surely the 6-year-old was screaming, saying no, stop, leave me alone, all these kind of things, and trying to fight back. Of course, not with much less of somebody twice their age and twice their size. But the fact that he persisted in spite of the fact that this child, was in pain and didn't want it to happen, he persisted anyway. That's the mentality that I'm talking about. That cannot be, that's never going anywhere. That I'm going to do to you what I want to do to you is a frightening thing to see in someone 12 years old. And that is, to me, that is the core of the issue here. He's got some kind of
it wasn't
pathological problem.
coercion, it was taking it,
That's what I'm saying.
and that's the violent,
It was by force.
that's, yeah. So that is prevalent to understand that this is a person that doesn't value humanity, okay, only what they can take from somebody. They only, and you had mentioned how it must have occurred to him
I
at some
think
point.
so.
He didn't get that idea he didn't just wake up, from watching Charlie Brown and say, yeah, I think I'm gonna R word a 6-year-old. He got that from somewhere. Yeah.
And most likely, like I said, the fact that he could put force into it without really too much problem, that's most likely what happened to him.
And those types of people, I have to conclude, are beyond redemption. There's none of this, I've been changed, like when you are a victim and you're young, think about the 6-year-old. See, that's what I'm saying. These episodes are they're going across generations. Like somebody did it to somebody and somebody's doing it to that somebody, and so on and so forth. And it's important for us to be educated. Thank God for the capability of doing background checks and all these other kind of things, because you really don't know what type of charming devil you're inviting into your life, because they know how to say all the things to bait somebody, because that's their goal, is to set the trap, right? And so women have to be cautioned about some smooth operator coming into their life thinking that they're not placing their children in harm's way. So
especially the mothers.
I wanted to make that announcement, not just because of this scenario I posted or posed to you, but women in general who are, you mentioned earlier, low self-esteem, desperation. They think, oh, my children need a father, and here comes this man that's pushing all the right buttons, right? He's pushing all the right buttons. You have to confirm whether or not that guy is a psychopath. You have to confirm that. Don't just go on your feelings. You don't.
Exactly.
Everybody like, oh, we were meant to be.
On that note, thank you. On that note, everybody, I'm going to take another break. I'm going to get some water that's not this canned stuff that I thought was going to be tasty, and stretch my legs because my legs feel like they're going to cramp up. But I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm back. I finished my sandwich too while I was gone, so I wouldn't have to be chomping it on the camera. Okay, let's continue with Debruary Day. For those of you who aren't familiar with it, this is my sad replacement for something that we did 5 years in a row. It was called Video-a-Day-Debruary. And I did a video, either a live stream or an previously recorded interview with a guest every day of the month of February. So we named it Debruary and did that for 5 years. But all good things must come to an end. So now we have Debruary Day. And I think I can handle this. We can do Debruary Day. But I just don't have it in me to be finding 20 guests and doing all them shows and stuff. So that was interesting. Thank you, everybody who shared their stories, their dating stories on the app. See, as I said before, I don't see any reason why I should go on there. Yes, we back. We back. Yeah, I enjoyed that. And the main thing I enjoyed is that it wasn't me. Okay. All right. This looks long. Let's skip this. I'll put that aside and maybe later. Okay. She writes, my boyfriend, who's 35, called me 25 a whore. Where do we go from here? We would not be going nowhere. I would be headed in the opposite direction from him. That's what we'll go on. But let's see what the story is. Can you imagine having somebody who's a boyfriend calling you that? My boyfriend and I went to a party last night. We're from 2 different cultures, and my culture is barely represented where I live, but they do this party once every couple of months where everyone that's my ethnicity goes to party. I brought my boyfriend to this event so he can learn about my culture. He was doing so good most of the night, vibing to the songs, and I was falling in love with him even more until we got to the end. He said I kept making eye contact with guys and that they even tried talking to me. I made eye contact with this guy like twice, but it wasn't a way it meant that I wanted him. I don't remember any guy trying to talk to me, but my boyfriend got mad and said he wanted to leave. And I said, no, I get this once every 3 months. I don't want to leave yet, which made him even more angry. He said things like, I'm not your hostage. You can't keep me here. And then started calling me a bitch and a whore. I'm not sure what happened. Why? We don't need to know what happened. Why? We don't need to know that part. The part that we do know is that he called you horrible names and you are still calling him your boyfriend. In this letter, you still referred to him that way. Now, we have to look at you and say, okay, now, is it okay in your culture for men to do that? I mean, why would you think that's acceptable behavior and you still want to call yourself in a relationship with a man who talks to you like that? You, my dear, need to look at my video about respect in relationships and understand this is like one of the top 3 things of don't do. It's call somebody horrible names like this. It's a 3-part video series. I did it. I think it's about almost 2 years old at this point, 2 years ago. It's 21 things and 7 on each video. And it goes into great detail about how these things are disrespectful. And most women don't even identify it that way. You don't see the way that men treat you and talk to you shows marked disrespect. And I'm telling you, one of the things you have to have in your relationship is respect. I don't care about anything else. Your man better respect you and he better give you the relationship that you need. If he's not doing that, then you don't need to be around him. Him accusing you of looking at dudes and stuff. Someone I got eyes, that's what I do with them is look at people. And look at things and look at everything. And you're going to be flipping the fuck out about that? See, that's what he would have got from me. And you're like, well, no, And he said, you can't keep him hostage. Well, then leave. Nobody's stopping you. Call an Uber. I mean, you get home the best way you can, but I'm staying here. You know what I mean? You could have just told him that. Well, that's fine. You can go. But I'm not leaving. So you go and you're gonna go in a Uber or whatever. I'm not leaving yet. And that's just the way that it would be. I don't understand why you think, you like, where do we go from here? You go to what's called breakup town. That's where you go. You don't let some man talk to you like this. Oh gosh. Okay. I'm 27 and my mother-in-law found an old account of mine that had nudes on it and wants me to divorce my husband. When I was 22, I did online subscriptions to make some money. I know what she means, like only. It was really only during my early career, and I stopped after a couple of years. I was making money in my nursing job. Probably about a year after I stopped, I met my now husband. Let's call him Jack for this letter. We fell in love and got married 12 months later. Everything was great. Love his family, and they seemed to really like me as well. I told Jack everything about my past. I even showed him my profile, so he knew exactly what I did. This was all before we got engaged. I could tell it upset him, but he said that he loved me no matter what was in my past. Last week, I got a call from Jack's sister. She started asking questions about my past. She said that her mom, let's call her Janet, found my old account and is incredibly upset. Okay, so what was she doing looking on? Anyway, let's start there, Janet. What was you looking for? And is incredibly upset. She has been calling me a whore, a gold digger, etc. to the entire family. She asked my sister-in-law to tell me to divorce Jack. I tried to call Janet, but she won't talk to me. Jack is super upset about all of this. Part of him is upset his mom is acting like this, but I can also tell that part of him is upset with my past and how it is affecting him and his family. I don't want to get divorced. How do I fix my relationship with my mother-in-law? You don't worry about it. Let me tell you why you don't worry about it, because it's the past. And if it was your husband knew about it and he still proposed and married you anyway, that's all that you need to focus on. Okay, don't worry about anybody else. You were good. You handled it very well. You showed him the page so he could see the images himself. Nothing is hidden from him. He got into the marriage with full disclosure. That's all that you're responsible for. Okay, don't apologize for it. Don't try to chase her down and talk to her about it. That's what you call him Jack to do. To tell his mother it's none of her fucking business what his wife did before he married her, and that he already knew and he chose to marry you anyway. That's the conversation he needs to have with his mother. Okay, that's not for you to do. So stop trying to reach out to her. And the sister's a busybody, asking questions. When she started asking questions about your past, you're supposed to tell her, ask your brother. He knows everything, and hang up the phone. But you weren't supposed to answer any questions to her. Your allegiance is to Jack, not to his family. Okay, that's for him to handle. You didn't handle that right. You don't never answer the questions from some busybody old bitch in your business like that. You messed up in how you handled this, telling the sister anything. If Jack wanted them to know, he would have told them himself. But my main question is about the mama. What was she doing? What was she looking for? Why was she on such a site in the first place to find your photos? And why was you dumb and didn't take the thing down and left it up anyway? Why don't you close it and delete it? See, there's just a bunch of silliness going on here on your end that led to this. Once you showed it to your husband, that's when it should have been removed. Deleted. Account closed and deleted. But you didn't do that. See, that she wouldn't have had shit to find. But he still would have known, but it would have been no evidence. Yeah, the mother is just doing the most. The mother is just too much in your business. But so, tell Jack that he has to handle it. Don't worry about how his mother treats you. He needs to worry about how he tells his mother to stay out of his marriage. That's what he needs to do. My girlfriend got annoyed that I refused to pay towards furniture that we don't actually need. My girlfriend is 23 and I'm 26 and we live together. And most of the furniture we have, we either pay 50-50 or one of us bought it from where we lived previously. We have all of the essentials now, so anything else is more for just decoration. My girlfriend has decided she wants to put a new chest of drawers despite nothing being wrong with the current one we have. She wants new curtains, a new sofa, and a new bedside cabinet. She was looking online and priced everything up and told me what it would cost us each. I told her I didn't see the need to replace the furniture we currently have since it's still pretty new and there are no problems with it. I like the sofa we have and I don't want a new one. She said that the ones she found look nicer and she wants them. Well, then tell her to buy them. I told her if she wants to buy them, then she has to buy them herself since I'm not buying something I don't want or need. Good job. She said that wasn't fair since we both live here, so we should both be paying for them. I told her she can't just decide what she wants to buy something and expect me to be paying towards it. She just repeated that I was being unfair for using to pay for things in a shared home. How would you handle this, Deb? Just like you did. And I would tell her, and don't you take none of the stuff out of here. If you want to buy something new, then you're going to buy it out of your money. But you are not my wife. Remind her that. So I am under no obligation to join finances with you in anything, no matter what you would demand it. So you want some shit that's unnecessary, then you spend your money to go get it. But don't look for me to put a chip in a dime. I'm not going to do it. It's not my responsibility. I don't care. And that's all you say is stick to your guns. She trying to act like she the wife. I know I pulled that stunt one time, but I tell you what my husband did. Okay, so I went to the furniture store because I wanted us to get a new, those kind of dressers that are, what do they call it? Armoire. I wanted an armoire for my stuff, right? My lingerie and my sweaters and all this stuff. And of course, since you married, he gonna help pay for it. I mean, hello. And so I go and I pick this thing out, and then they deliver it. And he comes home, he sees it, and he's like, "What the hell is this?" So I told him about my exciting new purchase, and he said, "We're gonna send it back." I said, "Why are we gonna send it back?" He said because he knew more about furniture construction than I did. And he started looking at the hinges and he was telling me stuff. And I was like, oh, I didn't know that. I was young then. And so I didn't know. And so he got a better quality one, but that was my first and last time buying furniture without his input. Because my dad had been a carpenter. He knew a lot about, stuff too, but I didn't ask my daddy. I just was trying to be independent. Like I knew everything. And I went down there and I opened the doors and stuff a couple of times, thought about what I wanted to put in it. The price was good. I'll take this one, says Deborah. And that was a mistake. So I learned a valuable lesson. And he wasn't mad or anything, but he just was like, it's nice. It looks nice and stuff. It's a good thing. So we'll get one, but we're going to get one. If we spend all this money, we're going to get one that's going to last. And it did last. I just got rid of it a couple of years ago. Like 2 years ago, and replaced it with a lawn dresser. So it definitely lasted like through the years. It still could have been, but I just got sick of looking at it. That's what really happened. But it wasn't anything wrong with it. I just got a little bit sick of looking at it. Why is this light flashing on my thing like this? This is terrible. What's going on? It must be the sun coming through the window. That must be what it is. Oh, this is awful. Oh yes, the sun is hitting my camera. That's what's going on. Shit, how can I fix this? I don't know what to do to block it. I can't sit here with my holding this paper up here blocking the sun from it. That's not gonna work. Huh. Yeah, this is getting worse and worse. I have to think of a solution. Hold on, you guys, while I think. I have to think. Okay, hold on. Let's take a quick break again. I'm sorry, but I got to figure out something because this is not going to work. Okay. I think this will work. I hope this works. My God. I never be streaming this early. So the sun is usually not a factor in my streams, but man, that was pretty messed up. It was like the sun was going right on the camera, making that horrible lens flare. The dustiness. Yes. Whew, that had me sweating, trying to hurry up and figure something out real quick. Oof, my goodness. Luckily, I'm pretty ingenious. Okay. Oh, so we left off on the furniture buying one. Okay, so let's look at this one. Fiance told me, she's 33 and he's 35, that he wouldn't be opposed to an open relationship, but wouldn't act on it as he knows I don't feel the same way. How should I feel about this? Oh, another one of these weirdos. Okay, the other one wanted to do some freak shit, and this one wants her to consider an open relationship. We were chatting in bed last night, and he mentioned that I can't remember even how it came up, and he would be fine with an open relationship and wouldn't be opposed to sleeping with other women if I was okay with it. Like he's sacrificing himself. But he knows I'm not all okay with it and have no interest in an open relationship, threesomes, or anything like that. He has had multiple threesomes, male, female, female, in the past while being in a committed relationship. His girlfriend at the time was into it. I can't help but feel upset by his comments. I'm a very monogamous person, and the idea of sleeping with another guy while being in this committed relationship is repulsive to me. I get constant crushes and thinking of other people are attractive, of course. We all do that. I mean specifically acting on these feelings and sleeping with someone else. I can't help but see him in a different light now. I told him this feels like a large fundamental difference in values, and I need some time to think it over. I suppose it just makes me feel like I'm not enough. I trust him when he says he wouldn't act on it because he knows I'm not okay with it. I wouldn't be with him if I thought he was capable of cheating. But is he going to get tired of having nook with just me in 5 years, 10 years? Am I old-fashioned for being upset that he would even consider, let alone desire, opening up the relationship to sleep purely physically with another woman? We've been together for 3 years. This time we were in a relationship for 6 years before that and took a 3-year break in between, which is when he had the relationship with the threesome. We both agree our current nook life is great and our drives are compatible 3 to 4 times a week. What should I do? I would reconsider marrying this man. That's what he's telling you where his head is. And see, this is a problem. For you, this is a red flag. Why? I mean, you acknowledge that it's a fundamental difference in values and that you don't share that desire with him. Don't you think he had enough courage to voice that to you? That's what he's looking at now. That's what he wants to do. And he's putting you on notice, talking about, well, if you're not okay with it, he's just basically just telling you that's what he's going to do. Now, when he's going to do it, I don't know. But that's what he's telling you. If that's not the kind of relationship that you want, and definitely not the kind of marriage that you want, then you don't marry somebody like this. I'm not saying he's wrong or bad or anything. It's just too different. He had a girlfriend who was on board with that stuff. So, I mean, he should go and find her again. That's what he should do. And you should tell him that. That's some shit I wouldn't be interested in. There's nothing you can do here. There's nothing you can do with this. He's not going to change his mind. And it doesn't sound like you are either. If you did, you would hate yourself because you feel disgusted at just even thinking about it. This is the kind of stuff, just to try to keep him happy. And then you start on that roller coaster ride of all kinds of other perversions. He'll, once you open that door is open. He's going to be pushing all kind of stuff through it. And the next thing you know, you're going to be in somebody's mental institution because you won't even know who you are anymore, trying to keep up and please with some freak. Yeah, I would just get rid of him real quick. As soon as he said that to me, I would have been like, oh, well, let me think about it. And what I would be thinking about is where I'm getting ready to move to. That's the only thing I'd be thinking about. Let's take a break from advice letters and let's talk about something else. I have a whole stack of papers over here. Oh, what's this? This is a recipe I printed out. What is this here? Okay, here's an article. And it's about why men are aggressive against women and the damage it causes. Dark forces drive aggression, bullying, and shame, harming all of us. This was written in 2018. So it's talking about accusations of sexual harassment and assault against women have dominated the news. This behavior is largely driven by a deep-seated, abiding culture that objectifies women and damages both genders. It perpetuates a cycle of shame in men and women and encourages aggression towards women. Even if never overtly harassed or assaulted, women experience the destructive effects of sexual objectification, including abuse and violence, eating disorders, body shaming, depression, risky sexual behavior, and sexual dysfunction. Moreover, men don't realize how there's this focus on that shames and often harms them as well. Okay. Okay, she's talking about how boys have to separate from their mothers. This culture encourages hypermasculinity. Some fathers even humiliate their sons by calling them sissy or mama's boys. And they said the boys never really recover from that. Ooh, excuse me. When they grow up. That's how shame gets passed down. And then they objectify women. Countless men are socialized by their fathers, brothers, and male peers to objectify, dominate, and degrade women. Objectifying men and women strengthens these male values and strains male relationships with women. It's reinforced through, quote, girl watching, promiscuity, and competition amongst men to, quote, score. Having a woman as a trophy, and in addition to popcorn, especially it involves male power over the females. And then she talks about how it impacts boys, aggression, codependency, shaming, hypermasculinity is how they often deal with it. I guess because they're embarrassed. I don't know. Who sent me this article? Whatever. Why men are aggressive against women? Because they want to be. She wrote 16 pages of bullshit when all she had to say is because they choose to be. Everything in life is a choice. It doesn't matter how you were raised. I mean, once you recognize that how you were raised or the messages that you were given in your childhood or young adulthood and stuff are no longer serving you, that is causing problems for you, it's making your relationships miserable, you're not happy, all these kind of things. If you realize those kind of things happen, you see this pattern because you got two eyes, you see what's going on, yet you continue in that behavior pattern. That's a choice. So that's why I say, as adult men, when they can see that they're hurting women, they see that it's not working out for them. They can see that their relationships are going up in smoke. Nobody stays with them. No woman wants to really love them, and she falls in love, and then pretty soon she's out again because the way he does, the way he behaves towards her. If a guy sees that this is the recurring pattern in his life and he does nothing to change it, that's his fault. Okay. So, I hate when these therapists always go back and talk about, well, we're going to blame their childhood, blame their parents. No, you're not. Because, everybody had some messed up stuff going in their childhood, some worse than others. But you know what you do? If you need help with that, you get therapy, right? You get therapy. You have close friends. You talk it out. You work on it. Just work on yourself. You work on actively changing those thought processes and those behaviors to make yourself a better person. That's what you're supposed to be doing with yourself, improving yourself. not wallowing in the mud and staying stuck on stupid and doing the same dumb shit over and over and over for decades. Okay, that's a choice. So, in other words, all the stuff you just said is men are violent towards women, aggressive towards women because they want to be, because they feel like they can get away with it and that they're, in a power seat or something. Like more women having these conceal and carry things, you're going to be jacking up with the wrong sister and end up ventilated. You better watch yourselves. Yeah, everything is a choice. It's all choice. You can't make excuses outside of young children. Everything adults do, they choose to do it. Let's see what Sliver had to say. Yep. Even my male friends, I've had to check them several times. Well, each one of them, really just one, maybe 2 times. Because they be getting out of pocket, I'm like, wait, you must have forgot who the fuck I am talking to me crazy. I talk to them just like that. And then you should see them, they start blinking because they forgot. They like, yeah, get this little cute face and little innocent smile and stuff, but I would light your ass up and roast you right quick. Don't even think that just because we call ourselves friends that you're going to escape my wrath. It's not going to happen. And you're not getting away with nothing. So, light them up a time or two. They be all right. They get back square the way they supposed to be acting. I don't know. Some be getting into these men and they be tripping. Okay, here we go. This is something I printed out just for this show some time ago. Why so many amazing women give their hearts to unkind men, it says. Unkind. Social animals prefer to live together and humans are social animals. Okay, that's true. Let's see what other fantabulous lies they say. Unfortunately, sometimes people are in a hurry to get into a relationship and end up in a toxic situation. The societal expectation that a woman fall for, quote, bad boys can bring horrific consequences. Some women are indeed likely to fall for abusive and unhealthy men, so is it considered normal or part of life? Well, I personally think that most women go through that one time, at least, just because you just got to get out your system, right? The problem is if you don't stop at that one time and that's your lifestyle choice now. You just go from one knucklehead to another, one, quote, bad boy to another, and you in your 40s and you still doing that dumb shit. Now we have a problem. Teenagers can get away with that. You in your 30s and 40s and 50s need to grow up and stop this silliness. Okay, so let's see what this person's talking about. There are many reasons, but here are a few common ones worth addressing. 10 reasons why women fall for unkind men. Reason number 1, biology. Conflict can trigger a fight or flight response, releasing adrenaline hormones in the body. This adrenaline helps build dopamine, making you feel good and maybe make you feel attracted to or bonded with that person. However, in a relationship with an abusive person, the good phases are never constant, while the bad stages are very frequent. Interesting. So, hormones, adrenaline, dopamine. So they're getting kind of like a fix from it. Oh, that's very interesting. Yeah, but what happens, Anna, the problem is when they find out that he's abusive, they don't leave him. That's the part that drives me crazy. Okay, he's showing you now who he is. He's showing you that he's a jerk. He's an asshole. There's nothing about him that's decent. What you thought he was, he's not. Why are you staying with him? See, that's the part I don't get, what's going on in their minds. What kind of manipulation and tricks and hoops the woman is jumping through mentally that she's flipping this behavior around that's so overt to make it be okay for her to stay there. That's what we were talking about at the top of the show. What the reasons are for that. Okay, so then number 2, social media and societal pressure is another reason given of the 10. social media and societal pressure. Where does social media come in? The constant growth in the use of social media makes you desperate to get in a relationship by observing others' lifestyles, but you can't live your life simply by focusing on what others do. You're supposed to be the only person who knows what's best for you. As we know, haste makes waste. And being in a hurry to get in a relationship often causes people to overlook problems and making a mistake in choosing the right partner. Sometimes they even end up with unkind men. And social media can promote unrealistic and unhealthy messages. Yes, it does. That's why we do the Dusty News Network every summer. That's exactly what I be trying to fight against, the social media messages that's been poured out towards women that I think are very toxic, sometimes very dangerous. If you haven't seen that show, it's our summer programming. It'll be coming up in a few months. But, you know, it's the format is light and funny, but a lot of the messages are downright scary. The way that they're framing it as humor or something that, you know, you don't really suspect what the real message is here. But yeah, these people are slick. They be trying to really get in these young girls' heads too. And, you know, telling women that they hit a wall and all this kind of stuff. How about I hit you instead? Question number 3, not knowing what abuse looks like. Bam. If you never witnessed any form of abuse, you may fail to recognize the signs of emotional abuse when they first appear. Your partner may apologize after abusing you mentally or physically or verbally, and you may consider it genuine. You may even think that you are too sensitive and overreacting to a less frequent and rare side of your partner. Gradually, insidiously, it can grow more frequently and acclimate you to greater and greater amounts of abuse. That's what I'm saying. You got to squelch it. I mean, I didn't use big words like acclimate, but that's what I was saying before a couple of hours ago, talking about how if you don't squelch the stuff when it starts, the immediate disrespect, immediate abusive types of behaviors, if you don't squelch it and check him and leave him if you need to, then they just up the ante because you take it. You took that, so they're going to see what else you're going to take. And so they're going to keep going until you finally reach a point where you've had enough, or until they get so disgusted with your lack of spine that they leave you. That happens a lot too. Reason number 4 of the 10 reasons why women get with unkind men. You're stuck on the way that things used to be. If your guy is a narcissist, he may seem appealing to you at the initial time of the relationship, but later he might make you follow his orders and never question him. Please. My middle name is Question. Deborrah Question Cooper. These men have a superiority complex and they always try to push you down only to promote their thoughts. Yep. Number 5, a personal history of familial abuse. If you grew up in an abusive family, then you might be prone to abusive relationships. Yep. So I was saying earlier, growing up in an abusive family can make you tolerant of abuse through repeated exposure. Over time, your experience may make you feel like you are the common factor, and the fact that you're getting abused is somehow deserved or your own fault. And they love to tell you that too. You make me hit you. You make me call you these names because of the way that you act. You don't listen to me. You know, you need to do what I say. You're supposed to submit to me. So what do you guys think so far? That was 5. That's half of them. Why women get with, they call them unkind men, basically assholes and jerks. But, you know, they don't want us to put that on in the article. Number 6, trying to be a problem solver. You unknowingly have Florence Nightingale syndrome. Yeah, it was Supergirl syndrome, where you flying in with your cape gonna save somebody, which makes you think that you are a person who can save a man, and then you fall for him the way one might fall with a patient. This can backfire hard and create far more problems than you solve, with you being the primary male beneficiary. Let's see what else is on here. That's pretty interesting. Florence Nightingale syndrome. Yeah, you're going to save somebody. Please. Number 7, believing that you are the problem. Well, getting into a relationship, we expect positive things, which makes us afraid of doing anything wrong, which makes association may get destroyed. When something terrible happens, often due to the actions of our abusive partner, We start to blame ourselves and think that this may have occurred as a reaction to something that we have done wrong. Number 8, fear of not being loved. Women have a lot of fear. When a woman gets into a relationship after a very long period, she may fear losing it and returning to loneliness. This fear might make her tolerate progressively worse behavior. Yep, then you do take my suggestion and get you a dog. Doggo will love you up and keep you company and help protect you too. So, 3, the trifecta, it'll be a good deal. Number 9, lack of confidence. Lacking confidence and self-esteem might make you feel that you can't go for a better relationship in the event of a breakup. This could make you stay and suffer in an abusive relationship that you otherwise would have left far behind. And number 10, the last one, the bad boy myth. We often believe in a myth, generally spread by the internet, that bad boys are good and bad. The quote, not caring about anyone, end quote, attitude makes us fall for them. The reality of the situation is obviously very different. A guy who cares is always going to be preferable. Humans each develop dozens of relationships over the course of their lives, and when a person is born into a family, they might bond with them by cohabiting with them. When they grow up, they find a partner that they can fall in love with. Choosing a partner is a critical element in everyone's future. Yep. A good partner can improve your life. I think, to me, like the person that you choose to be with is like the biggest, will have the biggest impact on your life of anything. Even more so than, college or not, or which university you go to, or where you work and how much you make, all that kind of stuff. You can still be a very happy person, not making as much money, or getting a degree from a not so prestigious school. You can still get a good job and, do well for yourself like that. You don't have to wear designer clothes and things of that nature. But if you have a fucked up relationship, your whole world, I don't care how much money you got, what kind of things you bring to the table and all this other stuff, your whole life is going to be screwed. Your mental state will be jacked up. Your emotional state will be jacked up. Sometimes people develop physical health problems from the stress and anxiety and the emotional pain and turmoil. I mean, it's just a nightmare. It's a nightmare. So I really think, in schools, they teach all this stuff. They really should start making courses to teach, especially girls, how to choose a partner. They don't do that. They have sex education courses, but they don't talk about the relationship part. And this the fairy stories and the Disney stuff. I mean, that stuff is cute, and that's but that's not how you choose a husband. That's not how you choose a boyfriend. That stuff is that girls look for those butterflies and then floating on air feelings and stuff like they saw in the Disney movies and the fairy stories, and they're not realizing that that's not realistic. That's not the ground to have a relationship. You got to look at what kind of man he is. How does he come through for people? What's his values and moral stance? What does he think about women? How does he treat women? How does he treat people that are technically, quote, beneath him, like servers, the little valet guys and stuff like that? How does he treat people like that? Service people. How does he treat his parents? Siblings, friends? Look at his behavior. Look at how a man rolls through the world. And that'll tell you all you need to know about him. If he's fucked up and treats other people in a jacked up, stupid ass way, trying to connive and trick people and stuff like that, trust you on the list. You're next. Your name is coming up. I remember I went up with this dude. Okay, let me tell you just how scandalous this clown was. Okay, one of his cousins' fathers died, and the father was kind of wealthy, The cousin didn't really have that great of a relationship with him. So why this guy thought that the cousin was going to get all his money or stuff when his dad died was kind of amazing. But anyway, that's what he told me, that the cousin was going to be getting this, big settlement for when the dad died and all this stuff. And I said, well, okay, so why are you talking about it? I was, me, I want to know. Why are you bringing it up? Well, because I'm going to ask him for some money. I said, so his father died. He's crying because his daddy died. And all you not calling him to console him or be, volunteer to be a pallbearer or anything like that. You thinking about what you're going to get from him. That's what you're telling me? He did have at least the decency to look embarrassed for a hot second. And then he said, well, yeah. I said, okay. That was the last time I went out with him. You know what? Because that showed me his character. That's somebody, he just was a fucked up individual. He didn't give a shit about his cousin. He gave a shit about his cousin, his cousin's emotional state. He didn't care about any of that. All he cared about was himself and what he would use his cousin to get, knowing that his cousin was in a state of mind, where he probably wouldn't be thinking too clearly. And he would probably give it to him because, just on the strength of they're related. I was like, ooh, he's a garbage individual. He was cute though, but trash. So yeah, I had to leave him alone. Mm-mm. Let me see what she's saying. Whoa. That's terrible. See, and I don't understand why parents don't teach their daughters that kind of stuff. That's unbelievable. Yep. And think it's all romantic. Oh, we're going to be a family. Yep. Same in Japan. Ain't nobody having no babies in Japan either. They in another 100 years, the Japanese culture is gonna die out because all the old people be dead, and the young people are like, I'm not trying to have no baby. Them girls are like, I would rather buy a purse than buy a box of Pampers. So yeah, it's very interesting how men just, the end of mankind could be coming because men are just lost something. I don't know. They need to get their shit together. I mean, worldwide, this is a problem. And then all the mental illness and everybody is on the spectrum or some shit. And it's like, it got all these issues. And so it makes it hard to relate to people. You can't really form an emotional bond with somebody who's got problems like that because they don't know how. They don't know, they miss cues and stuff. I mean, I guess they could be taught and it could be rehearsed into them or something, but it just doesn't feel, it just doesn't feel right to somebody who's not, so afflicted, impacted like that. So I don't know what's going to happen, but it's not going to be nothing good. I can tell you that. It's all over. Women are like, screw this. This ain't even of interest. And then, my favorite thing, the PEW Research Center, they have this piece called Nearly Half of U.S. Adults Say Dating Has Gotten Harder for Most People in the Last 10 Years. Judging by what you all have been saying, it's quite true, isn't it? It's very true. Mm-hmm. Exactly. And they try to shame you into having, why don't you have no kids? And you don't have kids, you're selfish. There's something wrong with you. Yeah, that's your job as a woman to, breed like a bunny rabbit. It's just your job. And then men want to talk you into having a baby. That's probably, the young girls fall for that shit. Say, oh, I'll stand up. I'll do the right thing. I'll be there for you and my baby. So here she go getting pregnant, thinking it's going to be some happily ever after. And the next thing you know, that baby pops out and he takes one look at it and he's like, deuces. And he's going on about his business to make another one or two with somebody else. I don't know. So let's see. So this says, the subtitle says, a majority of women say they have experienced harassing behavior from someone they went on a date with. Oh, sounds interesting. Harassing behavior. I wonder what that means. I'm trying to skim this and find it. Most women who are currently single looking to date, 65%, say they have experienced at least one of 6 harassing behaviors asked about in the survey from someone that they were dating or had been on a date with, such as being touched in a way that made them uncomfortable, or rumors being spread about their nook history. This compares with 56% of men who are single and looking. The pattern holds that while looking for all women and men, whether they are currently on the dating market or not. Women are also more likely to see risk, both physical and emotional, when it comes to dating. When those who say dating has become harder for not most people in the past 6 years are asked to describe in their own words why they think this is the case, women are twice as likely as men to state increased risk. For their part, men are more likely to send women to say technology is the reason dating has gotten harder. Overall, 47% of Americans say that dating is now harder than it was 10 years ago, while 19% say it's easy, and 33% say it's about the same. Harassing behaviors, being touched inappropriately. I could imagine that. Being talked to inappropriately. Oh, some of these girls, they talk about how the dudes, they get, the third date, right? And they decide they're going to get busy, and the dudes try to choke them out. You want to choke them, I guess they see in the movies. You know what kind of movies I'm talking about. I don't feel like reading this. And so they have to deal with that too. And that seems to be like a thing. All the girls who told me that though were white. Is that the white boys into that choking shit? I haven't heard any black women tell me that, but I mean, they just haven't told me. That don't mean it's not happening. It just, the ones who told me just all happen to be white. And I was like, wow. They do, Anna. See, I just said, I'm not saying they didn't. I just said nobody told me. Yeah, and even the child support that they pay is a joke. I mean, they ain't making puffy money. Kids are expensive. I think about the money I pay my daughter, because I put her in a private school because we were in Oakland. She wouldn't have survived in public school because that artistic airhead type of, she wasn't like a fighter like me. And so I had to figure out a way that was going to, get her educated, but not expose her to nignoggery. And so I put her in a little private school, small private school. So I had to pay that tuition, buy them uniforms, send her to school with lunch every day because they didn't have a cafeteria or anything. Then I had to pay the after school care because, I didn't get back to Oakland till late. That's when I was working at a gym in San Francisco. And, race across the bridge and pick her up. My life at that time was just so stressful. So I don't even know how I did it. But, and then just raising a kid and having to pay for, the housing and the power, the lights in my car repairs, bridge toll every day that I went to work. I didn't work over there every day, but I think I worked over there 3 days during the week and one on Saturday or Sunday. So yeah, it was just a lot of money going out all the time. Spending. Thank you. Thank you, Diamond. What is this I wrote? Oh, I don't know what this is. I'm answering something. I don't know what that's supposed to be. Okay, let's go back to this. Oh, actually, let me, I should have done this earlier. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Okay. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. I haven't put lotion on. My hands won't be so dry. All right, let's get back to these advice letters so we can do this. What should I say? Yes, it is. Oh my God. You don't realize how hard it is until you're done with it and you sit back and reflect. Like when you're in it, you just, keep going like a machine. But once that's over and you have time to like sit back and rest and reflect on how hard your life was, you're like, good Lord. Okay, so let's look at this, some more advice letters here. I'm 21 and I found out that my aunt, 36, is actually my mother. I hear that happens a lot. I don't know if I should forgive her, and my quote mother, who's actually my aunt. I had some suspects, I think he means suspicions, all my life because of the inconsistencies of my papers and why my quote aunt would visit so often and be allowed to take me out or making me sleep at her place on the weekends. I never had a real father figure because supposedly he left when my mother got pregnant. So I got raised by my mother, quote aunt, my actual mother, and their parents. They finally revealed the truth yesterday when I showed them the hospital bill, which asked the biological mother for a medical test concerning a disease I might have. They asked me to sit and do my best to not get angry, and then they both loved me to death. At that point, I knew the gig was up. Thank you, India. I was angry that they lied to me for all 21 years of my life, and I told them, as far as I know, they're both dead. I blocked them on the phone and all platforms and have spoken to them since. I live on my own since I was 19. I also told them that I hate all my family and will spit on my grandparents' grave for not telling me the truth. Now I'm feeling bad for the awful things I've said, but I'm not sure I can forgive them for what they did or if they will forgive me for the horrible things I told them. Honestly, I understand why they did it and their family helped them. My mother was too young for a baby. My aunt was more responsible, but it's unforgivable they never told me until I pressed them. I keep thinking those bitches would have kept quiet about it all my life. I learned about this from my girlfriend. No, I talked about this with my girlfriend, and while she agrees this is overwhelming, she pointed out that even with this deception, they sincerely love me and everything they did was for me. Now I see that my reaction was over the line, but I see them as completely different people. Should I reach out to them? Yes, grow the fuck up and stop acting like a fucking baby. So what? You still got raised. The exact same people would have still been in your life just with a different title. Don't you understand that? Nothing really changed for you. And if your aunt was the one who raised you, your auntie was actually the more responsible, caring a person, then that was the best decision made for you, you idiot. You're just so, and then gonna fly off the handle and talk about their dead to you and all that kind of stuff. You need to apologize profusely for acting like a fool. That's what you need to do. Yes, it took you by surprise, but if you think about it, like I said, the exact same 4 people would have been in play in your life. Nothing changed for you. You still got the same love and support and caretaking from all 4 of those people your whole life, just with different titles for the 2 women. What difference does it fucking make? You're a grown man now. What an idiot. And what do they need to tell you for? See how you reacted even at 21? So if they had told you when you were younger, you would have really lost your cool. That's why they didn't tell you, because you're too immature to handle it. Even at 21, your ass is stupid and too immature to handle it. So this is all on you. You need to eat some serious crow and go over there and get on your knees and beg everybody's forgiveness and apologize like you have never apologized before. And then don't ever talk to them like that again. So fucking disrespectful. People sacrifice them. The auntie to sacrifice herself, her freedom and shit to raise your little silly ass. Instead of being happy about it, you're going to cuss her out and talk about you're dead to me and all that kind of ignorant behavior like that. You're a fucking idiot. Yeah. He had the same 4 people would have been there regardless. You know what I mean? And the decision was made because the aunt was more mature and responsible and more likely to have a good result with the responsibilities of a child. And his dumb ass don't even want to think about it. Psh, what a goofball. Oh, I need some water on that one. Made my temper flare. Silly. Okay. She wants to know, 22 to 27 age group, when should I / how do I tell a man I'm going on a date with that I slept with his cousin? How would I handle that? I wouldn't know nothing. I don't know nothing. What cousin? What you talking about, Willis? I'm not typically one to go telling a potential partner all the people I've slept with, but since it's his cousin, it's way different. I work with his cousin. Him and his cousin are very close. We slept together about 15 months ago. When we were both hammered, I had just been dumped. He was single as well. The next day we agreed it was a one-off thing, no feelings, and it was just a circumstance thing. Still good friends with him and his girlfriend now, who knows everything. Met his cousin like 7 months later, hit it off, and now 6 months after meeting, the one time we are going on a date. My friend mentioned that he has not told him and didn't want to without talking to me first. The guy doesn't live in our city, so neither one of us have seen him in a long time. I just don't really know when to bring it up or how, like on the first date, before, after. He's also very religious Christian, as is my coworker, that whole family. But that didn't stop him from getting hammered and sleeping with you on a one-night stand, did it? So there's anxiety there for telling him. My friend has no issue with this kind of stuff, but I'll be finding out the vibe of my date on the date to really see if our values match. Well, then don't worry about it. Why are you worried about that? And you haven't even gone on the date yet. You might go on the date and decide he's stupid. So then you don't want to be bothered with him anymore. He might be like that date I went on that had to pray everything. Tina, you got a question you want to ask? On the thing? Yeah. She gonna go spilling all kind of beans before she even goes on a date with the dude. And just mess up everything just from wanting to be just with her big old mouth telling everything. That's why when, since it happened, the boyfriend should have never told his girlfriend. I mean, the guy at your job should have never told his girlfriend that. You guys should have went to your graves with that secret. I mean, what is it this need that you have to just tell everything? It happened one time where you were drunk. Just act like it didn't happen and go on with your lives. That's all you had to do. Why would you go around telling everybody? Fucking cares. It's just young people just stupid. Just be talking too damn much and telling every goddamn thing. You don't tell people stuff like that. So now he gonna get a new girlfriend. He gonna have to tell her too. Well, I mean, what is the point of all of this? What you did in your past is your business. If it was before he met this girl, he didn't need to discuss it with her at all. You two should have agreed upon that at the time it happened. That I don't know nothing. What'd she say? More often, you trying to kill me. You trying to kill me. So you two to pay the $10. Do you have any question, or is that just in general to the cussing fund? Because you hear me cutting loose over here. Just listening. Okay. Thank you, though. It makes me feel better because as soon as I got started, and then there was some like adult language used in some of the callers. I'm like, oh well, there's go to ads for this show. Because they was like graphic with their stuff. I forgot to warn people to keep it PG. I forgot to say that at the beginning of the show, so it's my fault. I forgot to warn people not to get so graphic. Okay. Yeah, I don't understand what she's worried about. I'm telling you, if it was me, I'd be like, he's lying. Ain't nobody slept with him. We work together. He's dreaming. He's making up shit. I don't know what he's talking about. Okay, next question. I feel like I need to walk away from a long time friendship because of her abusive relationship. Is this the right thing to do? Can I handle it any other way? Oh, so you have a friend who's in an abusive relationship. Oh, I see. Okay. I desperately need help and perspective. Please be honest. I need to know if I have done the wrong thing in saying I can't contact her anymore. My friend Z has an awful problem with toxic men. I feel like because of life things over the years and few long-term friends, she latches onto men even in very toxic relationships. She also cannot walk away. These relationships end badly and she falls to pieces and then repeat. It's a very bad cycle. Z has been in a relationship of a year now with Y. Y is absolutely horrendous to her. He has been verbally, physically, and sexually abusive. He's incredibly racist. He has smashed her phone, threatened her. Police have been involved, but he manipulates her back to him and she does not follow up on reports. Police also lost her case when she did seem like she would follow through. I have hardly seen Z this past year because she is not allowed to see friends, although they do not live in the same town. She has called me during brief breakups. I console her and have been extremely down and worried. Then they get back together. I have needed a friend more than once and have never been able to see her on my account. She only contacts me to tell me about all the horrible things that he has done to her during their brief breakups. I put so much into supporting her. It never makes a difference, and I just feel so awful. I call her to check on her. I ask if she's okay when I haven't heard from her. Recently, I gave Z an ultimatum that I couldn't watch her in this relationship anymore after she told me she was done with him. I felt physically sick and had a panic attack at work thinking about her in the situation she described that is also into hard drugs, and she felt like she almost had a heart attack on a bender with him. Today, after ignoring my text for 3 weeks, she tells me that she's sorry and understands if I can't be in her life, but she's back with him. I just don't think I can handle this anymore, and I told her that I need to walk away, but maybe we can connect in the future. I feel so awful, so worried. Is there anything more I can do? Nope, because she's, again, as like I said a little bit ago, as an adult, she's choosing this. She's making a willful decision to be in a relationship with somebody who's kicking her ass and calling her names and treating her like she's a roach. So, I mean, that's what she wants. No matter how sick and twisted it is, that's her comfort zone. That's where she keeps going back to. Is there anything you can do about it? Absolutely nothing. Short of having her kidnapped and locked up somewhere. That's, then you'd be the one in trouble in prison or something. But there's nothing that you can do here. You just got to let her go and be stupid. That's what she wants. So let it be. Let it happen. Just make sure, tell her to put your name in her phone as for an emergency contact. Because that way, when something happens to her, which it most likely will, the police in the corner can call you and you can alert her family. But this is what she's choosing to do. So you're doing well to block your, you having all these symptoms and stuff behind it because you care. So you have to stop caring about her and care about yourself now before you go down this rabbit hole with her. Okay? She's doing what she want to do, so let her do it. This is what she wants to do. Oh my God, there's supposed to be 3 more hours of this? I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I don't know if I have enough content. I need some more stuff. Let's see, what do I have over here? Oh, here's a question. Would you leave your career to help your man with his business if he asked you to? Ladies, would you do that? Your man, it doesn't say your husband, your man. And I had seen an article. I didn't get to read it though. But some girl wrote an article about why she's never dating men in their 30s again. Did you guys see that? I meant to read it for this, but then I got busy. I was working on that newsletter thing too long, and that was the end of that. Would you do that? Leave your career to help your man with his business if he asked you to? Nope, I sure wouldn't. Because I'm not your wife, sir. And even if I was, I still wouldn't do it. My husband had a business with his friend. They did installed networks all over the country. He got contracts. Did I help him with his business? Not 1 second. Did I do anything? Him and his business partner did it. And they hired some little college student, and it was a little young dude. He could type really well and stuff. And he, would come in a couple of hours a week, days a week. I think he probably worked 20 hours a week, something like that. And he would do their, the typing and photocopying and mailing out stuff and keeping up with their contracts and all, the filing and all stuff in the office. He did it that way. I didn't do shit. That wasn't my job. That wasn't my dream. That was his. And so he's supposed to do it. And so he understood the assignment, and he never asked me to help him with his business. But even if he had, I would have said, nope, I'm not doing that. I have a baby. That's what my job is. And your job is to go and make money at your business. And my job is to take care of this kid. So yeah, that's what we're going to do. I'm not doing that. But he never asked. He knew better. He knew better. And these women, they be so anxious to help me, they boyfriends and all the stuff, to help them come up. And I'd be like, why are you doing that? What is the point of putting in all that energy and effort into something that doesn't even have your name on it? You receive no benefits from that at all. That's his thing. I mean, he's gonna get all the glory, and he should have all the headache. I'm not assuming no responsibility for what you do. Just like I don't be asking them for, dudes be helping me with mine either. I do my own stuff. If it's something I don't know how to hook up, like I had to learn how to hook up my mixer thing and all the stuff here, I got online and I figured it out and I set it up myself. I didn't ask them to do it. Nobody. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Then you get him to where he want to be, and then after that they dump you, and you done invested all your time and energy and lost your job and everything else to help him. I'm not stupid. I may look stupid, but I'm not. This is something really interesting. This is probably better for another show, not to deal with it. Yeah, this too. This has to do with just strictly with Black women, so we should do that on another day. Well, let me just go back to these advice letters. I do have these. Anybody have an advice question? You can ask a question. Get your question answered. $10. $10. Say, are we married, sir? That's right. But like I said, even when I was, I'm still not doing it. It's not my role here, sir. Not my job. But anybody, you guys got a question, or you have a topic that you want to bring up, because we got I only have a couple of more questions. I didn't bring enough ammo, I think, for 8 hours. I thought you guys would talk more. Y'all talking in the chat. Ain't nobody talking to me. That's all right. Yeah, I'm not doing that. All right. I have a question too. You guys can answer that. Okay. If you can think of a video that you've watched on this channel, which one would you say has been the most helpful to you in your journey? Which one or two? If you remember the titles. I'm just curious. You can type them in the thing, or you can call in and share your thoughts on it. Either way. See if you want to call. Let me I haven't put this in there in the chat in a minute. There you go. That's the link to get onto the sound stage. Tracy said, and then what? Yes, I love that series myself. Usher was switching at the Super Bowl. I didn't watch it. I knew the 49ers was going to choke. I couldn't even watch that. My brother went to Vegas because he wanted to be there. I'm like, you just go right ahead. I don't care. I don't get any money out of it, although I did bet. And I did win $200 too. Everybody thought I was mean. Oh, Beautiful Orchid is calling. Hold on. Let me get my headphones in. I took them out so I don't have to hear myself talk when I'm reading the advice letters. Okay, you're on and your mic is open.
Hi.
Hey.
I just came to talk smack.
Talking on this channel.
Yeah.
That's what we do, damn it.
So, as far as your question, it would be the In What series. But as far as my smack talking, I've been watching a lot of things that are going on over in Asia with their feminist movement. And I wonder, well, our birth rates are down here in America too, but I'm wondering if we should follow in suit and do the same birth strike that they're doing, because our men are acting crazy with all the, active shootings and, the violence against women in general. Like, this environment just isn't conducive to getting married and having babies. The rate of childcare is crazy. It costs as much as a mortgage. Like, why should we be out here trying to get married and have children with these men?
I don't know, but people still seem to want to do it. I know this is a rhetorical question, but
like,
I don't know.
Like, we
I
should
have
start
no
our own
clue.
movement.
Girl, they need to, because what happens, and then then they pushing to have all these babies, all these old pedos running around here, and these women having these kids, and they bring these men in and overthinking the men are after them, and the men really just want the kids. It's just a hot mess out here. You're right. There's people paying, like in big cities, they're paying like $2,000 a month for childcare.
Yes.
Like, I don't love it. Just put that kid out at the curb, like some people used to put that old lady in her wheel. Put that at the curb and let it babysit itself. Or get a nanny dog. See, these dogs can be trained to, get bottles out the refrigerator and do all kinds of stuff. I just don't know.
We can't do latchkey kids anymore. You be done got arrested for child abuse.
Well, now and that's people be following your kid home. Your kid try to open the door, and the next thing you know, people be busting in the door behind your kid. So it's terrible. You can't. They can't live the life, the freedom that we used to have.
No.
But you got some good points, and thank you for calling to talk smack. So you like the And Then What series? Okay.
Yeah.
Note.
I'm just trying to help you take up some of this airtime.
Girl, thank you. Because I looked at the clock. I'm like, how can this only be 5 something? I've only been on for 5 hours. I feel like I'm going to die.
And then another thing that I noticed is over here in China, they calling the women leftover women. And it sounds just like how they talk about us over here, saying that we're going to hit the wall.
It's always like, shut up. All them Chinese men, they had all these sons.
Yeah.
And this is not enough women for them to go around and just sitting up there trying to badmouth the ones who aren't married. They need to shut up.
Exactly.
Shut up.
It's really a problem of leftover men, but they're saying it's leftover women because the women don't want to marry them.
Why should they?
Exactly.
It's just to get into that thing. This is my favorite. One of my favorite videos is the WIIFM one. What's in it for me? What's in it for me? Did you see that one?
Yeah.
That's one of my favorites because I think women need to be more selfish and they need to ask themselves that before they get in a relationship with these clowns. Well, if I get in a relationship with you or I marry you or I move in with you, what's in it for me? Why should I do that? How am I going to benefit from it? And women need to be just that pragmatic. Like, you're going to get like services in the bed, maid service and all this old stuff here. Somebody to have your kids and raise them with you for you and all this old stuff. But what do I get out of that? Except for more work and a little raggedy dingling, which I'm getting totally free at my house when I don't have to look at you every day. Sound like I'm balling backwards to me.
Yeah.
These men be tripping. It's not like they putting it down like 9,000 anyways. It's not like you're gonna be like thinking about it while you at work and getting shivers down your spine and stuff. You just be like, oh, I guess it was okay.
Yeah, most of them you gotta teach them.
Yeah, I don't feel like all that. I'm not. I don't want to do that. Even when I was young, I didn't want to do that. It's like, don't you know what to do already? They're like, well, do you know? But you're supposed to. Well, why am I supposed to? Because you're the man, says Deborah.
Okay, you wanted it, and then you don't know what to do with it.
Right. You're sitting up here fumbling around. Get out of here. Okay, let me put you on hold, and I'm going to get Cookie Face Girl. Cookie Face Girl. Your mic is open. What's going on? Yeah.
My favorite one is DNN.
Oh, the DNN
The whole
series? Oh, you
series.
like the...
And my brother-in-law, he actually showed my dad one of the memes that you had shown up there about the girl 10 years later that didn't want you, and now she got a few kids, and I heard them laughing about it at a cookout one time, and I had already seen it on the show, but they had a good talk about that.
Mm.
So a lot of the stuff that they have on DNN, they were trying to tell me is good advice that I should do if I'm looking for a man, which is kind of backwards.
Yeah, well, that's why I do DNN, because those are the messages that they're sending out to the young girls. That that those are good advice. This is garbage and trash. It's designed to manipulate and control you and make you feel bad about yourself.
And
so
not to
if
put
you feel bad, then you'll be desperate
but...
and take anything.
True. But not to put anybody down, but my cousin was trying to tell me, you need to be his everything. So she would help pay his bills and stuff before they were even married, and he wasn't really working full time. So she took care of him, took him to and from work, paid his bills, and now since they're married, it's like he can get new rounds, but her phone was cut off because she's working full time and she can't afford minutes or something. So he can go get new rims for his car or something. It doesn't really make a lot of sense at all. But she's trying to give me good advice, and I don't want any parts of that.
Yeah, well, she should have known she was getting somebody who was stupid when you got to sit around paying his bills. He could have been working at McDonald's. He could have been doing anything to make money.
Because she's like, you got to hold him down. So all I could do was watch. It's too late now.
Where do you think she got those messages from, though? That's always been a curiosity to me.
Probably her, I don't want to say her grandparents, but probably from our grandparents, because they struggled a lot. I mean, they're better now, but they both worked really hard, but no one in the family really cared for them. But since they're married, it's kind of like their family now.
I see.
So they broke up a few times, and I've seen the drama. He'll slam the door walking out, at a family gathering and stuff. And we're like, we hope you don't get back together, but it's not like we could say it. And they end up getting married. So I mean, they're better now, but I had to stop talking to them because that was just too much.
Yeah, that's kind of embarrassing.
I'm a little bit younger than she is, so she used to pick me up from school every day, and when they were dating, he would hang out at our house. So there was some issues there, but I don't know. I just can't hang with it anymore. And he has like a lot of dusty mentality, and he likes to preach like he knows everything. He's like, these females don't know nothing. Y'all don't know a good man when you see one. And he thinks he knows everything and loves to tell other people what to do. And I just can't deal with that.
So it seemed like if he knew everything, he would have a job. He wouldn't have been sitting around unemployed. Since you know everything, you ought to know how to get a job, how to get your
But
own
he's
money,
got,
and how to get back and forth to work. Since you know everything.
he don't need
I'm
that.
sorry.
He just hold
I
down
would have had
check.
to. I would have had to tell him about himself. I just can't. My mouth just can't be quiet. I just sometimes it's like, stop
Our
talking.
family's like that. Our family is like, just, just let it go. She wants to be with him, so ain't nothing you can do.
Yeah, but I still would have to hurt his feelings. Yeah, she could be with him too, but after I hurt his feelings, because he just sitting up there trying to puff his chest out and act like he knows everything. Like, well, how come you didn't know how to get a job?
Oh, she was actually going to his job and helping them, and she wouldn't get paid, but the manager knew her, so she would just come in and help him work off the
What?
clock while getting paid. Yeah, she did that because she wanted to spend time with him before they got
Oh,
married. So she would go to his job and help out. The manager just let her in. She would help with like inventory and stuff and stocking.
yeah. I mean, of course, the manager's gonna be happy because he can get some free labor.
I don't know. That
Wow.
whole thing was backwards, but a lot of people look up to them like that's a good relationship, but that's their thing.
Wow. I don't even know what to say.
When I got to your channel, I had to like deprogram because I've spent so much time with them because I grew up with them, and I had to like come up a little bit like, no, you don't pay his bills, you don't be his everything. You got to be your own person.
Yep. Never help a man. Never help a man. If you don't help them, they don't appreciate it anyway. And so, and they just, whatever you do for them, that's one less thing they have to do for themselves. And they instead don't, use that as an opportunity like a woman would to push further, right? Because now you got a little help. So we're going to take it to the next level because somebody got this base here covered. They don't do that. They relax and let you do more and more and more while they do less and less and less. So it's a different mentality I've noticed
Yeah, she's
when
not
men get
happy.
help, when
So
women help men. We use it to
I
come
just
up further and they just use it to rest and play video games.
yeah. He loves his video games now.
How did I know?
Him and my brothers and my brother-in-law, that's their unwind time. They come home and play that game all night long. Like they're all like that.
That's just crazy to me.
They don't want to take you out to eat, but they can pay $60 for a new game.
Well, girl, I'm going to run over here and try to see if I can finish up these letters. But thank you for calling.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We wish more people would call in and share your thoughts like Cookie did. That's the number. I mean, that's the link right there to do it. Well, use a different browser, Tina. It's not working on Robert. Tina, you just use a different browser then. Yes, that's right. Only if you let them. That's right. I mean, they're going to come in the door wasting a little bit of it. You know what I mean? But it's still up to you to, put a stop to it. Yes. Very good. I think so too. That's a good point. I do those so often I forget about them. I don't even hardly call those videos. I think about the, recorded ones, the special subject matter ones. But you're right. There's a lot of valuable lessons in each week's show. We do it on Saturdays pretty much now, you notice. It has been on Tuesday or Wednesday in a long time. Because I just can't get it together. Even like last night, I was working so late. It was just terrible. I didn't do anything. All right, let me see. Where were we? I'm 21 and I have a group work with a guy 21 or 22 who creeps me and the other girls out. I have to work on a group project with 3 guys that I don't know, and fortunately, a girl I'm friends with. One guy is creeping me and my friends out, but the other 2 guys are very nice and respectful. This guy basically stares at us the whole time, and he says random things to talk to us. He tries to be friendly, but it's okay. Let me take these out. I'm hearing myself in this. I don't like it. He tries to be friendly, but it is clear as daylight that he's not being genuine. Why am I saying this? Well, because last year he used to stare at me 24/7 and he would follow me around our campus for no reason. When I talked to the other girls in my classes, they also complained about him always staring at them, and most of them dislike him. The thing is, I have to work with him until the end of the semester, and I know it was unprofessional how he acted in the last class, but I was so uncomfortable and overwhelmed that I was not feeling well and wasn't being cooperative. I just felt like I didn't want to talk to anyone. I don't know, but that was the first time I've ever felt this way. So on that day, one of the guys did not attend, and he and the guy were close friends. I don't know what happened, but they had a fallout. Since his ex-friend did not come to the class, this guy was so comfortable and was trying to take control over the group. He doesn't make as much effort as we do, and he wants to be the, quote, leader of the group. We had to answer questions as a group. Me and my friend had answered the first question, and we showed them the answer. You know what this guy said? I feel like you should add more to your answer. The teacher said before something about adding more to your answer. We were in the same group previously, and I don't remember the teacher saying that. So the other guy tried to help us, and he told him, don't help them, let them do it. I was pissed off because I knew he wanted to take control over us, the only two girls in the group. The reason I'm saying this is because I have heard before that when he was in groups with girls, he would try to control them. Like if a girl chose to take part in something, he would try to get her to give him that part. And if he didn't want it, he just wanted to dominate the girls. What should I do? Because I can't change my group. Don't let him dominate you and speak up and stuff. Shit, what the fuck? Okay, so what he's in the group and so you just tell him, look, don't try to tell me what to do. You worry about the part that you're supposed to do and don't worry about what I'm doing. Okay, but you can't say that. That's all you had to say. Say, mind your business and stay out of mine. Get you some if you don't have none. You can't say something like that to him? Like, snappy one-liners? You could always use the excuse that you didn't feel good. It would have been a perfect time to deliver that kind of bomb on him. But, he's trying to dominate you girls and say, look, you ain't nobody's boyfriend, you ain't a professor, and you ain't nobody's daddy either. So don't be trying to tell us nothing. Okay? You do your part in this project, and we'll do ours. And just shut him down. And if he stares, you say, stop staring at me. That's fucking rude, weirdo. You can't say stuff like that. He's following you around campus. You couldn't have gotten alerted one of the campus security and say, look, this guy keeps following me. His name is such and such. He's in my class. He's scaring me. You couldn't do that? See, you girls, this helplessness routine that you guys do, it drives me fucking crazy. You don't take shit from men. You don't do it. Like I said, I'm going to say this one more time. So some of you might be just dropped into the stream. We've been at this since noon, but you might have just got here. Let me just say this one more time. When a man is acting, mistreating you or being inappropriate, you shut the shit down right away. Okay, you don't let it linger on. You don't let it, you don't just ignore it or do some nervous laugh and this other silly shit that y'all be doing, because they take it as your consent, that you're okay with what they did. And so then they up the ante. They're going to keep pushing your boundaries until you push back. If you don't ever push back, well, then that's your fault. So, the stuff he was doing, trying to tell you what to do and take over and all that stuff, you should have shut that shit down immediately. I mean, it's great that you wrote for advice or whatever, but this is something that you should know this already. That you don't let people talk to you like that and try to treat you that way. Okay? But I'm just reminding you, use your words. Stand up to people. Be more assertive. Put your boundaries in place and then reinforce them. Okay? And don't be looking for the other dudes to protect you. You're a grown-ass woman now. You're in university. Do something with yourself. You're going to be finished from school and getting jobs and stuff. You're going to be just like roadkill if you don't get your shit together now to standing up to men. By the time you hit them jobs and those guys start, sexually harassing you and such, you better have your voice ready to cuss them motherfuckers out right quick. Be like me, I'll punch mine in the face. Punch him in the jaw. He said to me, oh, nice rack. When I started that brokerage firm. So what was I, like 17 years old? And it's a grown-ass man saying that shit to me. And I was crazy then. I mean, you think I'm bad now, but I was like a maniac when I was a teenager. I'd step back like my brother taught me and I'll punch him right in the fucking face. And he was just like, his face went to the side. I punched him as hard as I could. And I'm thinking, oh shit, well, there goes this job. I kind of liked it here too. But no, they didn't. They didn't do anything to me. They gave him a talking to though. But yeah, I mean, you know what I mean? People were talking you crazy like that. And that was right in the trading room. So everybody saw it and everybody heard it. They heard what he said to me and they saw my immediate and decisive reaction and let him straight and let all them other white boys know too. It was because I was the only black person in the entire firm. Okay. Everybody else was white. I didn't even see any Asians. And they're all Jewish. And so he's like, you know, they all saw. And everybody was like that. And I didn't even think about it. I just punched the fuck out of him because how dare you talk to me like that? You done lost your mind. And so that was that. So nobody ever messed with me again until about, I don't know, some years later. I was about ready to graduate from college then. And they had this guy, he was new. And he was going through a divorce. So all the people who had been there, they already knew don't mess with her. She's crazy. So he came in, he said something, I forgot what he did. But anyway, I told my boyfriend, who at the time was like 6'4", 250-pound wall, like look, you know, and I was like, he did it. He had touched my butt or something. I can't remember exactly what it was. I know it was something, it was involved something physical. And so he went up to Home Skillet, who was about maybe 5'7", and said, "Did you do that?" And the guy was so scared. He said, yes, he admitted it because he was too scared to lie. And he said, if you put your hands on her or even talk to her wrong again, we're going to have a problem because I know where you live. Because I had his address. And so he's like, he was scared. So he said, you better apologize to her. So what he did, he went out and got me a Williams-Sonoma gift card, you know, gift coupon. What they used to call them certificate, gift certificate. They didn't have the gift cards yet. Yeah. Gift certificate, a big bouquet of flowers, and a gift cookbook from Williams-Sonoma. That's what he gave me. And then he didn't mess with me no more after that. So after that, you know, then I went into once I graduated, I went into the legal field. And so that was the end of my days there at the broker's firm. But yeah. So that's just an example. You don't have to go that far. You don't have to be like punching people, but you definitely have to speak up for yourself. Okay. You don't let men talk to you like that. You don't let men mistreat you, and you definitely don't let them put their hands on you. Even if you can't do anything about it, you report it. You report it to the police, you report it to supervisors, management, HR, you know, directors, whatever you need to do. You tell it to somebody who can influence has influence over that person, can transfer them to another department, fire them, whatever. You tell it. Don't tell me. Tell it to somebody who could actually do something about it. Okay? The main thing is speak up for yourself. Because the first thing HR and all the people are going to ask you is, did you tell this person? They need to know that the advances were unwanted. Okay, if you haven't said anything and just smile and do this nervous laughter, that gives the impression that this is okay. That's what I'm telling you. You got to speak up. Otherwise, you're setting yourself up where he can do anything to you. And you say, well, she never told me no. She never said stop. So I thought she was okay with it. And he will be right because you never put up any resistance. That's why I love cussing men out. I just cuss them out just because it's a sunny day. Sometimes it's like, you're just looking at them, I can tell they thinking about doing some shit they don't need to be doing. And I start cussing. So this lady, she's 25. She says, is my 45 male coworker harassing me or am I being paranoid? I'm 25 and I have a coworker, he's in his 40s or 50s, I don't know, that touched my shoulder to move me aside. As he said, hope you don't mind. I'm insert culture here, so I'm really touchy. I glared and moved away in response. Okay, but you didn't say, I do mind. Don't ever do that again. Keep your mitts off of me. I don't give a fuck about your culture. My culture is I'm going to knee you in your nuts if you touch me again. Now, are we clear? He dumped his entire relationship status on me and stories with it, semi-relating it to work, but not enough to have work apply. I did not politely listen once he got into the relationship. I excused myself. He tried bringing it up weekly for a month. I did not share anything personal. Now during work, he's presenting to the group and asking pointed questions directly related to my personal life that is online while staring at me expectantly for a response. This question very obviously does not apply to the group. The first time he did it, I brushed it off because it's a popular reference to a state. The next time it was in reference to my abusive ex's favorite hobby. There are pics and a family obituary somewhere online with this. Am I being too paranoid, or does it sound like he's looked me up online and is trying something? I don't know. Well, why do you have so much information about yourself online? Let's start there. Why do you not have your profile hidden so that only your family and close friends that you allow to see it can see it? See, this is another example of young women just being too fucking free with information about themselves. I keep telling y'all be disappearing into sex slavery, okay? Sex trafficking. Nobody knows where the fuck these young girls are. And y'all put all your business on the internet. You got to check in everywhere, your stories, pictures of all your friends, where you go to school, with your neighborhood coffee shop that you go to all the time. You put everything online like it's like a safe place. That is a predator's playground. Stop doing that. If you have any social media presence, close your pages up. If you're not doing business like me, I have my business stuff up there. I post some recipes or something like that, but I'm not putting all my business about where I'm going and all this old stuff everywhere, all online. It's nobody's business. Y'all need to be more careful because they trying to steal old bras like me. They want young ones, young fresh meat like you. And you guys are the ones putting all your business. All you anywhere from the age of 12 to about 28 is the high risk age range. Stop it. But mainly teenagers, but they're going for the ones in the 20s too. You all better be listening to me and stop this. Pay more attention to what you're doing. This should have never happened. And then he putting his hands on your shoulders. You should have shrugged him off. So don't be touching me, motherfucker. You done lost your mind. And then he would have never touched you again. Probably never touched anybody else. And wouldn't be asking you all these other questions either. And he'd ask you questions in the thing talking about the stuff all you had to do is tell him that's none of your business. Stay out of my business and get you some. And stuff like that. I mean, you guys, what is the thing with these women? They just don't want to talk to these men. Like, they don't want to raise their voice. They don't want to tell them no. They don't want to tell them stop. They don't want to tell them anything. And so then the guy just run with it because they just think that you stupid, either too stupid to know what's happening, or you too weak to put a stop to it. Either one of those is just too much. Do something with yourselves. It makes no sense to have so many grown women running around here scared like this and not checking these motherfuckers. This pisses me out. You can tell I'm pissed. This makes me so mad. And she's 25 years old. Ooh, Lord have mercy. I'm looking for some advice. I have a goal to become a film director, but my parents are completely against it. I'm an 18-year-old guy, and my goal is to become a movie director, and I want to project my imagination onto the big screen to large audiences. But unfortunately, my parents said no. They told me that becoming a film director is a big risk, and taking it may damage my career. Your career is what? You want your career to be in film? I don't understand. Okay. They also added on that an astrology warned my parents against allowing me into entering the media and film industry. They lying. I understand my parents are caring for me, but I have this aching desire to put out my imagination onto films and become a big film director like Scorsese, Tarantino, or Nolan. Movie making has always been one thing I've always wanted to do, but then I'm being made fun of for even trying to bring that up as a career. I'm scared that taking a chance like this would damage my relationship with them, but then might not become a film director. So what should I do? P.S. Even if I try to stop thinking about it, I'm not able to. I'm urged to put on music in my headphones. And then from that, I conjure up a scene I think of in my mind. You got an iPhone, right? You got an iPhone? There's your movie camera. Start making a movie. Okay? You know how to do. There's free editing software online. I think don't they have iMovie on the iPhone? I'm not a iPhone person. I'm Google. Everything I got is Android. You write your script. Okay, write your script. Get your friends to act in your movie and make a movie. You want to make a movie? You can put it on YouTube. Charge people to see it or just run it for free. Ask people to watch it. Make it about a 20, 30-minute movie. You can do that. Prove that you have the ability to do it, and then they'll shut up. But you right now, you're just talking. If you got a phone, you got friends, you don't even need lights or all of that kind of stuff. Just use natural light. Use reflectors. Get a tripod so you can do some low level, indoor lighting type shots if you need to. Using regular lamps and stuff like that. You just put a filter on and it'll adjust the light, the color. So these are all things that you need to know about lighting, sound, all that kind of stuff. You have to learn that stuff. You can't just have dreams of being Scorsese and your ass ain't done shit yet. You haven't even made a YouTube video. So start small, son. Prove yourself, and then they'll probably buy into your dream. But right now, you're just running off at the mouth. You ain't doing shit. Yeah, I mean, really. What's his name? Robert, what's his name, who made the movie by borrowing money from his family on credit cards, and he started off using the iPhone. He got some equipment later after people gave him, money and invested in his movie. What was his name? Robert something. And he made a couple of movies. And the movie that he made with the borrowed money, hit big, and he was able to give everybody their money back plus a profit. So, you just start small, make a small little movie. And if you got the talent to make one of them boy love type of movies, you can run it on some of these, channels where they focus on that. Actually, YouTube, I think, does it too. Because that's a whole genre of people that are interested in that kind of stuff, men and women. They have a nickname for those kind of women. I forgot what it is, Yori or something. I don't know. But yeah, you do something like that, something that'll be instantly popular, and make your movie. Yeah, Robert Townsend. Thank you. Look up Robert Townsend. Model yourself after him. He had that dream too, and he didn't have no money. He used credit cards and shit. And he started off with his first clips with an iPhone. You can do it too. And iPhones now are way better than the ones that he had access to. Okay, let's move on. We got, female, 28 to 34 age group. Says, I got rejected 2 minutes into a date. Wow. Dude didn't waste no time, did he? Let me get some water. My throat's dry. All this talking. Oh my God, it's only 6 o'clock. Ah. Ah. Oh, okay. I have been here for 6 hours. I just want you to know. I didn't think I could do it. My butt is getting like crease marks in it from this chair. I'm not gonna be able to stand up straight. I'll be walking like I'm chair shaped. Okay, she got rejected 2 minutes into the date. Yesterday, I got rejected 2 minutes into a date. It was absurd. I had matched with a man on a Swebby thing, and honestly, we had a strong connection, many things in common, and lots of fun talk. He was very sweet to me, and I was sweet to him. It felt like a true connection. Then we met up yesterday at a bar, and as soon as I arrived, he asked me if I wanted to go for a walk before we went inside, so we did. About 2 minutes of small talk, he says, I don't want to do this, and I was like, pardon? Thinking I had somehow misunderstood him, and he proceeded to tell me that I'm not what he thought I would be. Wow. So I asked him what he was expecting, but he says he'll refuse to tell me those details and want to keep it to himself. At that point, I felt he was heavily judging me, and it made me so sad and annoyed. I look just like my pictures on the site, so I don't know what he was expecting. Then he mumbles that he's never done this before and quickly walks away. I'm still baffled. He's a 33-year-old man. I thought he'd know how to treat some people nicely. It's sad, really, because I believe we could have at least been good friends. He blocked me everywhere, which I thought was hilarious. Writing this down, I realized that he most likely had made up his mind before even me getting there, hence the walk instead of entering the bar. Yeah, because he didn't want to spend no money. Do you know of anyone else who had a strange experience like this? Well, we just talked about that earlier in the show. I hope you caught it. I mean, 2 minutes? It must be some kind of record. Is this how dating is these days? I haven't been on a date in 2.5 years, and this definitely didn't make me want to go on another one. I'll stick to myself for a while longer. My thing is this, and a lot of people tell me that it's really hard to do. When I go on a first date, Try really hard to not have any expectations. Don't expect to do anything except get out of the house. That's pretty much all that you can expect. Anything that happens as good is, like a blessing, a miracle, a surprise. Don't go into it thinking, oh, this is we're going to have a real good connection and we have a connection. So you set the bar too high. And then when that guy turns out to be a knucklehead, which most of them are, then you're going to be all disappointed and devastated like you are. Whereas if you had just looked at him as, I'm going to meet a clown, and he just proved himself to be one too, then you would have been all right. So lower your expectations, especially if you're on this swipe thing. And, he wanted her to come in there and jump his bones to give him some booty. That's what he wanted. And she just looked, just regular. So he knew what was going to happen. I don't know. These guys are just so weird. Yeah, I agree, Sliver, but she dodged the bullet. She don't even understand. Because I feel like it's better for the trash to take itself out early versus, you get going so many dates with them, you sleep with them and stuff, and then they show the inside of their ass. It's better that he did it early. So save you the trouble. Female 22 to 27, summer of issue. When should I tell my date that Nook is off the table? I'm 25 and I'm not sure when I should tell the guy I'm talking to that Nook is off the table because I'm a V and I don't want to jump into it without being in a relationship. Well, men already know that. That's why they try to get you in a relationship as expeditiously as possible. I want to be straightforward, but I feel like putting Nook off the table is lowering my chance of having a boyfriend. And I also don't want my date to think or assume that I'd go back home with him. But on the other hand, I don't want to tell a random person something personal like being a V, not knowing if I'd like them. What is the best time to tell the guy I'm still a V and I don't want to have it Nook right now? Early talking stage before we go on a date, or wait until after a couple of dates? Looking for everyone's perspectives. Thank you. What do you guys think? I think you should not be telling randoms that you're a V. It's none of their goddamn business. Why would you want to talk about something so intimate on your body with some man that you just met? Why would you even talk about that? And all you have to do, if you don't want to talk about the details, just say, I decided for spiritual reasons not to engage in that until marriage. Tell them that. Tell them you're not going to do it till you get married. That communicates the same message without going into the weeds. Okay? If it should come up, which it most likely will if you keep going out with them, for more than like 3 or 4 dates. If you make it that far, then they're going to be trying to maneuver you to the mattress. And then that's when you say, no, thank you. I'm not going to do anything like that until marriage on my honeymoon. That's when that will happen. And then he's going to say, oh, well, I'm not ready for a serious relationship. Then you say, well, that means you're not ready for me. Thank you and goodbye. Okay? Just leave it at that. But see, my thing is this, these days, that's what having a boyfriend means. You fucking. So if you don't want to do that, then you don't need to have no business trying to have a boyfriend. So you trying to, get what you want out of the deal, and he's not getting what he wants. You don't have a boyfriend then. Okay? You don't have one. And by the time you get ready to get married and you want to do all of that, then, it'll happen. You won't have to have a boyfriend. You'll have a fiance. But that's all boyfriend means is the person that you're screwing right now. That's all it means. It's nothing, no magical thing, nothing exciting. That's all it means. I don't know why you go be putting all that stock in it like it's something big, some big deal. I mean, this is a clown that you bedding with right now, and next month it might be somebody else. See? That's why you say not till marriage. So they don't think about, well, I can be the next boyfriend and then I'll tap it or something. After, that they'll start thinking of a way to get it. So you just tell them till marriage and then you stick to that. Female 22 to 27, summary of issue. Wait a minute. That's the same one. She's 22 to 27 too. The guy I'm dating likes to mention certain gifts are expensive. What? I have this strange situation. I'm not entirely sure why it makes me uncomfortable, but for about 2 months now, I've been dating this guy I met on a language exchange. I've known him since last August, but we didn't start dating until early January. First and foremost, he is amazing, very trustworthy, and I've never had such a healthy and mature dynamic with anyone before. But he has this thing where he really likes to get me gifts and spoil me a bit. I know it really comes from a good place, and he sometimes mentions it when certain things are expensive. For example, we're having dinner tomorrow with a bunch of people, and he asked me what I wanted to drink. I said I could do a red wine because one of the girls is making lasagna. But instead of getting a bottle of wine from the supermarket, we have good quality, affordable wines in supermarkets in my country, like €5 to €6. He tells me he is getting wine from a friend who's the owner of a restaurant and certified wine connoisseur. I kind of joked around because it was so extra, but he wanted to get something nice for me, so of course I'm grateful. Then he mentions that there's another wine ripe on the seabed or something, and he was like, well, that explains the price, but I'll get it for you next time I'll make dinner. It's subtle, but he often does this where he subtly mentions that something is gifted to people or me was expensive, and it bothers me. I didn't grow up in a rich family, and I'm fine with average things. I find expensive stuff unnecessary, and it makes me uncomfortable in a way. For example, I lost one of my earrings at his house, and he immediately says he will get me new ones. I told him it's fine as they were quite inexpensive, and it just get me some new ones. But he insisted that if I was fine with it, he really wants to get me new ones. It's really sweet, I know. I usually get my gold-plated stainless steel earrings at a place where they are around 20 to 30 euros. But he instead says two other places with a way higher price point that are not really my style either, like Swarovski. And he sends me pictures of earrings he thought I might like. Anyway, I'm not entirely sure, but I feel uncomfortable with it. It's just a bit much at times, and it feels unnecessary, not really my style or way of going about things. I'm uncomfortable talking with him about this, but I want to think about it for a bit and understand myself first. I also don't want to come across like a dick because it might also be cultural, as he sometimes talks about how his dad or mom gifts him a lot of things as a sign of love. Love is like a love language. Yeah, gift giving is one of the love languages. That's true. He is from another culture than me. He already said that they'll visit his family. His parents will basically not allow me to pay for anything. Ha ha ha. So yeah, I think it's cultural. I guess I just needed to vent a bit and clear my head about this because I haven't been noticing it a lot lately. Would appreciate your input. Just tell him that just tell him no. When he wants to get, wine ripened on a seabed or some shit, what? That doesn't sound right. What is that? Seaweed wine? I don't want that. That don't even sound tasty. And he got to go be so extra and go and get all the stuff from a wine connoisseur and stuff and say, look, the wine from the supermarket is just fine with me. Did you tell him that? I mean, he said, but all you have to do is tell him, don't do that. Just get the wine from the supermarket and just pay, €5 or €6. I don't need no €200 bottle of wine. That's, save that for when you get married or something. Don't say when we get married, say when you get married. Yeah, I know that would kind of bother me too. He's like this innuendo that, he's going out of his way, spending all this for money on stuff that you didn't even ask for. So what is he looking for in exchange for all of this? That's what would be my big question. What is it that you want in exchange? That's kind of interesting. Okay, so here's one from a young man. He says, I don't know why this needs to be asked, but please tell me, why do women expect men to be, quote, decisive? It really bothers me. Dating should not be a game or a way to test a man's courage. Confidence has nothing to do with decision making. It really annoys me at this point. Why do I have to make all the decisions and know my every next move? Because indecisive men make coochies dry up because it's not sexy. You want a fancy answer? I could probably think of some and use a whole bunch of words, but that's the bottom line. Indecisive men are wusses. Women don't respect indecisive men. And if you can't decide some shit about yourself, then you sure can't lead a family, lead a household, or lead a corporation either. That's what that means. You want to be in a position of, controlling some shit and running some shit, then you have to be a leader, and leaders make decisions. If you don't want to make decisions and get on back there to the end of the line and be the beta male or zeta male or whatever the hell is the ones that's the followers, and just shut up there and stop bitching. Because it's only going to be a certain kind of woman that's going to be attracted to you. You can't make no decisions and she has to make them all. Then you talk about, I'm the man. No, motherfucker, you not. You, the woman, okay, you just resting on your ass while she decides everything. I mean, these dudes, isn't that true though? I mean, I could, kind of pretty it up, but I'm tired now. And so my answers are going to get shorter and more brutal. So I'm just like, I can't with you dudes that don't want to be men. Then put on a fucking wig and a skirt and just call it a day. What you want from me? But if you're gonna be a man, you have to learn to make goddamn decisions. Okay, and you do that by thinking, by being logical, and using your brain, reasoning things out. Okay, you got to have a wife and kids and shit someday. They're gonna be looking for you to make decisions in their best interest. You got to have a boss. You want to get a promotion. He's gonna be looking for you to make decisions in the best interest of the company and the best interest of the workers that report to you. Everything when you on the road, you got some friends in your car. They're looking for you to make good decisions about how you're driving them to make them get there wherever y'all trying to go safely and in one piece. Your parents are depending on you to make good decisions about your choices in school, going to class, doing your homework, all that kind of stuff. Everybody's looking for you to make good decisions. That's part of life. You can't get around it. But if you're going to call yourself a man and you want to be put in a position of being, looked up to and position of a leader, making good decisions is a part of that. You can't get away from it. You want to run away from it. It's like, why do I have to be the one? Because you got a dick. That's why. Okay. If you don't want that, then just be like some of these other men and cut it off and be a girl. What the fuck? What you want from me? This letter irritated the hell out of me. He got on my nerves. Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, just dried up like the Sahara Desert. So, you don't have to, confidence has everything to do with decision making. Are you kidding me? Confident people can make informed decisions. Not only do they make them quickly because they know that they have the ability to do that. They have a quick understanding. They have the mind that works well. They reason well. They think things through well. And that all of those things give them confidence. So they can make a decision really quickly. Notice how much confidence I have? And I'm a decision maker. I'm making decisions every second on this show and every advice show I do about what I'm going to tell you about how stupid you are. Am I going to be nice? Am I going to be mean? How detailed am I going to be? Am I going to tell you about yourself? I'm going to tell you about your parents. I'm going to tell you about the stuff that you did that was stupid. I'm going to tell you about what you should have done instead and what you're going to do in the future after you hear what my answer. I make all those decisions in just matter of seconds. Every week. Been doing it for 32 years. Okay. When I was working as a trainer with my clients, I had to make decisions instantly about them. They walk in the door and they looking funny. What's wrong? What happened? Oh, I had a headache. I didn't sleep well last night. So you tired? Well, yeah. I slipped and my hip hurts. This and that. Okay. So now anything that I had planned for them, I have to make a decision on the spot about what to do instead because they had presented themselves with a situation that was unplanned and I had no knowledge of. They got an hour on the clock with me. They still need to work out, but what am I going to do? Because they paying $75, $85, for this hour. What am I going to do with them that's going to make them feel better? Sometimes it would just be stretching. Sometimes we would just walk. I had one lady who was going through a divorce. She couldn't really do it. She couldn't concentrate and she just was sobbing. So I took her, we had an indoor track and we walked around the track the whole hour and I just let her cry and talk. And she said that was better than a visit to her therapist because I knew what she needed because I worked with these people for years. I know, I knew them. I knew their bodies. I knew their emotions. So it's the kind of thing when if you're the kind of person who's decisive and you make good decisions and you make fast, you're going to do that under any circumstance. That's a skill set that you need to develop as a young man. Okay. You don't run from it. You don't sit there talking about, well, why do I have to do it? Because like I said, because you're a dude, you got a dick, and you're going to be looked at by women to lead the family. Okay. If you don't want to do that, you don't want to have a wife and children. You don't want to be looked up as a leader in your community, a leader in your career. Even if you get into the armed forces and stuff, you're not going to get any kind of position if you don't make good decisions. Okay. That's a part of life. Get over yourself. Whiny ass baby. Yeah, I still remember that because I've never seen no shit like that. But she was, and they had been married for a long time, and she was she was about 60 years old. So they had been married for years, 30 something years. And her husband just decided he didn't want to be married anymore. And so they was getting a divorce, and he just broadsided her with it. And she came to her session though, but she just wanted, I guess, maybe she just wanted to be home by herself. I don't really know why she even came, but it turned out to be a good thing because when she left, she was smiling. And I was like, yes, I did that. So yeah. No, I was an excellent trainer because when you got to train people, it's not just about their body. That's what a lot of people think. You're just there to just exercise them. That's probably at least 40-50% of it, I guess. The rest of it is you in their head. You have somebody who comes to you who feels bad about themselves, right? They're in some kind of pain. I mean, it could be physical pain because they had an injury they're recovering from, but usually it's emotional pain. They're in emotional pain because they don't like the way they look. Someone has called them fat. Someone has left them because they are too, their body changed. They, gained too much weight or something. They can't move like they used to. There's some emotional pain there in everybody who presented to me as a potential client. My job was to find out what that pain was through the careful questioning, and then to figure out if I could help them, and if I could, how was I going to help them? And then all of this is in an hour in their initial assessment when they would join the gym. And then I would tell them what I could do for them and how long it would take, how many sessions I would need with them per week. And I would be very honest. And then we would start. Even the people that really couldn't afford it they would figure out how to do it like once every 2 weeks or something. They would get in there because they trusted that I was really going to, that the decisions that I was making for them in that hour, the direction I was going to take them was going to be something that was going to help them in the end, help them feel better about themselves, fix their problem, get them to the goals that they had. And I always came through for them. That's just like what I do here for you guys. I mean, it's the same principle. I'm here to get you to your goal, which is feeling good about yourself, making smart decisions in your relationships, smart decisions in life, and standing up for yourself properly. You women have got to do better to find your voice and stand up for yourself and be more assertive with these men, with your bosses, even with your kids, your parents, everybody. You guys have got to speak up, okay? I'm here. I'm trying to teach you how to do it. I'm not saying you got to be as evil as me and cuss people out and stuff like that, but you do need to, use your voice, use your words, and tell people no and stop and leave me alone and don't talk to me like that. Don't you dare treat me like that. Don't touch me. Get your hands off of me. Stuff like that. You have every right to tell people things like that, and it's not disrespectful. And this, don't worry about being nice. They're not trying to be nice to you. So yeah, that's it. Little knuckleheads question. You don't want to be the decision maker. Clowns. Okay, I only have a few more questions, y'all. So we might end a little bit before 8 o'clock. Might be more like 7. Is a 7-hour live stream good enough? I'm so tired. I'm tired. Okay, here we go. Here's another one. This is from a young man in the 22 to 27 age group. He says he wants to know, what is the biggest lesson that you learned from dating? You guys can chime in on this one. Yeah, I'm struggling. Shit, Onyx. I'm struggling. I'm struggling. I'm like, oh, I've never done this before. This is the first time I've ever sat still this long. I'm struggling big time. Okay. What is the biggest lesson you learned from dating? For me, I'm a 27-year-old male, has never been in a relationship. It was not being confident about myself and who I am. It resulted in me tailoring my personality for the sake of getting a relationship. However, I learned that if anything, this hindered my growth. Well, yeah, but like I always say, in your 20s, that's what you're going to do. It flip-flop around to try to figure out who you are. So the fact that you're 22 to 27 age range going through these changes is what you're supposed to be doing at that age. So hopefully by the time you hit 30, you will have emerged from the other side and know, have a really good handle on who you are and have your confidence in check and ready to, hit the ground running. But yeah, and in your 20s, you don't know. People in their 20s don't know shit. Still trying to figure stuff out. So she Ash say was her biggest. Let me see. Hold on a second. Let me show this. Oh. Oh, leave it to Ash to come into with the jokes. Ash got jokes. Yeah, I never did have my coffee today. I swore I was going to get some during the first intermission, but I got busy making sandwiches and doing all kind of other stuff and forgot all about my coffee. It's too late to have it now. I'll be up all night again. What did I learn? My biggest lesson I learned in dating? I would have to say, don't judge a book by its cover. Now, the reason I say that, you guys heard me refer to the dude that I said he was like president of minority banking for a well-known chain of banks that I shall remain nameless, brother. And he was, older than me, which I probably shouldn't have. I mean, not that much older, probably about, 10 years or so, 12 years, something like that. But at the time I was working at this law firm in Embarcadero, right? And so he's like, I'm going to come and take you to lunch. And I said, okay. So, working, I mean, I had, used to have this fly wardrobe, my corporate wardrobe. It was really, really nice. So I had on this like sweater. It was a sweater dress. It was like a chocolate brown and light brown tan, and had like what would have been like a cutout, and that was the chocolate brown part, and then the rest was lighter brown, and some brown snake skin pumps my mother had given me. She used to wear them, but she didn't want them anymore, so she gave them to me, and they fit. So I'm wearing that with the dress on. It was cute. Couldn't tell me nothing. Okay, so I go to the restaurant, and I'm sitting at the table. My back is to outward. He's facing the restaurant, and my back is to the restaurant. And we're in this little corner, and now keep in mind, like I said, this man is in his 40s. And at the time, I was probably about 31, 32. And he was vice president of a multinational bank, director of the minority banking division. Okay, high position, MBA, I mean, ed degree, not ugly, all the stuff, everything going for him look-wise. Let me tell you what this clown did. Okay, so I'm thinking about it now, it upsets me so much. So we're sitting there, and like I said, I had this little sweater dress on, and he says, "Oh, what's that?" Right? And he points like to my, my dress. So I look down, and then he reaches across the table and he pinches my nipple on my tata. I jumped up and slapped the shit out of him and threw the glass of water. This is before I ever saw this happen in a Korean drama. They actually called it a water slap. So first I powed him, and then I threw the water on him, and then I screamed at him and told him, "How dare you fucking do that to me, you pervert." Now, what I didn't know, because my back was to the restaurant, some of the partners from my law firm had come to the same restaurant for lunch, and they was sitting down a few tables down and heard me going off. And they came over like, "What's going on?" I mean, I was shaking. I was so mad. And they're like, "What's happening? What's wrong?" Because it was just too much drama. I mean, everybody in the restaurant was staring because, I just lost my mind right quick. I'm like, I could not believe that this man did that to me in full view. I mean, well, I guess nobody really could see because my back was too okay. But in my mind, it was in full view of everybody. But come to think of it, I don't think anybody saw but me. But still, he still did it in, a public setting, and did it at all. This is like our first date from after I had met him. maybe our second. But anyway, whatever it was early. He wasn't my boyfriend or man or nothing. Had never slept with him. Nothing like that had ever happened. Never kissed him. Never held his hand. Nothing. Okay. But he felt comfortable enough to treat me like that. I cussed that motherfucker out right quick. So the partners come rushing over and they're like, "Are you okay?" This and that. So come and sit with us and stuff. They got my stuff, got my purse, got my coat, and took me to the table with them to, and ordered me some food. And so I ate with them. 3 partners and me at the table. I never saw that fucker again. Yeah. Yeah, it was crazy. So I would have to say, from my dating life, never judge a book by its cover, because what looks good on paper is not necessarily good. Also, don't trust your feelings, okay? Feelings can get you in a whole bunch of trouble. Remember me telling you about the dude that I, just knew he was just trifling. He was just stupid. I mean, he did some like workers' comp fraud or something and got caught moving on. He said he hurt his back, but then he got caught helping his parents moving a refrigerator and stuff. An investigator took pictures of him outside doing it. I had told him not to do it. He didn't listen. So he had to give him all that money back. And so anyway, like I said, he was stupid, and I just knew he was stupid, and I just didn't want anything to do with him like that. But one day he was at my house. Okay, he's in my house, and I was cooking, I think it was spaghetti, and he was standing by the stove, and I was at the stove, and he was standing by the sink, and I needed him to move so I could pour the water, drain the spaghetti in the little colander thingy. So I had to make him move. So I poured the water out. So when I finished and I put the pot back on the stove, he grabbed me and kissed me. Now, he's a stupid man that I would never want to be with because he's stupid. But girl, let me just tell you about that kiss. That kiss had me seeing Jesus. And I was like, he's a Sagittarius. I'm a Leo. That's supposed to be a good match, sexually. And judging by that, it would have definitely been on like Donkey Kong. But you know what? I had enough sense to know that I was not going to do that because he was stupid. And I was not going to let my feelings of instant lust take me down that road to death and destruction because I would be with an idiot. So I pushed him off of me and then I punched him and I told him, "How dare you think who Gay told you that you had the right to kiss me?" And this and that, blah, 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 blah. I had to like play it off like I was super mad, which I was irritated, but not as mad as I made it look like. But it was mainly because I knew that I needed him to understand, don't you ever do no shit like that to me again. Not necessarily because we were, just friends and he was trying to take it to the next level, but because I knew that it's going to be too much. I couldn't handle it. So, that was thing. So those are my 2 things. Don't judge a book by its cover. Don't think just because it looks good on paper, little gnat thing, that it's going to be good for you. And then always keep your emotions in check. Don't let them don't let your emotions run your life because they will take you down the wrong path every single goddamn time. Yeah, that kiss made me. I was like, how they do in the cartoons where they show the little stars and getting, the little bells and angels flying around and stuff. And, the person is like delirious. That was me. And I was like, oh no, this can't be happening. We will not allow this to happen. So after that, I kept a long distance away from him. I didn't let him, this is before COVID. It's like, I need you to stay 6 feet away from me at all times. Yeah. So I think those are 2 very valuable lessons that I learned. Yeah. And plus, if you going out with a man, he telling you all the stuff he did for some other woman, and then he tells you, like this dude did, that he's not going to do that for any other body, for anybody else. And I was sitting up there wondering, well, why should I be bothered with you then? If you're not going to do nothing for me, I don't need to be bothered with you. So that was the end of that too. I mean, you're supposed to be trying to give me and you tell me all about what you did for some other broad and I'm supposed to be impressed? Is that what was supposed to happen? Because that show was not what happened. That was so weird to me. All right. I only have 2 more questions, y'all. Next question. This is a young lady in the 20 to 34 age group. She says, summary of issue. If a woman told a guy in early dating stage that she wanted kids soon, would it scare men off? What do you think? Of course it would. I'm a woman. If a man told me I want kids soon, I would get up and leave. I'm not trying to be that. Soon as is in within 2 or 3 years. Would it only scare people who don't want kids, or would it scare any guy? My friend is a guy, and he said it would hurt anyone. I mean, it would scare anyone. So I'm telling him, if a guy doesn't want kids, why would I date him? So of course I would ask their plans for kids early on. What do you think? I think that you are putting the cart before the horse. First of all, you don't know if you want kids with him. So why would you even talk about that? You don't know if you can have a decent relationship with him first, and then you're already talking about breeding. Does that even make any sense? Part of some of the discussion after you date for a minute, when people talk about, what they want for the future, that's when that should come up. And most likely he's going to be non-committal about it, because just because he wants them, that doesn't mean he wants them with you. So you asking this question is rather perverse in my mind. It'll come up naturally. And you never know. You might be like the young dude who wrote in last week. First he wanted kids, and then he got a little older, and then he was like, oh, wait a minute. No, I changed it in my mind. Oh, let's see what happened. What'd she say? Mm-hmm. Pervert. Yeah, exactly, Sliver. I was so done with him. I was just super done. Yes, Mo, this made a quick Yui. It's made a quick Yui. I'm like, oh no, I don't want no parts of this. Yeah, exactly. She's just putting the cart before the horse, rushing them down, talking about you want to have somebody, baby. Most men, they're gonna run from that because they're thinking that you mean now, that you want them to get you pregnant at this very moment or something. And I'm like, lady, slow down. What in the world is the rush here? Scaring the poor dudes off. And like I said, a man who's serious is going to be looking at you sideways, because you're gonna be getting that bombastic side. Like, wait a minute, I forgot I had I had a picture. Where is that picture at? Hold on, where is it? Oh, I do have some other stuff. I forgot I loaded up some other stuff to show you guys. Okay, first of all, can you see that? Like she's saying, let me. Okay. Now back. Enough of that fun having. No, the stream hasn't ended. I was just putting up some of the stuff that that I wanted to show you guys. Oh, was it muted? Oh, I don't know. I didn't think it was muted, but I guess it maybe was. I don't know. Sorry about that. I didn't realize it would mute me when I started showing the pictures. Yes. So here we go. So we got the last okay, this is the last letter. It's the last letter. Female, 28 to 34. Some of issue. Why would a man always say that he wants to have nook nook quote for hours? Because they love to lie, get your hopes up, and then don't and then dash them to bits. This may seem innocuous, but he says quote for hours whenever we talk about it. We have not had nook nook yet. This is a man in his 40s, and he might be addicted to popcorn. He said he has 2 edging sessions per week where he watches 2 to 3 hours of popcorn, and that he helps himself with Palmala 2 to 3 times a day. He also has a premium popcorn site subscription. He has also mentioned recreational powder use and says it's only occasional. The 4 hours thing would sound sweet if it wasn't now thinking this is popcorn related. Like maybe it makes men desensitized or something. I watch a little popcorn too, but not into it really. And the idea of hours and hours of nook nook sounds painful and exhausting. Any thoughts, ladies? Yeah, it is. I mean, the main thing is, okay, why would you deal with a man that has issues like this? Okay, let's just start there. He's weird and he's got these these afflictions, and he sounds like a sex addict to me. So why would you involve yourself with somebody like that? That's not going to do anything for you positive for you. I'm just shocked. Yeah, he's sick, and anybody trying to be up there for no hours, please. You got 20 minutes. You better make the magic happen. I have things to do. I don't have time to see around here. We're looking at you for no hours and hours. Time is money. Let's get this show on the road here, bub. If you know what you're doing, it don't take hours and hours. I mean, you could do a lot in 1 hour. I mean, you don't need hours with an S on the end. I just can't be doing all of that. Yes, exactly, Sliver. 3, wait, I have to. Oh my God, that was funny. Okay, so there was no sound while I was showing those. Dang it, I didn't realize it would do that. My apologies. I wonder why wonder how I could do that where it keeps the sound. That's disappointing because I was doing my voiceover and stuff. Yeah, it's too long. It's like, what taking you that long? Why you got to do all what our body parts aren't meant for that kind of that's not happening. That doesn't work for our bodies. That's just too much. That's too much. So anybody else got something they want to say? Because I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go now. My 6.5 hours, almost 7 hours. But if we did shorter, I could probably do this more often. Like 4 hours, 5 hours, I could do that pretty good. Let me pull this down. Yeah, it's just we can't be doing all of that. No, that was my little cousin. my little cousin, my cousins. So she's like my third cousin, actually, because she's my cousin's daughter's baby. So that makes her like her mother, the second cousin. Yeah, so she's like a third cousin. Wow. But she's so sweet. She's so cute. And she really likes me. My brother's her godfather, as a matter of fact. My brother in DC. That's his goddaughter. She's such a cutie. He's so sweet, too. Call her Nana. Nana, that's her nickname. What she say this? We have a suggestion. Do it every 3 months. We'll call it quarterly advice. Oh, we could probably do that. Yeah, just for like 4 hours. That I can do. Oh, thank you. Kiki's giving me permission to leave early. Because this was a lot. I just didn't understand. I just didn't think it was going to be this hard. I'm telling you, my butt feels like it's about to burst into flame sitting here. You love that every quarter? What I was going to do is try to set up another webinar, the second session for Just Say No, for all the people that had to miss it. Because I think, wasn't it on a Friday night or something? So this time I think I'll do it on a weekend. And maybe more people can participate. But if more people can participate, it'll be easier. Yeah, it was a Friday night. Okay, that's what I thought. Why did I have to do Friday night? I think because I was going away that weekend. That's why it was on Friday. Because I after the thing, I jumped up and threw my suitcase in the car and was gone. But this time I'll stick around and do it like on a weekend or something. When people have more, more free time. Like today, a lot of you guys was here most of the day or in and out. That works too. But it was nice for everybody to come and hang out with me for so long and have fun reading advice letters and talking and smack talking and sharing information and thoughts and opinions. That's what this channel is all about. So everybody can grow together. I'm glad to see you guys have such a good relationship. Everybody, you come in, everybody greets everybody like you old friends and family and stuff. I love it. I love it. So, and then together, we work together to get the new people, up to speed on what's happening, direct them to videos. Because very often you guys remember my videos better than I do. I remember kind of what I said, but I don't remember the titles necessarily. Only sometimes, but you guys are always helpful there too. So this was good. I'm going to log off early, have me a glass of wine because I forgot to bring it in here. And then I'm going to sit down and just stare at the wall. I just need a respite. I need respite. All right. So you guys, let's see. What should we do? Don't I have an outro? I thought I made an outro. I guess I didn't upload it though. Oops. I did make one. Sorry. I don't know what I did with it. Huh. Oh, well. It's gone now. I didn't put it in here. Oh, shit. All right. But anyway, so I'll see you guys soon. We're aiming for Wednesday, but that's not going to happen. So most likely I'll see you again next Saturday. All right. Thank you for coming. I'll see you guys later.